what I'm wearing. They're astonished. First of all, you think something so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for atmosphere, sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you, you get to see the same people on a regular basis and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to you. Hello, welcome to Jewellery Maker on this wonderful Monday afternoon. It is our autumnal luxury day, and boy, we have got some kits which are going to absolutely and completely inspire you. Some of these pieces, I've never seen designs like it, and our creator today really has had a whale of a time with these kits. Truly beautiful. You're going to absolutely love them. My name's Becky, and today I'm joined by the wonderful Gemma Crow.
Hello.
Hey Gem, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm really good, thank you.
These kits today, what do you think?
Absolutely gorgeous. I love them, love them. Look, I've got bare copper, which is always a favourite of mine, and loads of chain, so couldn't really go wrong.
These pieces and this chain that you've got is just perfect for the collection you've made.
Yeah, and definitely autumnal luxury. You know, the colours, the style, everything. Very autumnal. Take us through to the next season, I think.
Absolutely stunning. Gem's made us some truly incredible pieces. You might have been able to see that she's actually got one on her hand at the moment, if you've been a keen-eyed person. We've got loads coming up for you today. I'll show you. Do you mind if I give you a little bit of a showy of a few things? Do you mind? I really want to give you the opportunity to get your hands on this truly wondrous strand. It is incredible. You're going to get some free inspiration with this, and you're just going to adore it. This is true luxury. Some of the best quality spinel we've seen in quite some time. Wow, look at the amount of light we're getting from these absolutely elegantly robust pieces we have here. Some of the largest pieces of our black spinel that we've seen, actually in the centre in particular. This is coming up for you in around 40 minutes, so not long to wait on that one at all. I've got some Stardust space beads as well, as you may well have heard from the morning show, and these are the gold plated ones, so genuine real deal gold over the top of them. You're going to absolutely fall in love. Fall through the floor. You've got these coming up as your one to own at approximately 3:30ish. They're coming up for you as your one to own. These are absolutely phenomenal. And I have to say, I was completely shocked at the price. Guaranteed under £14 for these, guarantee you. Even though they're gold. I know, they're coming up for you in a bit. Let's get jumping in though, shall we? We've got the gold spacer beads coming up for you in a little bit. How about I bring you some gold chain? Maybe just 1 or 2 of these of those on here would be perfect. Genuine sterling silver with the gold plating over the top of them. And look at how elegant this is. Now I need to make you aware, last chance saloon on it, so I've got less than 30 of these ones available. So do make the absolute most of this opportunity whilst you can, because This is bright, bold, beautiful and honey shine. Look at how perfectly it goes with our spacer beads we've got later on. Imagine just 3 of these placed on here. Same quality, great quality, just 3 of these on there. It's going to give you that charm bracelet look design, charm necklace should I say, design, shouldn't it? It's also going to go great with the black spinel. Maybe just 1 or 2 hung from here to give a really elegant look. Maybe even space it out with these. That would be so elegant, wouldn't it? You've got genuine gold sterling silver and gold chain here, and you can see how beautiful the linkage is on this. I mean, look at how that just catches the light. It's a serious amount of that silver in there. You've got all of that link work within there, and £9.95 is an incredible deal. It really is astonishing, and guess what? We're not actually staying there. This is an incredible opportunity. It's a 16-inch necklace, but it does have a 2-inch extender on it. £6.95 we've taken this down to for you today. Look at the shine and the beauty on that. It's absolutely astonishing, isn't it? It's like liquid, it's so fluid. Do you want to see the fluidity of this and how this is going to nestle beautifully on the skin? I mean, just look at how beautifully this is going to sit, how beautifully this is going to rest on your skin. It's going to give you that really, really, really elegant detail, and look, it's going to be absolutely exceptional, just rested upon your collarbone, giving you that real pop of elegance. At £6.95, I would not have expected that price. Final few, I've got less than 20 of these now available at £6.95. Well done. Okay, bringing to you, ooh. This is a really beautiful strand. Now, the quality of this is in part due to its location. It's genuine Madagascan rose quartz. Madagascan, with quality like this, often refers to as rose crystalline. And boy, you have got high quality rose crystalline here. Sometimes when you get a rose crystalline quartz, you've actually got the opportunity to get something that looks very watery indeed. This is absolutely not it. And what you have is so much of a glow from a quality like this. It's hard for you to see the glow in here, purely because the lights are so bright, but actually, you've got a little inkling of it just in this one here, just because that's how that light is hitting. Get this out into real natural daylight, get this out into the sunshine, and you're going to see this glow emit from the center. It's because when you've got your Madagascan rose crystalline quartz of a quality like this, the stackable nature of the actual makeup of this is so beautiful, so parallel, so even, that that light is captivated internally for a really, really, really long time. So it gives you that opportunity to a glow. What a really individual look and shape you've got to all of these, that again really helps that glow. When you're getting a glow, you're getting illumination. There's something about glow that humans are really, really attracted to. Apparently, one of the reasons we really like glow in particular in gemstones is because, well, some scientists think it's to do with kind of the primal kind of thing built within us for when, you know, we were out searching for water, essentially. So that's one of the reasons people believe that we love a glow within a gemstone, because, you know, of our kind of searching for water way back when. And this most certainly has that glow because of that structure. It's going to illuminate the skin. It's really going to brighten. I'm absolutely blown away by the price of this. Madagascan rose quartz, one of the go-to locations, in particular when you've got quality like this. I mean, let me hold it out and you're going to be able to see the quality on this, how beautifully translucent it is, how strong that colour is though, and you can see the glow at £6.95. I think that's a wonderful. Let me have a little count up if I may. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 I've got on mine. It might be slightly more, might be slightly less for you. £6.95. It's not even, it's 40 something p, isn't it, each. That is an astonishing price, because think of it, just for a ring. Just for a ring, that is elegant, isn't it? Now, obviously, we've got the really hot pink strand to this. If you didn't want to be able to see that strand, put maybe a peach or a cream cord through this, or even a monofilament. You're not going to be able to see that at all. This is a really unusual shape gem. I'd love to know what you're going to do with it.
I think it's gorgeous, and that flat surface, just like you said, great for rings and focal pieces, watch style bracelets, that sort of thing. Yeah. But I mean, they're gorgeous.
They really are, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. And you're right, that colour, you can't beat it, can you? I didn't realise, you know, rose quartz. I didn't know about location of rose quartz and what a difference it makes, but it really does.
Really does, doesn't it?
Yeah, beautiful colour.
What other gem might you put this with?
Amazonite always springs to mind, something sort of, or your jadeite, things like that, but also amethyst works really well.
Yeah.
And amethyst seems to be a combination, amethyst and rose quartz, that people recognise, love, you know, and automatically sort of are drawn to. So I'd probably put it with something quite infamous then, like your amethyst or your clear quartz, things like that.
I love that idea with those together. Well done to every single one of you. £6.95. Final chance on this. This is a very, very special opportunity. And I'm going to be honest with you. I've only got 10 of these in stock. It is absolutely fastest finger first. I purposely have not seen this in real life because I know that this is going to be special and I know it's something that not all of us are going to be able to own. First off, the ring alone is absolutely stunning.
Wow.
With that accent detail. Now this, you've got to be quick for this one. You've got to be so quick for this one. Oh my goodness. I've got your Kubapedi opal within this. 10 of these available. Let me get this gemstone out for you. Do apologise, it is in its little pocket. Now the design feature on this with that movement is really going to grab the light, and that's what we want in opal like this. Get ready to see this quality. Oh my goodness, you are going to fall in love. It is an absolute, another level gemstone. Please forgive me, the lights in here is going to dull some of this opalescence, but you know when you've got Kubapedi, when you've got that high-end quality, that go-to location of opal, you know this is going to look better in real life. Look at that opal, get a really good look at it. Can you see all of the pinks and the greens? You've got to feast your eyes on this. Look at how stunning that is. Absolute beautiful pinfire of pinks and green. Honestly, see this in real life. It absolutely dances. It really dances over that surface. This is, we're going to put the extender in now. What magnification is the extender approximately? Is it sort of, is it about 40 or 50% times? So you are really in and close and personal upon this opal. Look at that quality. Wow. This is exceptional quality. Think about how that light is going to move along there. That is giving you this display of world famous quality. That is impeccable. I cannot get over that price. I own a Kubapedi individual piece. We used to get them in our gem collectors, and I can say at staff cost I paid more for that. Obviously it's a different shape, etc. But at £14.95 to get this within sterling silver. I love this. I want this. I need this. This is an astonishing look. Gem, you've just been looking over at me, sort of smiling, shaking your head at this. Are you in love?
Yeah, it's stunning. It is absolutely stunning, isn't it? The design, the opal, the cut on the opal is incredible. Look how sharp that cut is. That, you know, it's just, it's not nearly a heart, is it? It's really a heart. And
it really is.
And then the opal itself is incredible. That is beautiful.
Impeccable, isn't it? I have 4 opportunities left. If you want to do your research, and I suggest you do your research on your Kubapedi, the kind of prices that you're looking at, well, you can be up into 4 figures very easily for rings. That is an incredible deal. It truly is. It is a gem from Australia, and that's where the name for itself is, from this location in Australia, and it's often counted as the best place to go to. It's actually price even outdoing the likes of very high-end Ethiopian opal. That is impeccable. If there's any of those left, I am getting me one because that is stunning. Well done to all of you. I'm highly jealous. Okay, we're going to bring you some charms now, if we may. And I have a feeling that Gem is going to be quite the fan of these quartz pencil charms.
Yeah, I am a fan of those. I just think they're just ready for you to just put on a cord, aren't they? If you're looking to bump up your stalls for Christmas, you just need quick makes. You know, these are it, aren't they?
Definitely.
And they're unisex. Everybody, they're not offensive in any way. No. You know, they're not floral or they're not geometric. They're not any. They don't intrude on any other design, do they?
No, you're completely right.
They're gorgeous. They're absolutely gorgeous.
I love that we've really gone to so much effort with these. Not only have we gone to the effort of the shaping of these, but if you look around the top, then you have, can you see you've almost got the facet work, how we've almost encased this within the gold. Can you see that right at the top? It's not just like a bead cap. We've gone to real time and effort with these. You do get the bail attached, as you can see, and you will be getting 3 of these ones today. Now, this is a very special deal indeed, a very special price indeed for all 3 of these. I mean, imagine, these are going to go with so much. You can imagine these, can't you, with the likes of your black spinel. I mean, black and gold going effortlessly together. Only about 30 minutes for the spinel, by the way. Not long to wait on those ones at all. But also, you know, because you've got that beauty, imagine them with something like this incredible, I have to say it's one of the best quality blue opals we have seen, because look, it's true. Natural blue jelly opal we've got here for you. That is coming up for you in just a little bit. 3 of these for you available now. Should we see what kind of deal we can do with them? Because think about it this way, just one on a little piece of cord, just one maybe on, well, a piece of chain you could do, of course. You could do these on the likes of your leather cord, would look really nice actually if you wanted a little bit more of a boho chic kind of chilled out look with these. How much might you expect something like that for a genuine gemstone? Remember, it's not plastic, remember it's not glass, you know, this is true gemstone. Would you be expecting $12.95 for an individual one? Because I think I might even expect a little bit more, depending on where I was in the world. But $12.95 for just one of them, a great deal and a great price. Do not forget for me, we are not an auction site. We are not an auction TV show. We don't have to drop our prices. But today, as a treat, we should have been just shy of 13. Today, it's £7.95. This is working out just £2.65 per pendant for a genuine real deal gemstone, for genuine gold atop copper. That is a very special deal indeed. Easily, even if you're just doing local fairs, even if you're maybe just doing the likes of, you know, your local town hall fairs, etc., you would easily be expecting a price like that for just one of them. But actually, to get all 3 at that price, it really is the opportunity to get a very, well, good money on your return, essentially. And you could do absolutely loads of these. They are a perfect size for a pendant, but why not get yourself a few of them, maybe do them at different levels on a neckline, give a really big, bold statement look. What else could you do with these, Gem?
Just imagine them on a zipper on a dress. You know, if you got a nice dress, you want a nice zipper on it, you could just attach it like that. You could have just dangling on a bag charm or dangling from a bracelet, a key ring even, because you know, quartz is a hard stone. So there's, you know, you don't even need to keep it in your jewellery if you don't want to, but you can incorporate it in any piece of jewellery.
Of course you can. And I think you've made a really good point there. You know, bags, bag details, it's going to be really unique and individual. You could even do them kind of around the home actually as decor quite easily, couldn't you? Yeah, on sort of blind pulls or, you know, along the bottom of a blind or something. It would look really nice. Definitely. Yeah. Well done to everyone, £7.95 on those. Okay, what did you say, my love? Whereabouts? And what shape? No, I don't think it's here, my love. Sorry, just talking to my producer and me ear. Okay. Oh, dual colour. The connector. Oh no. Is he talking to me? Yeah, alright, cool. Have a little look at this. 2-tone, 2-colour connector. Now, Gem, you're a bit of a, if you don't mind me saying, bit of a style icon. Dual tone or 2-tone metals. Mm-hmm. Why are people so in love with them at the moment? What is it about it that you adore?
I mean, I adore it because I don't think you should separate anything really. I think anything can go together, and things that incorporate both in one piece sort of make it okay. So if you're a bit scared of doing it, you know it's okay because it's already done. Yeah. So whether you're a gold or a silver person, because a lot of people define themselves in that way. You're right. You can have a splash of that. So, for example, I don't have actually much silver jewellery. but I've got clothes that really need silver jewellery with them. So I can still have a bit of both, you know, and I can keep my key pieces on that I always wear, but add a splash of something else with something like that. But the reason, the other thing is the advertising campaign in all the big designer brands, you're seeing it everywhere, mixed metals. So it's subliminally going in to everybody's sort of subconscious. They all are looking for that you know, that sort of look.
It really is, isn't
really
it?
Popular.
The
really
mixed
lovely.
colour is so big at the moment. There's a company that's essentially Welsh gold, and I've got a piece that has 3 different colours of gold within it, and it is one of my most loved pieces. But boy, do you pay more. Even in the same brand, you can get the same necklace detail that I own in one colour, and I mean it's a fraction of the cost. It takes more time, effort and money to get the dual colours, and therefore it gives you, I think, a perceived higher value. It feels more luxurious. You've got luxury here because it's not only silver, it's also gold, and yet still you've got a Jewellery Maker price point. £9.25, this is a 25 by 19 at £9.95. What a sensational deal to get something which you do have to pay more for, to get something that actually we don't get to see that often. But today, again, please never, ever, ever, ever take for granted our price drops. It's so important. At £9.95, I can honestly sit here with a big smile on my face and say you would have got yourself a complete bargain. But at £6.95, you have got an exceptional deal. You truly, truly do. Do your own research. Have a little look around for your two-tone connectors. And what I would say as well is if you're gifting to somebody, you know, we were talking before about if you're a gold girl or a silver kind of girl or gent, if you're looking for those gifts, maybe you're not entirely sure which one they are, something like this makes it perfect because you know there's going to be something to put a smile on their face within that. And it also means that when you have things like this in your stash, even if you haven't got an idea in mind yet, that moment, and we know it happens to us all, when you go to make a design and you think, oh no, I've only got gold left of the findings, or oh no, I've only got the silver left of the findings, you know that you can use this in the piece because it means that you can have that dual look if you so wish. A really beautiful detail to these at £6.95. That is your reduced price. Please remember that it's 0800 644 655 and you can join us for free. You don't have to pay any joining fees or anything. £6.95. Well done to you all, a great deal. I'm going to bring you something that I think, now I know that's super high end and this is a little bit of a juxtaposition, but I kind of like that about it. We've got high end, we've got beauty, and then we've got Botswana agate. How autumnal is this strand? Well done everyone on that connector. We have hardly ever seen Botswana agate for, I would say, about 2 years. Oh. I have a feeling that you adore Botswana agate.
Oh, I do. And funnily enough, I particularly like it in rounds, in strands like that.
Isn't that peculiar?
Yeah,
Tell
a lot
us
of people
why.
like the big surface areas. You can see the striations and things within it, but I actually love it like that. I think it looks so expensive.
Yeah.
And I love the mix of greys and browns because, again, like the mixed metals, it allows you to wear your brown boots with your grey jumper. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know
and
exactly.
it all works.
Yeah.
So I love that about it, and I think it looks very classy. You know, it reminds me of very classy ladies, you know, walking around craft fairs and things like that. You'll notice that it'll stand out as a real gemstone.
Yes,
and it's just beautiful. Love it.
And you've hit the nail on the head there with real gemstone. This, you can tell, is a real gemstone. Every single one is completely different. And because you've got so much of that surface area across these 10 mil, you get to see the internal interest of every single one of them. It is completely natural. We haven't dyed this or anything, even though you get some of the purples in there, some of the chocolates in there, almost some of the butterscotch kind of colours in there. All absolutely and completely natural. And because you've got so much surface area, the striations and the bands on this that you get really do just lead the eye. It creates interest. You don't get that type of look really with the likes of a plastic or the likes of a glass. And you most certainly can't get it in such an array and such a form with such a history. You've absolutely got history with these. Every single one hasn't been whipped up in a lab within, you know, an hour and a half. These have been hundreds upon thousands of years to create every single one. And you can see that. You can see, I mean, just if I just hold this and give it a little spin, just a few of them, pick one that you like the look of, and just really feast your eyes on it. And just really enjoy the kind of movement on it and how individual and different every single one is. Now look at another one. Move your eyes to another one and see how utterly different that one is. It's like you find a new favourite every time, isn't it? Take a look at a different one. It's like you're finding a new favourite every single time, isn't it? It's like you've got one for every mood or for every moment. You've even got some that almost look like they have internal druzy. You've got sweetheart hues in there. You've got almost lavenders in there. You've got these really, really autumnal hues, but not in a down way, in a beautiful kind of spark of light way because of all that facet work on these huge 10mm rounds. Very special gem, of course, from Botswana, and it's £14.95. That is an incredible opportunity. I feel like we don't get to see Botswana agate hardly at all anymore. Apparently not a lot of it on our website at this moment at all. It is a genuine and natural stone, sometimes referred to as the stone of fire. It is something that had these beautiful warm tones, and next to that coolness, and you've got that unique patterning on every single one. And that's partially what gives this a higher price point than most agates out there on the market, because of that uniqueness, because of that individuality, and because of that, you know, location itself. Absolutely and completely unique and exquisite, just as much as your pieces are. It has got such an interest and beauty. And if you do love a faceted round, maybe you want to add a little bit of something kind of grounding to this. You know, something to add a little bit more of a panache. Then how about this one? This is coming up for you really shortly, and don't forget, because you've got those gorgeous colours, stunning, isn't it? Really stunning. Well done to everyone who got their hands on that Botswana agate, said to be one of the oldest agates on the planet, actually, at just £14.95. Well done all. We don't get to see that often enough, I don't think. Great deal. How do you feel about a girl's best friend? Fan. I'm going to bring it to you now in a clasp form. How many diamonds are on this clasp? There's absolutely loads. Over a carat. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Just take a look on either side of this T-bar alone, how many diamonds there are there. Look at the amount of diamonds, and they're faceted. We've not left them rough. Faceted, genuine diamonds. And it's not just on the top and side. Sometimes you'll find that you'll just get the gemstones on either side, so you'll get them kind of opposite each other. This you absolutely haven't. You have got them all the way around. Huge amount on there. Let me show you the actual loop. Oh my goodness, again, how many? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've got 12 diamonds on the loop alone. Good job, there are 10 on the Mohs scale. You have got 12 on this alone. That's durability for you. Take a look. Oh, wow. It's almost got a Mobius ring look about it, hasn't it? It really has that kind of continual circle into each one. I really like that we've gone for the 3 as well. I don't know if you've seen this shape before, but it's essentially 3 concentric circles that are naturally interlinked within each other, just like in a Mobius ring. And there's lots of connotations that are going alongside that, with, you know, the likes of eternity, with the likes of family being brought together, with the likes of well, forever and continual love, because there is no beginning, there is no end, and every single one interlinks within each other. I think this and that connotation and this design with all of those diamonds, that is a gift for forever, isn't it? Now, this is really a record low. We're going to take this to a record no. Now, I need to show you the launch price, if I may. I'm not going to drop that price for you yet. All I'm going to tell you is I promise you, guarantee you, I will be taking at least £5 off, okay? At least. Okay, let's be honest. I'm going to take off 10. More than that. Okay. You have got a very, 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 very special opportunity on this one today, and I need to make you aware that this has been extremely, extremely popular at that price point. I mean, it does not surprise me at all. At £40 completely. When you have this many diamonds, I mean, let me just show you all the way around. Even just the T-bar. Look at the sparkle. Look at the quality that we have here. Okay, there's people coming in for this. You have got very, very, very few of these ones available. You have got to really treat yourself. You've got to be in as quick as you possibly can. This, ladies and gents, on diamonds is half price essentially. That's £19.95. When do I get to say diamonds and half price? With genuine real deal sterling silver. And look at the detail of it. I mean, this is an exquisite look and design, isn't it? It really is. It's completely beautiful in its quality. That is astonishing. Half price essentially. Well, it is half price, isn't it? We've got on this gem. What do you think of this?
I think it's absolutely gorgeous. It's exactly what I'm looking for, actually. Exactly.
What for?
I bought the graduated perfect round pearls.
Oh yeah.
And they're an exquisite strand, and they need an exquisite clasp.
You're right.
And they're for me. They're to pass down. They're my forever piece. Then.
Yes.
So diamonds in that would just
set it off completely.
Yeah, I was going to get gold, but I would definitely get that instead.
Because of the quality of diamonds and that term for forever. Yeah. And the thing is, it will have a huge effect on the pricing.
Price.
Huge.
Of course. Yeah, of course. And I mean, if you do bridal commissions and things, imagine saying, would you like a diamond clasp? I mean, who's going to say no? And are you going to add just £20 to the price? No way.
No.
You're going to add an extra £100, aren't you?
Of course you are. For the amount of diamonds in particular, I mean, you've got 12 just in the one component.
Yeah, it's incredible. Not only is it great value, it's actually a really beautifully designed clasp as well.
Definitely.
It's really, really pretty.
And I think it's wonderful that if you are someone who loves the silver, you don't get to see diamonds set in silver that often. It's a lot of the time in gold, isn't it? Or it's in the white gold, and of course white gold, as beautiful it is, after a while will have a bit of a tinge underneath it of the gold coming through. This is an astonishing deal. Now do not forget that price point at half price is only going to last at 8 o'clock. So do make sure you are absolutely making the most of it. This is that gift, that clasp for you or for your family members that will last and stand the test of time, not only in its beauty, but possibly, you know, it's diamonds and silver. You know, you've got a value there. We've never seen a huge drop in the price of diamonds. Diamonds are always foreverly executive and beautiful. And this most certainly has that. I mean, come on. Black spinel, always compared to diamond, with the diamond clasp, that's luxury, isn't it?
Absolutely, I would do that. Yeah, definitely, I would do that with no hesitation. I put those two together
completely.
Yeah.
And if you did want to use these, if you wanted just a little kind of inkling of diamond in each piece, feel free to use that as the pendant, and maybe even this one as a little charm on a bracelet or something like that. It's going to look exquisite. That is an exceptional deal, better than half price, bang on. A really great deal. The diamond collection, get it whilst you can. Lowest ever price point, but it will go back up at 8. Right here, right now, it's very, very kind of bright and bold, and will go perfectly with your deal of the day. Stop by. You may well have seen the deal of the day this morning. If you haven't, don't worry, I will do a recap on it for you a little bit later. But this that I have now is going to go exquisitely. Serious quality. Your clasp. Only got 100 though. How high end is this astonishing piece? It is brilliantly indulgent, isn't it? And when I say brilliantly indulgent, I don't just mean in the fact that it's genuine sterling silver and boy, you've got plenty of it. I mean with the actual gemstone that we've placed within this itself. It is so brilliant. The amount of light that just pulsates from the center of this is impactful. It is incredible. And because you have all of that light that just brilliantly shines from the center, it's framed beautifully with the silver. Of course, silver being, you know, your highest RI of your precious metals, but also with the variety of topaz we have in here, which is your sky blue, being one of the most vibrant and brilliant of all of the topaz families as well. So you have that connectivity, you have that duality of that silver alongside that glorious sky blue detail that we have within there. It's impeccable, and it is truly indulgent. I mean, these aren't measly pieces, are they? You're not squinting to look at that gemstone. That gemstone in itself is a feature. This isn't like on some of those clasps where perhaps you've got some very, very small gemstones that perhaps now and again, you know, are just highlighting certain areas. In this clasp, you've got those pieces that are features, and because you have that beautiful brilliance of this highly indulgent clasp, it really does capture the imagination, but also it gives you that feel of luxury. And it is luxury, and we know it's luxury because those pieces aren't tiny, those pieces are large. We've got a lot of silver in here, but just think about and look at how we've actually put this together. We haven't just thrown this together and not really thought about it. We've even gone to the added extra of making sure that, if I just turn it on its side slightly, of making sure that you've got the two different directions of the actual loops itself. So the loops are going in this direction, meaning when you add the chain it's resting nicely, and then opposed to that at the top you've got the alternate direction. That means that no matter where you're going to have this, whether it be on the neckline, whether this be on your wrist line, those gemstones are going to stand proud. Those gemstones are going to be the feature. You're not going to get one that is, say this was off at an angle, you're not going to get one looking really good and then the other one being a bit wonky. Both of them sit there, rest there beautifully, and that really is going to show you that indulgence of this gem. Not only the gem itself that are huge, big, brilliant pieces, but also the extra work, time and effort we've gone to actually thinking about this as a mechanism. Now the arrows are in. This is going to be popular. It's going to be a popular style buy. We've got a lot of popular style buys I know of coming up. This truly is indulgent, but it's £6.95. The size of these gemstones is epic. I mean, it's absolutely and completely massive. You have got something very special here indeed. When you have that much brilliance, that much glow naturally within the gem, I mean, you can almost see you're getting that tonality of the blue, can't you? It's not just one, it's not just flat. You've got that difference between almost a cobalt, almost slightly down from a cobalt in the center, all the way to this periwinkle in the actual glow. Can you see that in the facets as you're looking down the table towards that Q-lay point? How you've got that beautiful juxtaposition in the quality. It's going to look absolutely stunning because you've got those two tones. It's not just one boring flat dull color, is it? You've got that interest and that intrigue of every single one, and partially it's due to the quality of the pieces, partially it's due to the big size of these pieces, partially it's due to our workmanship. We haven't left the back of these rough, which you can do quite easily, and even some very well-known companies will leave the back of these quite sort of rough essentially, because you can't really see down to that point. But when you do that, you open yourselves up to escapism of light, and we both certainly have not done that on this. We've faceted these right down to that Q-lay point, even paying attention to the likes of the pavilion on this, and it gives you that sparkle. There's time, effort, energy and money that's put into this, and you can tell because the quality is up here. The price point is right down there at £6.95. It's going to go great with the deal of the day, which I'll remind you of in a few mo's. But imagine it with something like this. The quality of this opal is absolutely impeccable. When's my opal coming up? Let me remind myself. About 245. But imagine with something like this as your clasp. That's quality, isn't it? Don't you think? £6.95, that is a genuinely sensational deal. Again, it shouldn't have been that price point, but it will be rolling back up. Okay, bring into your labradorite now. And these are your cabochons. You're going to absolutely adore these. Wow, wow, wow. I found my favourite, I think. Have a look.
That's gorgeous.
Isn't it stunning?
Yeah. Oh, I love that. It's like somebody painted tree bark in the iridescent colours, and isn't it?
You're right.
Got that sort of, oh, it's really lovely.
And let me flip it as well so we can really appreciate both sides of this. So that's one side. Let's do a flipperoo. Look. Even more of those kind of pink hues. Let me find another. Let me find another. That's a big pop of colour. Wow, that's got to be, what, AA grade? Because you've got such a big pop of that, like hardly any kind of elements of flatness to this. Just a flash of colour that keeps going on and on and on. I love the ones where you get the speckled ones too. I really like these. It's always like a lava kite after it's had a few too many coffees. It's really got that. Oh no, the sound desk is back. That noise was my wonderful director, Ben. Hello, Director Ben. Would you like to give yourself a noise, Ben? What would your noise be today? Hey, of course it would be. Oh, can we have a noise for everyone a little bit later on in the show, please? You get thinking, Director Ben. You've got so many. Oh, I love this one. I adore this one as well. Isn't that captivating? Every single one has its own personality, every single one has its own different detail, and I would be absolutely happy, wow, to say that these would be up at, you know, the AA grade quite easily, even because you've got such a lovely array of colours. You've got very few of those blank elements, those blank spots. I've got a AA plus grade strand coming up for you of Labradorite in a bit. I'm absolutely blown away. It has to be, for its quality, our most affordable Labradorite I've seen in a very long time. On a strand there coming up for you in a bit, and it will go great with this. You have got a stunning price on this, should be £30. Ignore that. Please remember, we don't have to do price drops. We don't have to do price drops. Our prices system is already exceptional. It truly, truly is. £24.95. Look at the array of colours you're getting in this. I mean, look at this one here. How perfect would that one there go with your first kit and all that chain?
Yeah, it would. It would go gorgeous with both kits. Absolutely. You can never have enough Labradorite cabochons. It's impossible.
and working out about 3p per carat, is it? About 3 pence per carat for a genuine carat's worth of gemstones?
It's amazing.
I mean, and you've got loads. Like, I haven't even got, you know, part way through. Just look at all these ones. You're getting absolutely mammoth amount of them. This is going to really captivate, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just can't help but fall in love with them. I mean, you'll make a piece and you won't want to sell it, but, you know, you'll have to because somebody will want it. But they're just gorgeous.
They are sensational, aren't they? Get those ones whilst you can. We don't have a huge quantity of them. I do apologise. It's going to really, really, really set your kind of imagination on fire, to be honest. Okay, bringing to you some sapphire now. And, oh, hello. Only 22 in stock of this one. Now, this is a special one. I think I've got a chrome tourmaline coming up for you later that will go perfectly with this. Now this is very, very, very special location of gemstone that I have for you here. Completely natural sapphire. It's 12 carats worth. I have 22 opportunities. It is going to be a considered purchase price because it's from Burma. One of the top locations, apart from maybe the likes of your Kashmir, maybe. It's one of the top locations of your blue sapphire. Take a little look and get ready to pick up the phone. Graphics are in. This is an astonishing quality Burmese sapphire. This naturally is what many people say is the archetypal blue. That's what you get from Burma. Because you get that from Burma, well, there's a couple of reasons Burmese sapphire you will expect to pay more. One reason is it's extremely scarce. You don't get huge quantities like you do in some places of the earth. You get small quantities, but big qualities. So because you've got small quantity, better quality, you will expect to pay a higher price point. You can, which I always think is incredible, but it was essentially an element of the GIA. It's not the GIA, but it's one of their offshoots, let's say, came up with a report relatively recently which talks about Burmese sapphire and says that you can expect, depending on where you're buying, expecting whether it's in at auction or whatever it might be, you will expect to be paying around about 50 to 100% more on a Burmese sapphire than you would for a Madagascan or even a Ceylon. Now, I think that is incredible. When you think of those two types of sapphire and you think of those two locations, you think big money. But because this comes in smaller quality and better smaller quantity, better quality than many in the world, you will be expecting to pay around between a 50% higher price on this at 50 to 100% than you would those other two locations. This is a very special opportunity. It's extremely high end, as you can see, and because you've got so much clarity on this natural strand without any need of a fissure fill, you've got an exceptional high price opportunity. It is going to be considered, but get your hands on it whilst you can. 12 carats worth. Okay. Ignore what I said about the high price point then. I did not realise that we were going to that price point. Please remember for me that when we, talk about our prices, we'll pretty much only talk about the prices of our star buys. We don't have time to go through every single product that we have. Did not realise that was going to be its price point. And I've just been told, the words I've just heard in my ear from my producer Danny today is, there is a mishap happening. Should have been £35. Totally understandable. I can't say I've ever seen Burmese sapphire under £20. I can't say I have. Off the top of my head, I can't. Is that the lowest ever price point? It must be. I would never, lowest ever price point. Danny, our producer, giving us a start to the week treat at £19.95. This is absolutely astonishing. Do your own research. Do the difference between, do your own little research on Madagascan sapphire, maybe Brazilian sapphire, maybe Burmese sapphire. Just do that, have a little look, type in the same carat weights and have a little look. See exactly what you have up there online or even in your gem stores. This is an astonishing deal. This is absolutely incredible. Smaller quantity, better quality, bigger price point. But we're Jewellery Maker, so we completely ignore that apparently. Jem, what do you think of this strand?
I think it's incredible. And the prices just blow me away, really.
It's phenomenal, isn't it?
It is, yeah. The colour of that is just what you want, isn't it, from a sapphire? Yeah. It's beautiful.
It's totally archetypal, isn't it? Which is why Burmese is often regarded as one of the best.
Yeah, it's just lovely. The first thing I thought when I saw it is, if I was really patient, I would make a tiniest little rosary link drop earrings, and it would just be subtle and beautiful and just really showcase each one of those sapphires on there. Yeah. They're really, really beautiful.
And why do you think it's good that it is like the go-to colour of sapphire? Do you think that's good for people?
Well, I think it helps people recognise, and recognition is always good because it's your first. It sort of engenders a bit of trust. Then they already know that's what colour sapphire is. So you've got that grab already.
Definitely.
Yeah, and a lot of people you have to explain. No, sapphire actually comes in lots of colours. Yeah. But it's the blue, isn't it? Everybody, when they think of sapphire, you think blue. Yeah. And that's the blue.
No one's going to look at this and go, oh, is that an agate? or
no.
Oh, is that it is archetypal.
Although at that price they might.
I know, you're right, actually, you're right. Yeah. We won't tell them if you don't. No. £19.95, well done to one and to all. We've had people messaging in about this strand. It is coming right here, right now. Get your hands on these rounds. It's at Star Buy. This strand is so elegant, but it has this robustness behind it as well, which is something that I really like about it, because I like thinking of elegance, and when I think of elegance, a lot of the time I'll think of, you know, grace, I'll think of gentle, I'll think really dainty, but I want sometimes a gemstone that will give me that elegance and that grace, but with a little bit of strength. That's exactly what this strand does. Not all spinels that I will bring you will give this look and this detail and that strength as much as this one does, but boy, this one does. Some of the largest pieces on one of the strongest gemstones on the planet. Get ready to own it. Spinel. This is only just back in stock. We haven't seen this in ages, absolutely ages, and it is exquisite. Now, let's start right back at basics, if we may. Spinel, what on earth is it? Well, the name itself comes from the Latin word spino, which essentially means spines or spikes. And it's because when this grows, it grows almost like rose thorns. It grows in these thorn-like looks, and that's kind of where its base of its name originates from. Now, when you get that growth and that effect, you tend to get them in quite small portions, which is, and you know, average gram weight does vary greatly, but if you're getting pieces that are kind of over 4 carats, you've got something very, very, very special and high-end indeed. These are in areas most certainly 5 carats worth and above, and you can tell that just with simple maths by looking at the carat weight and the amount we've got on this strand. But even just using the naked eye, you can see how huge these 7mm pieces are towards the center. Now, because you've got a bigger than general carat weight on these strands, it's giving you that robustness, it's giving you that strength. These aren't fiddly, tiddly, tiny, whiny little pieces that are going to be a pain to strand. These are pieces that you can use one and get the eye-catching strength of look. But still it's got that elegance. Still it's got that beauty of elegance about it, because this is a black gemstone and this is naturally in this colour. You don't get that many natural black gemstones generally, unlike, you know, maybe your diamonds now and again, but generally you won't get them that many pure natural black gems. And that's what I like about this, and I think that's partially what gives it its elegance. You have that juxtaposition between the 100% tonality of body and the 0% tonality of light, and that's what gives you this sparkle. You've got that beauty, that interest, that intrigue, and because we have such a juxtaposition on this, it really does captivate. But because it's the difference in you know, 100% tonality to 0% tonality, because you've got that difference, it's classy, isn't it? It's got that classy nature about it. It's got that strength and differentiation, and it's got that beauty and elegance that really draws the eye in. And I like that about this gem. I think it's got that beauty. I was talking to you about it in comparison to your diamond. You know, people say that when you have a really good quality black spinel, it does have more luster than a diamond. And this definitely does, doesn't it? One of the reasons for that is because when you're cutting a diamond, which on a Mohs scale, now if you're not sure what Mohs is, it's M-O-H-S, do your research, it's essentially about getting 2 gemstones, moving them against each other and seeing which one scratched which one to work out which is strongest, essentially. So it's low tail, but it's pretty much just that. Diamonds are at the top. Diamonds are there at your 10. Now, when you're cutting a diamond, the only thing you can cut against it with is another diamond. So you don't get always a beautiful finish and surface. You actually get this blemished look. You get all of these speckles. So you don't get that huge juxtaposition often of the 100% tonality to the 0% tonality like this is giving. Now, this is still strong. This is still robust. We're an 8 on the Mohs scale, so you're pretty much only beaten by sapphire and your diamonds, both of which we've had on today's show, which is a bit quirky. But you've got a really strong gemstone here, which means because you've got that strength with it, this can be worn every day. Now with this strand here, because you have that glorious finish, that beautiful look, those big facets on big pieces, not tiddly smiddly little ones, big facets, big pieces, up to 7 mil on this, very rare to see in a spinel. Because you've got that look, because you've got that detail, you've got something which says quality. There was research done recently about why people integrally like sparkle and sheen and gloss on gemstones, and one of the reasons on surface of gemstones, and they basically did numerous tests. One of them sticks in my mind because I thought it was a bit quirky. One of them that stuck in my mind was they got 46 people. They blindfolded them all. And with these 46 people, they gave half just normal card. Okay, so normal card you might put in your printer or whatever. And to the other half of the people, they gave a card that had a gentle gloss on it. So a very slight gloss. One was matte, one was slightly gloss. And they did ask them loads of questions about each one and the two different types. And the 100% of the people that had the gloss paper said that it felt luxurious, said that it felt high-end, said that it felt better, compared to those who had the matte, who guessed it was very, very, very low quality. So they did this comparison essentially, and they did it in loads of different ways. They did it with the likes of cars, they did it with the likes of lip balms and lip glosses, and every single time with a range of different people, the glossier it was, the better it was. And that's what you've got with this. You've got that gloss, which integrally, you know, in these different elements that they had, said quality, said attractiveness, it said a higher value. And that's exactly what you've got here, that maybe you don't get with a diamond. You don't get this kind of interrupted elegance of that 100% tonality with the 0% tonality. If this were diamond, would you get pieces this big? Probably not. Would you get pieces with this much light interaction? Probably not. Would you get pieces with this much luster? Probably not. Would you get this price? Definitely not. £14.95 for these huge integral value pieces. And because these are massive, because these are large, we are giving you a decent enough quantity, but not as many as we would like. I've got under 100 at this point with the people who have checked out. Now, I'm going to make you aware of something. We haven't seen this in ages, absolutely ages. And sometimes what we've been doing, you may well have noticed this, sometimes what we've done is when we've done a reorder on a gemstone, we've actually been able to barter a really good price. Now with this, we've actually got a great deal, we've got a brilliant deal, which matched our previous deal on purchase of this. However, we're still giving you a discount and a saving. This is one of our ways of saying thank you for staying with us, thank you for sticking with us, thank you for buying with us. This is a record-breaking low price. Now this is a sensational deal, and I think that's what Jewellery Maker does so well. You know, if we get a better deal, we pass that better deal on to you. We don't need to. We might have put in more effort to get a better price, essentially, bargained down and bartered down, if you will. We already got a great deal on this, but we've beaten our own record. We've given you a really special little treat on this one at £14.95, which we've been loving, which we've been adoring. Great price. But this one, exceptional deal, £9.95. Gem, I've seen you looking across. You've got a smile on your face. Yeah. Tell us what you're thinking about this, and tell us why you think all of these people are buying and loads of you are multi-purchasing.
Black spinel. Everything you said, it is got all the sparkle and luster of a diamond. It's pure glamour, but also it can go with anything. You know, it's a backdrop for anything, or it's a highlight for something.
Definitely.
It's just perfect. The graduation in it makes it really usable and versatile in different pieces. So you can put it all together and have that graduated look, or you can break it down, have earrings, bracelet, necklace, sort of, with all, you know, sizes, that sort of relative to those pieces. Yeah. So it's just versatile, beautiful, and amazing price.
It's an astonishing deal. I mean, at $14.95 for how big they were, how bold they were, how kind of large these pieces are. And as I say, you know, we are in essence beating average gram weight on this one, average carat weight, sorry, on this one than we would general ones. I'm giving this to Jem as a challenge, so I'm going to ask you, Jem, what are your ideas with this, please?
Well, I've been sort of thinking about it since I've seen it, so I'm going to frame them. I think I'm going to frame them so that they can pop, and I'm going to put them with gold because I think gold works beautifully. Yes, I might have some of those too.
We've given her the gold spaces to come up. These are our ones to own a little bit later on, the Stardust. So you're going to work these together then?
I am, yeah.
Perfect.
But I think I've got enough on there to do a few different things, so I'm going to keep one quite simple and classic and one a little bit different.
Stunning. I'm going to hand that across to you now, Jem. And I'm now, well done to everyone who got that. We're going to have a look at exactly what Jem has made later on so you can have some inspiration. Well done to everyone who got those, because genuinely astonishing pieces. If you want a totally different feel, really quickly before the break, I'm going to bring you this opal now. It's totally different in its look and its peel. Still faceted though, so it might work quite nicely. You've got a lot of fluidity within this, a lot of beauty within this, and I have to say, imagine it with something like the blue opal that I've got coming up for you. That's at $2.45. This is coming on your screen really quickly because I don't have a huge amount. Get it whilst you can. 0800 644 655. It's just £6.95 for opal. You don't expect that kind of price point usually, do you? Opal, high-end gemstone, big price gemstone. When I buy my, I bought my mum this a while ago now, but I bought my mum a necklace with 3 charms on it. My birthstone, my mum's birthstone, my dad's birthstone. I'm amethyst, my mum's diamond, my dad is opal. The opal was the most expensive charm to buy. It was more expensive than the diamond charm to buy. And the thing is, that is not a rare thing to see. Opal, high-end gemstone, expensive gemstone, but today to get it at £6.95. Basically all I'm saying is, do not let jewellery maker prices kind of throw you off and think, oh, opal, very affordable gem, because it's quite absolutely and completely not. It's a high-end gem. So make the most of deals like this whilst you absolutely can. Gemma and my whole team are going to be back very shortly after the break. What are we expecting in our first kit?
The most incredible labradorite and lots of chain.
You're going to completely adore it, and we're going to get into it straight after this very informative, wonderful break. We'll be back in just a bit.
I think when I look back on it, I think I was brought up as a beader, not a jewellery maker, a beader. Because, you know, we always had my granny's button box and lace box, and, you know, you could go through her beads and put them all together, string them, you know. Jewellery maker is quality, and if you want the quality, that's who you've got to go to. I like your presenters and the certain ones. Yeah, and it's a shame it's so far because I'd like to do loads more courses. But yeah, I will always be buying from Jewellery Maker. I am that sort of person with energy who likes to jump from medium to medium. Depending on what day of the week it is, depending on what I feel like. I find I work differently if I'm sitting in my workroom at the table than I do when I'm sitting with a tray in front of the television. But yeah, no, I would say to new people coming in, if you are looking at genuine gemstones, it's got to be Jewellery Maker. I would say look at the bundles, because I think you do some really good bundles. And press the button quick and buy them. You know, don't wait to think about it, because I think that's one of the big things, is if you wait, it's gone. You can always order, and what I usually do is I'll order, and I'll have other things in the back of my mind that I can add to that order to get you postage money's worth. Yeah. And if I don't like it, I can send it back. But I think that is the way to buy.
Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre. Join guest designer Mark Smith for our introduction to paracord DVD. This DVD will talk you through the various steps on melting and splicing, the paracord jig, back-to-back bracelets, non-clip bracelets and snake knot bracelets. Get the inspiration and help you need to create your very own handmade jewellery. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Hello everybody, welcome to Jewellery Maker. My name's Becky and today I'm joined by the very talented Gemma Crow. Hey Jem.
Hello.
How are you? What have you been up to?
Oh, it's just been loads and loads of work, loads of making. So, yeah, it's been a bit of a blur actually.
You've been crafting up a storm, haven't you?
I have.
And boy, you can tell.
Yeah,
You've
I've
made
loved it,
so much with these kits. How were they to work with?
Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the combination for me, garnet, obviously one of my favourites anyway, labradorite, one of my favourites. So those two together, perfect. I love that combination. And yeah, and then to top it off with the sparkle of the Swarovski is really lovely. Love what that brings to the table in this piece, because it's all sort of moody and stormy, and then all of a sudden this little flash of light and bright. It really works. Love it.
Really does work perfectly, doesn't it? You were talking about kind of the garnet itself. What do you think of the quality of this garnet?
Well, I love it. It's got that sort of matte. Well, it's, if you think matte's gloss and then like a satin, it's actually more like a satin sort of feel.
Right.
And I like that with it, because it actually then draws your eye just to the colour and the cut, rather than sort of the lustre or the sparkle.
I completely agree with that.
Yeah, so I'm really, it's an intriguing strand, very organic.
Now,
lovely.
I know that you love garnet. What is in this strand that you love about it? Why is it such a big one for you?
Colour. Absolutely adore the colour of garnet. I adore the weight of it. There's everything about garnet I love. I just love it.
It just draws you in.
I don't know why, it's just got me. And it's only been the last sort of year and a half, but it just really has. It's got me. Yeah.
It's got you, it's got a hold of you. And I think you can see it in this design, because actually you've used this in the majority of your designs, the garnet.
Yeah, I wanted it laced right through. And it goes such a long way, you know, so you can.
Very special indeed. Now, the labradorite is astonishing quality, isn't it?
Yes, I did. When I took it out, I just had a little bit of a gasp when I took it out, because I've actually never seen it quite this blue and almost transparent. And it doesn't matter what angle you hold it at, it's just beautiful, just absolutely stunning.
It's such high quality. Every single one. I dare you to try and find one that doesn't have beautiful amounts of Labrador essence in it, because every single one that I can see here in the studio does. Now that must grab an audience, mustn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're gonna, you know, we all go on about Labrador and how beautiful it is, and that just expresses exactly what we're on about. It's incredible, and it's not a patch. Its beauty doesn't show as well here. Not a patch on it. At home at my table in daylight, it was just looked like I was pulling out a blue strand. You know, it was incredible.
So impactful.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the translucency to this. It really does have it. And again, it's hard for you to see because the lights in here are so strong. But what do you like about the transparency of this?
I think it brightens the blue.
Yeah.
So, you know, you get those lovely blues in there, but it really brightens them. It sort of projects them out. When you can see them, they're literally jumping out of the gemstone, aren't they?
It's astonishing, isn't it?
I'm tempted to say the best quality whole strand, I think I've worked with. Oh, that's a big statement.
Oh, what a statement.
But
so if you were to imagine this by itself at Jewellery Maker prices, what kind of price might you expect this to be alone without everything else, if it was just online?
I'd be looking at maybe $27.95. I would expect that to be graded. Absolutely, you know, definitely up there in the grading.
I weirdly would have guessed the exact same price as you. I would have said £27.95 for this alone, and I think justified by the quality. Because I mean, look, I like how it works so well with the garnet. It almost makes the garnet bounce more with the likes, because garnet itself, this garnet in particular with that satin-like finish, it's not just a plain red, it's almost got purple tones secondary to it. And I think that works really nicely with the labradorite in that design.
Yeah, they're a great combination, great partners.
They are perfect partners, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'm also going to be bringing some added extras with these as well. I've got your essential threading pack here, which is your elastic, your beading threads, your monofilament. Not entirely sure what they are. Get involved with us and make your first order, and you'll get a free DVD and a free booklet that kind of explains to you what you can do with these and the types of designs to use them for. It's called an essential threading pack for a reason. And then you've also got, which I haven't seen in so long, I mean months and months and months, these neck bases, if you will. Now, what do you like about these?
Well, you know, I only had them for the first time about a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago, and I love them. They're so easy to wear. I put one on because I kept putting things up to my neckline, and I completely forgot I had it on. I went to bed, got it the next morning, and it was still on, and I hadn't even noticed.
No.
And, you know, for a choker to be that comfortable, is
unusual, isn't it?
Unusual, but they're really versatile as well. You can, one of my shows, I showed how you can take the ends off and reattach them, make them into bracelets, or just use that sort of that wire as like a tension piece, or even a structural element in your design too. So they're really, really good.
There's loads you could do, and it's not just about necklaces. As we said, you can do bracelets with these, even just by simply looping them over and wrapping them around, like the well-known charm bracelet ones. When you get their leather ones, you can get the double loops, can't you?
Yes.
You can get that look. You can do it on your head as well if you so wish. So much you could do with these. And the thing I really like about what we've done with these is, if I just take off the, as you can see, it's a roll clasp, so once it is on, it's corkscrewed on. It's really beautiful to do. But you'll see we haven't added too much of a large end to this, which means you can slip, your pendant bails on there, or even well-sized drill hole pieces too, if you wanted to. So, beautiful kind of finish on those ones. You don't just get one, you're actually getting a set of 10 of those ones. Is that right? Yeah,
I'll tell you something important to mention with those is I've had these type necklaces in the past, and you have to twist the whole thing to unscrew it.
All right.
But with these, the sort of what would you call it? The sleeve
this
is threaded, and it's a sleeve, so it completely slides. So you only turn that one piece.
Okay.
You don't actually have to turn the wires.
Perfect.
So it's really easy to do on up and take off, but it also doesn't distort your design trying to take it on and off.
I suppose if it's all twisting, you're going to kink it and stuff, aren't you? A bit of a pain. Yeah, no, really easy to do. Okay, and now the Swarovski. I know you've worked with it quite a few times now. Yeah. Are you still enamoured?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous, and the rounds are lovely. Again, I've not had the rounds yet, but they're nice. They're just, again, they nestle together beautifully. The round is just universal. Works with anything. You can work it in with your floral pieces, your geometric pieces, your modern pieces, your contemporary, anything it works with. Yeah. And the sparkle that they bring is unrivaled. It is, isn't it? Just unrivaled.
It is absolutely exceptional, and the amount of light that you get from these. I love, again, with this very high quality labradorite, how the colours, because we've gone for the pure colour of the Swarovski in this instance, how you're getting all of that light that kind of, well, it almost mimics it in a sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, it bounces it back, doesn't it? Like a mirror, just sort of.
Yeah.
It almost takes the colour on and then bounces it out as well.
Definitely. Now of the Swarovski, you're going to be getting 48 of those ones in total. They are the rounds, we don't get to see them often at all. Let me reiterate exactly what we're getting. This exceptional labradorite, of which quality truly is unrivaled. You know, we're saying $27.95 on the web easily, we would expect for this. All of that Swarovski. Beautiful amount of your garnet you've got in there. You've also got a huge amount of your essential threadings, and you've got all of these bands as well, 10 of those ones in total. Now, the labradorite, if we were to stick at this price, that would be a great deal. If we bear in mind we were expecting, you know, the £28 mark on the labradorite alone, that would be £10 for the rest of it. Yeah. Which for Swarovski crystals, £10 just for the Swarovski, incredible. Yeah. Just for the garnet, amazing.
Yeah. Neck wires, amazing. £1 each.
We are going to roll it down for you now, though. And now please remember, kits are one of the most affordable and best ways to actually get your hands on components, because we give you some of the biggest price drops that we do on any products, and it means that we get things that are so beautiful to inspire you by, and we give you some of the biggest price drops you have. We have taken this down today to just £27.95, which I believe to be impeccable for the labradorite alone. I mean, look, as I'm moving that, you can even see that beautiful light coming from these in front of you. That, for me and for Gemma, would mean you're buying this strand, you're getting all of this, in essence, for free. That's what it feels like, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah, because, I said that was the price I said, wasn't it, just for that strand?
Yeah,
so.
And we didn't tell you the prices of the kits today, did we?
No, I never know.
This is an astonishing deal, I think.
It is incredible. Absolutely incredible deal.
You've got to treat yourself to these ones whilst you have the opportunity. I mean, even just for the labradorite alone, for that serious quality, what a great deal. But if you do want to get your hands on it to create this collection, and it is a collection, it is high-end, isn't it? Yeah. Then do make sure you're getting your hands on it whilst you can. We're going to be learning how to create this piece today, and so you can see you're going to need these beautiful components, and that labradorite and garnet just really showing it off. I am going to bring you the two types of chain in a moment, but these are extremely popular. We don't want to overwhelm the call centre at the moment, so we're going to leave that one with you for a minute and get started on that demonstration. Whereabouts? Well, first off, whereabouts did the idea of this design come from?
Well, when I get lots of chain, I want to do really chain-heavy pieces. I want that I want it big and bold, and yeah. So I thought, well, let's make some layers, and yeah, that was where it went. For me this time, you know, I could have made the body chains or anything like that, but this one I loved. The shape of the labradorite also works in those sort of columns. Yeah. So that's how it evolved. It
spaces it out nicely.
Yeah. I've got another piece on my wrist just with the chain. I'll show you before I take it off, because I'll take it off for the demo. But this is just when you get to the chain bundle, just the chain, and surprisingly really comfy and easy to wear. So it goes around my wrist and then just around my thumb there in lots of layers. Sort of thing I've been watching the judges on that famous talent show watching. This is exactly that sort of thing, isn't it? So hand jewellery and things. Yeah. So yeah. So anyway, I'll take it off.
We are going to be bringing you the chain to complete this very shortly. So maybe take a picture of it in your mind, and we'll get on to that in a little bit.
There you go. Take it off. You can see it's easy to make. When it's photographed, you'll see how easy it is to make.
We'll take a photo of it for you on the website.
So this piece to start with, I'm going to start with the actual length of the upper part of the neckline piece, so where you want it to sit around your neck with the clasp on. So I've cut a length of my chain, which is, I went for sort of just over 18 inches. So I've gone for 18-inch length of chain, and then with my clasp on, it's going to be slightly longer. So I've cut that ready, and I want to find the centre of that. So these macrame boards, if you've got these, perfect for doing your chain designs, because you can pin your chains into the board. They're not going to move anywhere and allow you to work work flat without your chain twisting. So I really recommend getting one of these boards if you can. And then I've cut 4 other lengths of the finer chain that's also coming up in your kit in a minute. And I've done these at 26 inches long, so that they're quite a bit longer. I might not use all of it, but I'm going to start in the middle, so I'll have equal lengths left. And those equal lengths I'll use to make earrings or something. So I don't worry about little bits of leftover chain because they'll always work in tassels. So you find the centre of all of these chains and you lay them out. So I'm just going to lay them across my board. Now, because these are nice and long, I can actually tuck the first ones into the sides of my macrame board if I want to. So just tuck them in out the way so that they're sitting nicely for me. Okay. And try and keep them straight if you can. It will make your overall, the end finish of your design much neater. It won't make that much difference if you get a few little twists and turns, but if you try and keep them flat, it does give you a more professional overall finish. Okay, so there's my chains in place for a minute. Here's roughly my center point. So on my center point, I'm then going to create some columns of my gemstones. I want to show you how I worked out which gemstones to put on, because I'm sure, you know, sometimes I quickly love the strand, cut it up, get them all out, and then think, oh no, I've got to graduate them all again now. So if I show you on my board, I've taken the strand and I've held it down and pulled the strand through. So if you put your hand over it and pull the thread through, they will stay roughly in place, all graduated. And I always do them on the inner ring of my bead tray because I don't have to touch it if I'm laying out down here.
Oh, that's a really good tip.
So I always do something right like that. So I'm going to create all these columns. I think in the one I've done, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 columns. No, must have 9 columns. I've got 9 columns, one central one, and then they gradually get smaller as they go around. So just to help the eye really move around your jewellery. So I'm going to take, I need 5, I have to remember, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I need 5 gems per column. So I'm going to take 5 from the centre. So that's going to be my central column, because they're the bigger ones. Okay? And sometimes you might want to swap them around a bit and get your 5 biggest. Okay, then I know my next columns are going to come from here. I see. In order, so I can take my 5 then from there. We know that they're going to be graduated nicely, perfectly for us. That's why, you know, our lapidarists spend so much time doing this for us. You know, we can take advantage of that, save ourselves some time too. So make your little piles of 5 ready to do your design, and that's how I would do it, save myself time and effort. Okay. So they're ready. I'll just put that to the side again.
Just to let you know, extremely popular on that kit. We don't have a massive amount left. We have had people asking about the chain, so I'm going to bring the chain on really quickly for you now. You've got the 2 different gauges, the 2 different thicknesses of the chain, and you can see you've worked them into individual designs. Maybe not everyone will think of that. Why did you? I just think I'm always trying to find something new to do with them. So yeah. That's why. And they do work well together because they're the same colour and they're the same feel, really, aren't they?
Yeah, they do. And you know, always adding that, they add texture too. So even though they're the same style chain, they're different sizes, but they also different texture. So layered up, that small chain gives you lots of texture and movement, whereas the larger chain gives you more of the structure.
Yeah. And you have gone more structural, for example, on this neckline piece. Now, that is such an elegant look, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's really easy to wear. You can pop that on with anything, can't you?
Over the top of a polo neck even.
Yeah.
And it's going to be super glam, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just chain. That's just 4 lengths of chain.
And you can see that you've really had loads and loads of it to work with, haven't you? I mean, you're getting a fair few metres worth of this.
Yeah, and I got this here is what's left from the other bundles, so, you know, there's loads of it.
And I think chain's got to be a good medium for everyone, because people who've been jewellery making for years always asking for chain. And people who are brand new often go for chain because it's something recognisable, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
And also, I suppose, as a new person, it's something quite easy to get involved with. And can people get involved with this make that you're doing for us today if they're new?
Oh, absolutely. This is a very, very much a beginner's techniques, really, because you need to, it's fiddly and you need to take your time, but other than that, it's really counting. You don't even have to remember a pattern or a rhythm or anything. And you know, if you get a bit stuck, all you need to do is just offer it up to your neckline. That's what I do all the time.
Yeah.
When I'm working, I've always got my bead board, my tools, and a mirror, because I'm always offering it up to see, is this looking right?
To see if it's right.
Yeah, is this
and
sitting
then you can
right?
make the adjustments if needs be.
Yeah.
You're getting a big amount, as I've said, you're getting your chain reaction collection, a really beautiful pairing of detail, your bigger, bolder, chunkier one, and then you've got your 10 metres worth of your extended chain. This is a big amount of look that you've got in here, and the colour itself is a bit different. It's not almost as high shine of some of our others, is it?
No, it's that satin.
Satin, which goes perfectly with the garnet that I did for you in the kit. It also actually makes it a very easy to wear day chain, if you will.
Yeah, it's very much, it goes with everything. You know, you can be a silver, you know, we talked about people in the silver or gold. Yeah. You know, this is in between, you know, it's neither one or the other, so it's very, what's the word I'm looking for?
Versatile, wearable, kind of, it goes for numerous markets, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can wear it, anybody can wear this.
And perfect for your autumnal luxury theme today.
Absolutely spot on, yeah.
Your price point is coming up on your screen. At £21.90, a sensational deal for the amount you're getting. And please never forget, chain, it's a high cost medium to make. It's not made out of a fabric, this is metal. In particular when you have something as durable and as individual as our collection here. However, this is part of a kit, and therefore, again, we're going to give you another discount. Get ready to make the most of it. I've got a few of these, but not as many as I would love. It's just £14.95 on that collection for you today. That is a big amount of metal you're getting in this. I mean, the gram weight on this is absolutely through the roof. £14.95. What do you think, Jan?
I think that's an absolutely brilliant price. I would pay that for the necklace and bracelet set there, and that's, you know, then I can do that
this
about
here.
4 or 5 times. So, you know. And that's a generous price, £14 on those two.
On these two, on that set, on that pairing, I would be over the moon if I saw this this collection, let's say, at that price.
Yeah, it's so simple. Keep it as simple as that. Also, not only that, they're good. It's good foundation for other things. So if you crochet, you can crochet into your chain.
Perfect.
You can put your charms on your chain. You can do your macrame on your onto your chain. Of course you can. So you know, it's a great foundation then for some of your other jewellery making skills too.
Definitely is. Get them whilst you can. Big amount, just £14.95. All right, Jem, I'm back with you.
Okay. Oh, another important thing while we're talking about using it as a foundation for like your cord craft, so crochet and macrame, is they're soldered links. So I've got no worries about your cord slipping through.
Sometimes your links can be open in essence. Yeah. Soldered, that's perfect.
Yes. Right. Okay. So now I'm going to start adding my columns in. Okay. So what I need is, I've actually needed to add some 0.4 wire to this to get this this particular design.
Okay.
If you've got some featherweight head pins, you could do it with that.
Perfect.
However, I wanted a loop each end so that I can attach one loop to the foundation chain and this chunkier chain and a loop to the bottom, so I can add one of my garnets on the bottom. So I've used some 0.4 chain to save my head pins, really. 0.4 wire. So all I'm going to do on the end of this wire is make, to start off, make a small wrapped loop on the end. So to do that, I'm holding it just sort of about a third of the way down the jaws of my pliers there, my round nose pliers. I'm going to take this small tail, I'm going to pull it down and around so that it makes a sort of this sort of shape. And then going to put my tip of my pliers right into where the wires cross, so right into that crossover point, and I'm just going to kink that back, kink the long wire back so that I get more of a lollipop shape then.
I see.
Okay. Then I put my pliers back in and I'm going to create a wrapped loop all the way around. Now with a 0.4 wire, it needs to be a wrapped loop because it won't hold with just a normal loop. So all I'm going to do then is take this short wire and wrap it around the long wire. And what I'm going to try to do is get the wraps to sit next to each other rather than on top of each other. So 3 wraps would be plenty to keep it secure and then not be too intrusive on the design too. So before I take it off my pliers, I'm going to give it a little bit of a pull to tighten it all up, and I'm going to push up towards the jewels as well. That keeps it all tight and really rounds off that loop, so it's pretty perfect for you.
Okay.
Okay. And then trim off that little tail as close to it as you can. Okay, that's trimmed. So now I'm going to add on my first gemstone. So I'm going to add in the largest of my section, my largest column in my section. Okay, so I've got my 5 gemstones. I'm going to thread one on first. So that threads down to the bottom. And then I'm going to go find the center of my chain. Like I've laid it all out ready, so it should be quite easy. So I'm just going to go in through one link, and then I'm going to add another gemstone, another of my labradorites, then in through the next link, add a labradorite, find the drill hole, like so, then the next link.
Gosh, you can see the quality of that labradorite, can't you?
Is it showing up even on the demo?
It's incredible.
So it is incredible. So you can see what we're doing is just putting chain, gemstone, all the way up the length of this. Let me find there. Sometimes the blue flash is so bright you can't see the hole in the, in the gem. Right, and then the last gemstone here just goes in between that foundation. I'm going to call this the foundation chain and the little drapey chains. So now I'm going to pull those up like that, so that's sitting there. You see that spacing out the chain nicely. And then I need another loop on the top to attach into my foundation chain. So I'm going to take my pliers, I'm going to pop them onto the top of the gemstone because I want a little bit of a gap before my loop starts to wrap into.
Okay.
So that little tip of my pliers would just give me a little neck. So I'm going to pull the wire off to the side and then reposition my pliers so that the round sits sort of just above that little neck that I've created. I appreciate that's difficult to see on this scale, but then we're going to take the wire all the way around, but we're not going to start wrapping. I nearly did it then. Nearly carried on wrapping and then I would have had to undo it. So before you start wrapping, you need to find the center link on your foundation chain, pop the wire, end of the wire through it, and pull that into position before you wrap, so then that's firmly in place. Okay, so I always do this by holding across I started the loop. It makes it a lot easier and neater if you start the loop before you thread it through, and then hold across the loop with your pliers and then wrap the wire around, again trying to sit as the wraps on that little neck we've created next to one another rather than on top of one another. Okay, so this is then the center done of your sort of cascadey necklace. So if I lay that down now, pull the chains back out because they will move around as you work. I'm afraid that's just part of it, and that's why it's time consuming. It's not difficult, just time consuming. So that's laid out now like that, and you can see we want to put the next one in. So I'm just going to show you how to do that, and then I'll put the little link on the end, and then it's repeated all the way through. So we're going to do that process again. We're going to make our next little wrap loop on the end of a piece of 0.4 wire. 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to start, this is where we have to start counting. Okay, so we've got our next little pile of gemstones that you've got already. We're going to thread on the first one as we did before. And then on the bottom row, we're going to count 13 rings, 13
of the smaller links.
Of the smaller links. So we're going to go on this bottom row. This is going to be the longest.
Wait, hang on. Are we starting on the one that we're attached to currently, or is it the one next to it? Are we starting on the one we've gone through already?
Yeah, no, start on the one next to the one. Discount the one that the gemstones are actually going through, and start on the one next to that link.
Okay. So,
yeah, good point, Becky. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we're going for the 13th hole there. Then a gemstone. The next one up, we're going to go 11. So, you know, you could be a bit cheeky, lay it out and count 2 back, but I think I always get caught out doing that. So I'm going to count 11 again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're going down in twos. Okay. So the next one's going to be
9.
9. Yay, you did maths.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm good at a math.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then the top one I also did at 9, so I didn't come down to, because that made the graduation. I started doing that, but it made the graduation too harsh.
Okay, I see.
So I kept it at 9 for the top one as well.
Okay.
Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 through that top one. So we've got 13, 11, 9 and 9 for those smaller links. And then the top one, when we come to that one, I think I've got, might need a quick check if we got a grab of that one.
Yeah.
There's 4 links in between. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So discounting the one that the gem's going through, that the first one's going through, going to go 1, 2, 3, leave 4 empty chain links and go in through the 5th.
I see.
Okay, and that is your pattern that you repeat then for the rest of this necklace. So if I get that on, oh, that looks nice.
You're going to like this.
Yeah.
Whilst you're finishing off that loop, because we haven't
Okay.
finished this demo yet, we'll be back with Gem in a second. Really quickly, because we've not got a huge amount of chain left, I'm bringing you another one. You've got double pairing, as you can see here, and a really wonderful, elegant amount of it. A big amount of that colour, a big amount of that facet work, and you do have a double element of it, with all of that gold over the top of it. It's a huge amount that you're getting in there. You're getting 18 carats worth. Wow, of the gorgeous garnet, and you're also getting a meter's worth of that chain, all the individual elements. I mean, you've seen, you know, Jem herself said it takes a bit of time mainly just to count up the different links. Well, you've got those interspaced arenas for you here. You don't even have to worry about it. It's already done and dusted for you on those feather, on those, well, strong and durable head pins actually, and you've got your wrapped loop on there holding that pairing together on each one. A very elegant look, really easy to work with, a whole meter's worth for it today, and we are going to actually give you a bit of a kit price on it. Now, this isn't what we would normally do. Normally, if we bring you treats in this time, it'll just be added little elements that might go well with the kit, and I think this will go exceptionally well with the kit. But I am actually going to give you a kit price on this, okay? Not the type of deal we would normally do, but we are actually going to drop the price of this. Not something we get to see often at all. The price is going down. Should be £9.95 today. For you, until 8, it's just £6.95, so make the most of it whilst you can. We don't generally do offers and deals like this at this point in the show, but you well, you're already making the most of it. I have got around, did you say 57 in stock? 47, sorry, of these ones in stock at this point, because people already checked out before that price drop. So it's £6.95. There's even more of you coming in, and this would go great in this design, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, can you imagine that as the bottom chain? So
of your link, that's exactly what I was thinking.
And then you'd have all those little garnets dropping from, in between.
You could even do it kind of, you know, in between some of these.
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, something like this.
Yeah.
It's going to be really pretty, isn't it? Really elegant indeed. Make the most of it whilst you can. Last chance saloon on it now, £6.95. Okay, lovely, I'm with you.
Okay, so this is, you can see how it works, and you see if I spread them out, you can see that sort of graduation there, where it's wider here, narrower here. And as when you wear that, you'll need it to sort of come round a little bit for your natural shape of your neck.
Your body, yeah.
But also it will allow for that little bit of draping as well, which, you know, then it tapers nicely. So that's how you continue. You can do as many of these as you like. And then at the end, I've dropped a little one of the garnets on each end. So I'll show you how to create those. Now, the beauty of these drops is that they are centre drilled, so they're not top drilled. A lot of our drops are top drilled, which if you're new can make it a bit more tricky. It's something, you know, when you need to get your wraps nice and neat. But for these, it does make it so much simpler. So all I've done here is I've popped this garnet onto a featherweight head pin. So the little ball on the end of the head pin is just going to stop that from coming through. And I'm going to do a wrap loop just like I did, like I showed you at the bottom of these columns of labradorite. So I'm going to put my pliers into the tip just like before and pull the wire back like so that I've got a neck before I create my loop. And then I'm going to create my loop by wrapping the wire around my pliers. And I'm not going to wrap it around until I've threaded it into position. I do this a lot, I forget and then think, oh no, I have to undo it. So what I'm going to do then is I've got my loop in place and I'm just going to pull that garnet into position so it drops from the end of my column. Hold again across the loop so that you don't sort of interfere with it, and then wrap the gold end of the head pin, or whichever head pin you've got, around the neck. Now I've got enough head pin left over from that neck, then I'm going to try and sort of come down the garnet. This is called a briolette wrap, so you're sort of, it's making it look like that garnet is sort of nestled into the gold wire. So I'm going to keep a hold of that wire there, and I'm not pushing it too much, I'm more pulling it around the gemstone and allowing it just to sit next to the sort of wrap that came before. So I'm not being too forceful with it, just pushing it round. Okay, and I don't want it, if I try and do it too tight, what will happen is it will pull itself up to the narrowest point. So that's why I'm not putting really any tension, just allowing it to sort of roll around. Okay, and then you can fiddle with that a little bit to get it a bit neater if you want to. And you don't have to do that, you can stop at the top of the bead if you want to, but I think it looks nice to bring that metal down the gemstone a little bit. Any little sticky outy bits you can trim off with your cutters, and that's them dropping on the end of each, and again I graduated those as well. So that's all the things you need to know. There's one other thing, but I'll show you on the piece if that's all right.
Perfect,
Can I grab it?
Hang on, let me mosey on over. Oh, way up, just kicks that. There you go.
So when I finish the piece, you can see it all falls nicely and all spread out. But I had to do a bit of tweaking at the back to get it to do that. So I'll show you how I've done it. So if I turn it round, you can see here, I've spaced the chain out with 3 of the labradorite. Should I take it off the bus? Is that going to be easier?
If you want to, yeah, go ahead.
It's quite dark, isn't it? Right, take it off. So I'll lay it down so you can see the layout. That's better, isn't it? So we see the layout of it here. Nice. You can see we've got all that going round there with our columns, and then to keep these chains spaced out so they didn't all bunch up, I just added a labradorite in between, so it goes at the bottom and then in between each chain and then to the top, and attached it to the main chain there. Then also I found it still worked nice, but it could pull round slightly. It didn't have quite enough weight, so then what I've done is attached a chain that sort of comes down the back with a bit of weight on the end, with these couple of gemstones dropping down. And what that does is pulls these downwards and keeps all the chains spread out. So a little bit of engineering there that might help you with your design too. And I think any layered chain, sometimes you do need a bit of weight at the back to keep it all pulled.
In place.
Yeah, so that hopefully that will help.
That's a great tip. Thank you so much for showing us that design and kind of the troubleshooting bits of it as well. Yeah. Perfect. Chain reactions up on your screen now, which is these 2 lengths of your chain for you. And I just wanted to ask you about this, if I may.
Is that a gemstone or is that gold?
Genuine gemstone. Sorry, I didn't mean to show you it properly, did I?
Oh.
What do you like about S-hooks like this?
Do you know what? Recently I've been buying the clasps and been designing jewellery around them. Our clasps have been so nice.
Yeah.
S-hooks just really easy to put on. You know, my mum, for example, if I make her a piece of jewellery, she buys a piece of jewellery, she always sends it to me to have an S-hook put on. Yeah. Because that's the ones that she finds she can do up on her own easily.
Definitely.
So that, you know, everybody can get on with those.
Completely. And when you have a big piece of citrine in the centre, like in this one, which is, you know, glowing.
That's incredible. I thought it was fire opal. That's incredible.
It's got
citrine.
Such a brightness. Do you know what? It has got such a brightness. It really, really has.
Sunshine.
What do you like about that?
Oh, I love
citrine within it.
I love citrine. Citrine is feels very lucky for me. And I love sunny yellows, so definitely love citrine.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah. I don't know. It sounds a bit. I was going to say something really silly and romantic. But
no, go on, go on.
For me, it reminds me of my dreams. That sounds like my goals in life. Citrine always puts me in mind of that. Yeah. So my ultimate aim is to do the Inca Trail.
Oh, so wow, incredible.
which I will do in 3 years' time.
I can completely see you doing that, you know.
And citrine sums up that sort of feeling for me.
I know what you mean, almost like a hope, almost like a desire and a drive. No, I completely
and a
get
belief that, you know.
That it will happen.
That's soppy, isn't it?
No,
sorry,
I'm
really
that,
sorry.
But isn't it funny that gemstones can do that?
Yeah.
And when you have quality like this, then I can most understandably get on board with that. You've got sterling silver with that wonderful citrine, and you can achieve your goals of owning this today because we've rolled it down to £6.95. I mean, for the quality of this, you've seen it in real life. That is an exceptional price, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. And you know, it's not a lightweight piece, is it? It's very substantial, so it feels great.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Just a piece of leather either side of that, like on a macrame style, that would look nice as a centerpiece, wouldn't it? Not even a clasp. It's just really great value.
A really exceptional value. You know, £6.95. It's an exceptionally low price, but the quality is epic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, definitely.
Lots of you treating yourself to this, so do make the most of it whilst you possibly can. EXPK52, that's your code. It's 0800 644 655 if you want to make an order, or get us at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to be back with Gem in a bit, and you, tell us about your masterclass.
Oh, yeah, sheet copper. It's ready flamed. Ready flamed.
You're going to adore it. Gemma, thank you for showing us that. I'm back with Gem in a bit, right here, right now. Star, bye. I am bringing to you now a star buy which is definitely going to encapsulate some of your inspiration, some of your ideas that maybe you've had recently. When I'm bringing you a star buy, it's always nice to be able to bring you something a little bit different, a little bit unusual at a very kind of affordable prices. I'm most certainly going to be able to do that for you right here, right now. This is a strand which the quality itself is completely and absolutely through the roof. If I say sky blue opal to you, you probably will come up with an image in your mind. And I'm trying to get into your mind now and think what you might think. For some reason, I'm thinking you're thinking drops, or unless I've already shown you the strand. For some reason, I would think anyway, drops. I would also think about lots of different shades of blue within one gemstone. And I'm thinking opaque. I'm thinking opaque maybe with a little bit of glow to the centre, but very much opaque. Take that image out of your head, because this strand is not our everyday quality. This is genuinely one of the best quality, and I'm on the cusp of saying the best. I can't actually think of one that has been better than this. The structure of this, those silica-based elements in this, are so ideally stacked that I've actually only ever seen that the likes of that structure and that lightness in the likes of an Ethiopian jelly opal. Ethiopian jelly quality, natural blue colour, never the twain have met as much as they are in this strand, I believe. Take a look. It is impeccable. It is impeccable. Take a look, be prepared to fall in love. If you love quality, this is for you. Totally natural. This is impeccable quality. I'm going to have to get a torch on this because, as you well know, and it's in particular with opal, the lights in here are so big, so bold, so strong that you can only see them in one direction. I'm getting the light out on this so that you can see all of the translucency and in areas transparency of this. Can you see how that light moves through these? In this area in particular, you have got so much of that light. This is not a flat gemstone at all. This is not opaque like you would expect with most of our blue strands. It has got a beautiful amount of kind of colour and detail and translucency to it. Now, because you have that translucency, it means that Mother Nature has given us an absolute treasure. She's given us an absolute treat. What she's done here with the stacking of the silica-based kind of substances within here, what she's given us is the perfect stacking. So it's more like the stacking you would, if you imagine maybe a bingo machine with all of the balls inside there. If you're going to roll them around, imagine how they settle. They don't stack totally on top of each other, do they? Because obviously they'd move alongside. They kind of have a step in between them, don't they? That's what the silica-based substance that makes these up has done. And it has done it alongside the liquid, which on these ones, you know, could be anywhere up to about 20% actually when you're looking at these and that translucency. Now, because on this strand here, you have so much of that transparency, so much of that effect, you've got absolutely idyllic stacking, and that is by no means an easy feat for Mother Nature to create, because essentially these silica elements that make this up are so tiny, so microscopic, so delicate and detailed. You can get you know, a fair few, about 20,000 of them on just a grain of sugar. Now that is a huge amount, and those delicate tiny spheres which have to sit perfectly into space. Because you've got that on this, you have exceptional quality, and because you've got that setting on this, you can see through pretty much every single one of these gemstones. In fact, I can't see one that is entirely opaque, which I have never ever been able to say about a blue opal before here at Jewellery Maker. This gives you brightness, this gives you interest, and this proves to you its quality. And this is quality from every single angle, quality. Even the facts of that evenness in the colouring in this giving you serious quality. Even with the fact that we've done that really delicate graduation on this, I mean from 2 mil all the way to a big sort of 4-5 mil towards the centre, you know, you've got that gentle graduation, that means quality. Even on the fact that you haven't got a very big differentiation in the tonality of this, that shows you quality, let alone with all of that translucency that you have got on here, which is absolute indicative of quality. It gives you more glow, it gives you more brightness. I'll be straight with you, it's almost impossible for you to be able to see the translucency on this. You're going to just have to trust me and get this home. It's a 30-day money-back guarantee, okay? Please make the most of it. I doubt highly you've got another gemstone like this in your collection. Almost. Imagine like a really good, strong aquamarine with transparency. That's the kind of look we're getting, but it's opal, so it gives you more of a glow. It gives you more of the opalescent effect of it. It is astonishing. So you've got quality of colour and evenness, quality of tonality, you've got the quality of the sizings on these and the workmanship on it, and you've also got the quality of the actual translucency on this. Those 4 elements would mean high prices. We got an exceptional deal, and I'll be honest with you, we got a great deal on this, because when we purchased this, we purchased a few other things from that mine. Now, because we essentially did a bulk order, not necessarily on this one, I've actually got less than 100, but because we did a bulk order in a general as a whole, we did an let's just say an average price from each and every single one. This is a very special deal, genuinely one of the best qualities of blue opal I've ever seen, at genuinely one of the best prices. You ready? Make the most of it whilst you can at £7.95. This is impeccable. Look at the workmanship on this, that gentle graduation. They're not, you know, really iggledy-piggledy, are they? They've got gorgeous graduation. There must be about, what, half a million, some of these in their difference. But it's not just that. You've also got that interest in the colour. I mean, it's not a weak colour. If I show you against the black, it's not a weak colour at all. That is bold and strong and saturated. And have you seen the length of this strand? It's mammoth. You've got almost half a metre of genuine gemstones here. You've got a 48 centimetre strand. That's more than a necklace. That as a strand for me is a full necklace, a pair of earrings and a bracelet actually. That is an incredible deal. Jem, you've been looking across at this, and as soon as that price came in, I saw you in my peripherals and it was pure shock.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? The size of the strand, you know, and what it is, it's unreal.
It is astonishing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, can you see the translucency from where you are?
I tell you what it reminds me of.
Go on.
Have you ever seen glow jars? You know, the glow jars or the fireflies, that sort of, it's that, or you know, the glow sticks as they fade.
Yeah.
It's that sort of glow, sort of quite magical, really.
Definitely agree.
Yeah, it's a beautiful colour.
Really is, isn't it?
Really lovely.
And have you seen many strands with this much translucency?
No. A lot of our coloured opals have got that sort of waxy, opaque sort of look, haven't they? Slightly translucent, you can see, but they're like little bubbles of water, aren't they? Some of them are really clear.
They really, really are. And that is going to give a beautiful look. Hello, Sam. Stretchy bracelets.
Yeah, definitely. Those, I've got one in green with the little charm on.
Oh.
That I love. So I would definitely do something simple like that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, could do a similar design to the one you're wearing with something like this, a bit daintier.
Yeah, but something like that. Yeah, with jump rings in between, looks nice.
Yeah. I think this is a very special opportunity. £7.95. Now, I do need to make you aware that I now have half of my stock completely allocated, absolutely and completely gone. In fact, we're hearing that perhaps it might be slightly more than that. I've got so many things that might go with this. Actually, I'm just going to pick one of these because I don't want to I don't really want to ruin this, if I'm honest. But I'm not going to show you them all. But I'm just thinking, brand new, AA plus graded. Imagine something like this on that.
Yeah, it would work. It would definitely work with those blues in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the glow of the opal works alongside this AA grade plus.
Yeah, I mean, your eye is not going to know where to go, is it? It's going to be bouncing from the opal to the labradorite.
Definitely.
It's really going to be a feast for your eyes.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, I would put that together.
It's going to really captivate, isn't it? This coming up for you.
That's phenomenal.
In a little bit. That is phenomenal, isn't it? Yeah. You can see the AA grade plus, definitely. Oh my gosh, a lot of pink and purple in that one. Massive amount of purple. I'll show you that later on. Okay, £7.95. Well done to you all. I'm going to bring you a strand of ruby now. Well done, everyone who got this. You're going to love this when you get it home. If you've not seen top grade opal like that before, you're going to adore it. Ruby. It's not here. It's not here. I've got a ruby strand for you now, apparently. Where is it? Gemma Crow's got it! What do you think, Gem?
I think it's gorgeous.
You're a love, thank you.
Looks like pink sapphire.
Really does, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's almost like a dusky, purpley, heathery sort of.
I know exactly what you mean. It's almost got those vintage roses look. You know when you see them in sort of fabric designs?
Yes.
It's got that look, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, when you think of ruby, what do you think of?
Love, passion, happiness.
Definitely.
Partnership. It's all those things, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is, of course, your birthstone for July, and it is one of the strongest gemstones out there on the planet. You've got a 9 on the Mohs scale with this, so that means it's going to last and last and last. You can wear this every single day, and you don't have to be worried about it. Now, the incredible thing about this strand here is the size of every single one. Your average carat weight on the market for a ruby, and this is filled included, is 2 carats. Each and every one of these is over 2 carats. I can tell that just by looking at it with my eye, and I can most certainly tell it by doing the maths on this. You've got around 2 carats, maybe even close to 3 in the centre of these. A better than average at strand and a better than average price, I have to say to you on this one. It's just £39.95. It really is some huge, huge, huge pieces. Big, bold pieces means big inherent value. And if you want to go and get this kind of evaluated, then absolutely go ahead, do so for individual pieces. Set it with your precious metal, and don't forget you can get your authenticity as well. If you want to call the call centre, it's probably the easiest way to do it, and it really is going to give you such a kind of status, let's say, in particular if you're selling them on or if you are going to be getting it evaluated. And I would suggest that you do, especially on high-end strands like this, do feel free to do that even before you sell your pieces, just to give you a brilliant idea of kind of the price points that you should be selling your jewellery at, I would say. Because when you're working with high-end pieces like this, last thing you want to do is do a disservice to yourself, to your brand, to your company, or even to your loved ones. I mean, imagine gifting this in a piece to someone and letting your loved one know the valuation on it. That's going to be special, isn't it? I doubt the evaluation will be working out about 66p per carat like this is, but hey, £39.95 for you. Final chance on that one for you. I've got so many other treats coming up, including that stunning AA+ graded labradorite. After the break, I've got something a little bit sneaky for you. Don't tell anyone. In fact, I'm not even going to tell you. We'll be back after this. Find out then.
I think when I look back on it, I think I was brought up as a beader, not a jewellery maker, a beader. Because, you know, we always had my granny's button box and lace box, and, you know, you could go through her beads and put them all together, string them, you know. Jewellery Maker is quality, and if you want the quality, that's who you've got to go to. I like your presenters and the certain ones. Yeah, and it's a shame it's so far, because I'd like to do loads more courses. But yeah, I will always be buying from Jewellery Maker. I am that sort of person with energy who likes to jump from medium to medium. Depending on what day of the week it is, depending on what I feel like. I find I work differently if I'm sitting in my workroom at the table than I do when I'm sitting with a tray in front of the television. But yeah, no, I would say to new people coming in, if you are looking at genuine gemstones, it's got to be Jewellery Maker. I would say look at the bundles, because I think you do some really good bundles. And press the button quick and buy them. You know, don't wait to think about it, because I think that's one of the big things, is if you wait, it's gone. You can always order, and what I usually do is I'll order, and I'll have other things in the back of my mind that I can add to that order to get you postage money's worth. Yeah. And if I don't like it, I can send it back. But I think that is the way to buy.
Get creative with Mark Smith with his Craft Fair DVD. Mark guides you through 6 sections of fascinating techniques that sell the best on his very own successful craft fairs. He concludes this DVD by sharing his own tips and hints that make his own stalls very popular. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck. There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back, everybody, to Jewellery Maker. So lovely to see you today. My name is Becky, and I'm joined today by Jem Crow. Hi, Jem.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good. I've just managed to swig my coffee, so I'm
What you doing over there, Jem?
playing with spinel.
And how's it going?
Really, really well, actually. It's worked out nicely. The graduation's worked in my favour, so yeah, I'm happy so far.
It really has got a beautiful look to it.
Yeah.
It truly, truly has. Today, we're going to be heading on over to wonderful Jem in a bit for her masterclass. But now, I have got deal after deal after deal after deal. And I know this is one of those gemstones that you are quite attracted to, isn't it, with the blue lace agate?
Yeah.
Tell me why.
I worked it with raw copper for the first time I used it, and it just looked gorgeous. And it's very inspiring, so it does inspire your designs and lead you. Well, for me anyway, it definitely led the direction of designs that I went with.
Definitely.
Love it, yeah.
It's got so much intrigue, so much interest. Your graphics are now in. It's 0800 644 655. I've got 8 of these now available. Someone had already checked out. Totally and absolutely natural blue agate we have here. Very high-end gemstone indeed, with that exceptional amount of colour that just kind of moves throughout this. Imagine it with this opal that I did for you earlier on. I mean, that's incredible, isn't it, with that amount of translucency. We just did this opal for you. Imagine doing these with your spaces.
Yeah, that would look nice.
And that's going to be
Really
special,
nice.
isn't it? It's
Yeah.
really going to be very, very special indeed. And if you do want to get your hands on this opal, it was 48 centimetres worth, you absolutely can. I think it works perfectly alongside it. With only 7 opportunities left, you think blue lace agate, you think high price, you think very, very, very exceptional deal, because it is one of the more expensive of your agates. Because think of it this way, no other agate is there that we get in this kind of colour palette with this evenness of banding from anywhere else in the world. It's a very special opportunity, a very special deal for you. 6 of these available. It's 12mm perfect rounds we've got across these. It should be £40. I'm not annoyed with that. I'm not annoyed. But I am going to roll it down for you today, okay? Everybody make the most of it. Everybody get the best out of this that we can. Should be £40. I am going to roll it down for you, and I will be taking it under £35. All right, £30. £24.95 for you on that gorgeous strand. Big, bold pieces here. These aren't teeny tiny, are they? I'd love to know what you would do with this, please, Jem.
Well, funnily enough, yesterday I made lots and lots of pendants with copper and wire ready to put onto strands, and I've made them, and now I'm sort of, every time you bring something in, I'm thinking, that's the sort of strand I would be using to just put. So very simple stranded necklace with one statement pendant sort of on it, and definitely bare copper would work great with that. I know it does. Yeah. So yeah, and you can get your hands on some of that later as well. So
yeah. So do make sure you stay in tune for that one. You're going to love it. 3 of these. It's the final 3. This is all we've got left of this size in our vault. Once it's gone, it's gone. See you later, it's gone. Well done, absolutely everyone. Okay, let's bring to you a gemstone which we do ourselves a disservice on and have time and time again. This is exceptional. I think you will have only ever seen this strand or this gemstone on a multi-strand before. This is an exceptional opportunity. We did ourselves a disservice essentially because a couple of years ago what we did was we bought 2 huge shipments of this genuine gemstone, and because of that we were able to bring it to you like 3-4 times a day, which was great because you got your chance to get your hands on something exceptionally rare. But because we were bringing it to you all the time, saying to you it's really rare, you got to a point where essentially, you know, you weren't believing us. Now that we've run out of those 2 shipments, we can hardly get it for love nor money. We can hardly get it for love nor money now. People were trying to buy our stock of tourmaline from us not so long ago. We've run out of that selection that we had from a couple of years ago. We can't get it for love nor money now. So for the final 13, this is your chrome tourmaline. Get it whilst you can. This is exceptional exceptional. If you want to get your hands on green tourmaline on our website, we've only got 2 at the moment, and they're at Chips and Nuggets. This shape, so individual, so unique. Look at that light and how it shines. One of the rarest gems you got your hands on. And it's £12.95. That's better than the price we've got on our chips and nuggets, apparently. £12.95. It's shaped, it's beautiful, it's glowing. Do your research. When you're getting tourmaline like this, quality like this, you really do have to make the absolute most of it, because it sparkles, it shines, it gives interest and detail. £12.95 is absolutely astonishing. I mean, this is a stunning, stunning, stunning opportunity. And please do not for a moment take for granted our tourmaline quality, and please don't for a moment forget about the days that we did used to bring you tourmaline 3 times a day, and now we're not even bringing it you 3 times a month. Sometimes, actually, are we? This is probably, well, it's the first time I've seen it in September, I think, off the top of my head, of a tourmaline strand. An exceptionally rare gemstone, which I think we took for granted once when we had enough of it. Now we cannot hardly get it for love nor money. In fact, certain colours of tourmaline at the moment we're finding harder to pick up than the likes of diamonds and tanzanite. So do make the most of it whilst you can. One of our rarer colours of our tourmaline, pretty much only outweighed by the rareness of maybe Paraiba and possibly rubellite. Get it whilst you can. Very special indeed. Final 4, almost over allocated at £12.95. Final chances on that one. Okay, how about I bring you some earrings now with this beautiful mystic effect on these ones. These ones are absolutely beautiful and bold in their look and in their quality. But if you do want to get your hands on them, you're going to have to be quick, because these are so round, they're rolling absolutely everywhere. You have got your mystic black, stunningly round pearls here today. Really beautiful effect. Now, what I love about the detail with these ones is you've got, which you do not get with a peacock, you don't get with a peacock at all with a mystic black. You're getting more of those blues and more of those deep, deep, deep kind of bottle purples almost in these ones. The only way that you will get that, you don't get that in a peacock. With a peacock you get more of those teals, more of those yellows, more of those greens. What you get with a mystic black is a colour and a pearlescence more reminiscent of a Tahitian pearl, and that's exactly what you have here. You have that colour, you have that effect, and you don't get that with a peacock. With your peacock colouring, you're going to get more of a kind of effect of those, you know, as I say, those kind of tealy hues, those golden hues. If you love the look of a Tahitian but have never been able to afford the £200-300 price point, then make the most of these ones now, because you've got that look but you haven't got the price tag. Set with genuine real deal sterling silver. You will get enough backs for the earrings as well, and you're going to get your price point in on your screen. Now, the price point you can see on your screen is impeccable. These are genuine pearls. It's not plastic, it's not a glass, it's not faux in any sense. It's the real deal pearl from your jewel hinged mollusk. This is a genuine real deal you know, pearl that we have here for you. So that price up on your screen is impeccable. However, I have to drop this price for you because I've recently been dropping we've recently dropped the price on these, and we have to copy that because it's been done very, very recently indeed. Make the most of this chance whilst you can. Final price point for you up on your screen. What a deal! Working out what, $4.47 per pair. These are genuine real deal pearls, and it's not even with copper or brass or with you know, your base metals. This is genuine sterling silver that we have here for you. These are the types of things that you can whip up for yourselves. All you need is a bit of glue, and you've got something that you can wear from 8 AM when you head into the office to 8 PM and beyond when you're out having a cocktail with the ladies. This is a very special deal, a very special price point indeed. And actually, I think with that colouring too, quite a unisex look. If you've got a gent in your family who maybe just does a one, you know, lobe piercing, something like this, absolutely perfect for it, isn't it? £8.95. Make the most of it whilst you can. JewelleryMaker.com if you want to get your hands on it, or alternatively, you can download our free app as well as calling us to make the most of that. Well done to all of you. A really great deal at £8.95. Okay, heading up to, what did you say it was, Danny boy? The earrings. I'm bringing to you now something which you are going to adore. This is a collection that for me is going to be the quick Have them to hand gifts for the true loved ones in your family. Whether you've got a 9-year-old in your family or a 90-year-old in your family, I think there's going to be a type of this, a shape of this, a gem of this that's going to put a smile on their face. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. I'm starting off with your earring mounts. Now, with these earring mounts, you'll be able to see you get the open prong setting, and you also get the added addition of the loop at the base. You have different shapes in here. As you can see, you're not just getting your squares, you're also getting your pairs. You've got a set of your rounds, and you've got a set of your ovals as well. Now, oh, and sorry, I forgot, you also have your marquees. Gosh, I forgot how many there were in this. It's huge. And you've got your marquees. Now, for every look, for every shape, you have a corresponding gemstone. And you are going to adore the ones that we have. What shall I start off with? I tell you what, Gem, I'll start off with one of your faves. I'm going to start off with a garnet, because I know that you know your quality of garnet. Now, these are for the pairs. I want you to tell me what you love about the quality of this rhodolite garnet, because for me, it's absolutely impeccable.
Oh, it really is. It's really bright red, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing clarity, amazing colour. You've got the pinky purpley reds, but you've got the flash of sort of siren red as well in there. It's
got everything you want, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It really does, and that's because these are not just, your everyday quality. These are serious quality gems. This is the type of quality that we used to bring to you in those small little wallets. Do you remember individual pieces usually charging, well, anywhere between sort of £10 each up to £40 each, weren't they, for individual stones? So you've got exceptional quality there, and those ones are for your pairs. Let's also have a little look at wow. These are huge pieces of your Swiss blue topaz, aren't they? Absolutely mammoth. Now, when you've got such big pieces like this, you've got that opportunity for that light to really band through this. And you get that step cut, which is absolutely and completely highlighted the 4 to 5 degrees of tonality that a Swiss blue can give you. Boy, it's impeccable, isn't it? And as you can see, these go in our largest, I would say, of the earring settings. And size-wise, you've got around about the 6mm on those ones. So I'll pop that down there for you. Also, let's then step to a different type of colour. I love this. Oh! I'll pretend that one. Do not tell Ben that that was a drop. He's not back, is he? He's literally just walked in. Now I've got your ovals here for you. And on the oval, you have got your Tanzanian zircon. Tanzanian zircon has so much of that beautiful split light duality. It is almost unignorable. What do you think of this, please, Gem? Because you're just...
My eyes just widened.
They did. Yeah, I saw it. You bambied.
Yeah, the cut on that is just incredible.
And you can see, can't you, how zircon splits that light within this cut.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's the quality of the zircon maybe making the facets more intense or look like there's more of them.
Yeah.
But that's a beautiful gemstone.
Yeah. It's phenomenal, isn't it?
That's like when you imagine gems when you're a kid, that little selection.
Yeah.
You know, if you were going to draw a treasure chest, that's what you would draw, wouldn't it?
It would be this type of thing.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you on that one. Okay, and then I'm going to bring you another topaz, and these are in your marquee shape. Now, we do not get to see the marquee shape often at all, which I think is such a shame, because for me, it's actually one of the more elegant shapes. And Gem, I can see you nodding along with me. What is it about the shape of a marquise for you which is elegant?
It's like the eye, isn't it? Which is you know, something I think that's quite pleasing in shape anyway.
Definitely agree.
But it's got 2 points. It give you direction, or it can give you, you know, some it's just a lovely shape.
Stunning, isn't it? Really is, very elegant indeed. And then finally, the one which is going to set your imagination alight, well, it most certainly is for me. This looks to me like a serenite. I mean, it looks like one of the best quality serenite you could ever hope for. Sunstone, which of course serenite is. Serenite is a type of sunstone. This one has got so many of those tiny, tiny, tiny elements within there, those submetallic elements that it gives such a glow and a warmth, doesn't it? And they're in the rounds. So let's bring you the price for genuine sterling silver and for all of these individual 5 pairs of earrings. So how much is that per pair? I mean, for sterling silver and these individual gemstones, I mean, it's working out £9.69 approximately per pair, 59, sorry. Now, even if you think, you know, the £9.60 mark per pair, think about it this way. When I was bringing to you, in our old studio, the little pockets that had the individual gemstones in, I said to you earlier on, you know, you're starting off at the £10 mark for each one. Well, I've got 10 gemstones here. So that, by all accounts, should be £100 worth of gemstones alone, ignoring entirely the sterling silver. However, it's not £100. I've rolled it down to £34.95 for this mammoth amount of quality. This is, if you want to purchase these now, I know some of you are going to think it's far too early to mention Christmas, but it's absolutely not. I've officially started coming up with my idea for my Christmas cards. I haven't settled on it yet, but I'm officially at that mind point now. You know, we do have to, as crafters, start early, in particular if you're going to be doing your own homemade kind of Christmas, as it were. I mean, imagine these in the likes of your quackers, as gifts in quackers, to be able to get genuine sunstone, genuine topaz, genuine garnet and genuine Tanzanian zircon in there, working out about £6 something per pair. That is exceptional. Make the most of it whilst you can, because that really is a deal and a half. Right, what do we reckon? Oh, that's not going to work. I've done it the wrong way around. It's fine. Got it. Okay, Jem, no one needs to know that. Well done to everyone who got those. Very special indeed. 10 minutes until the one to own, which we all know. People have already been messaging about those spaces. Okay, I'm bringing to you a zircon now. Oh my gosh, that is intense. How many of these have we got, please? I only got 22 of these in stock. That is so upsetting. Oh my goodness. Okay, imagine, oh wow, prize point me, Danny boy, in my ear. That is incredible. Now, if this was classified right now as a cinnamon zircon, which it could be, because I've seen the colour of it, and it could be because it's natural as well. If this was classified as cinnamon zircon, you would be paying, I'd say at Jewellery Maker prices, an extra £5 to £9 on this. Imagine an absolutely exceptional quality of your high-end cinnamon or vintage diamond, and now take a look at this. If I said to you that this is genuine, real deal diamond with that natural colour, you'd be expecting this kind of look, actually, wouldn't you? Where would you peg this? Would you peg this, you know, C7? Would you? That's what I would. But if I were to, it would be an exceptional price. You have got this glorious splitting of the light, which is giving you impeccable quality. And because you've got that light that is split, and it does split dramatically because of the zircon, you get this duality of light. So the light hits it, enters the gemstone, and then that one beam of light which goes in turns into two, and then that goes back to the eye. That reason, for that reason, you get more sparkle than you might imagine from a diamond. But with this, you're getting that C6, C7 quality of Q and colour. I can't get over the price of this, I really can't. This is astonishing. Even if the name of this was just cinnamon zircon at Jewellery Maker prices, knowing our margins, you'll be looking at around about a £5 to £9 different. You ready for this? Ignore that, it's rolling down. That is sensational. That, if this said cinnamon zircon, I would be expecting £5 to £9 on top of that, because I know our margins and how they work. I would never ever expect £19.95 for you. We have rolled this down to an impeccable price point, and look at the intensity of that hue, the intensity of that colour. I mean, I think this is an incredible look and detail that we've got. It really is phenomenal. $19.95. Wow, what a quality of this. I absolutely adore this strand. How perfect for the likes of your autumnal pieces. I mean, it's going to look absolutely stunning, isn't it? And let me show you in the depth. If you just focus on the kind of champagne region of this, what you're saying, C6, C7? I would quite easily be saying for the depth of that colour, C6 possibly more than likely, isn't it, for that champagne colour. Very, very, very much to do with the actual depth, not to do with the hue as it were, to do with the actual depth of it. You're definitely and completely there. Well done to everyone. A great deal at $19.95. Get the final few of those because I'm heading towards my single figures. Oh, imagine it with my one to own. That's going to bring out those golds even more, isn't it?
Kits that we've had, the lab with the garnet and labradorite look amazing.
It's astonishing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
One to own coming up in moments, but before that, I'm going to bring you your ring. Oh, 36 of these in stock. Oh, I love this ring. This is always a beautiful ring because it has so many wonderful connotations to it. Oh my gosh! Pop in there an opal, which makes Aurora Borealis look like a walk on a dull day. This is incredible. Which way around should I wear it? Oh, I'll just pop it in. Whichever, there you go. Look. How astonishing. Look at that. Look at that brightness. Look at the pinfire in that. Honestly, the pinfire in this is so much better than you can see on your screen. I absolutely promise you that without a shadow of a doubt. That is astonishing look. Now this is an exceptional opportunity and deal to get your hands on something which has so many connotations. When you're looking at the cladding ring, you're looking at stories of basically whether you're, well, it's to do with relationships, to do with love, isn't it? And depending on which way round you wear it, it's meant to say something different. You have got the genuine opal, which highlights the stories and tales and details within that. And you can see a little bit of that opalescence, but again, nowhere near as much as you're actually getting with this. You get the two hands clasping the heart, which internally has the opal. Opal itself, of course, lots of connotations to do with love and to do with care. You can own it today if you so wish, and I think when it has such an individual look and detail, then why not own it? I mean, it's going to captivate. It's going to you're going to adore working with it, aren't you? You'll notice I haven't referenced that price. Because I'm not going to actually stay there. That's the only price, the only deal that we've ever done on this. £8.95. I did not see that coming at all. This is a very, very, okay. Oh, everyone loves a bargain, don't they? Everybody loves the bargain. There's now 36 in stock. Do get your hands on it. Do make the most of it whilst you can. Totally and absolutely natural gemstone within there. That is totally, completely phenomenal. I mean, with all of that sterling silver and with all of that beauty of the natural opal, yeah, it's natural. You've got this stunning array, this stunning amount of colour which just glows and gives intrigue. I mean, look at that. Serious glow and detail on every single one. £8.95. We've taken up a huge amount of money from this, as you could see. It's for the final few. It's for the final few, so please do make the most of it whilst you can. A really great deal. Get it whilst you can, because it's, well, there's loads of you in for this one. Lots of you with it in your baskets. You're not checking out just as yet. I would encourage you, oh, some of you, more of you have now. I would encourage you to do so. Please don't forget for me if you are brand new. Hi, I'm Becky if you're new. It's really nice to be with you today. If you are new and you do want to kind of treat yourself to something, then it's really easy to make an order. Numbers at the bottom of the screen. Call the call centre. They're so lovely, and they're really knowledgeable too if you've got something to ask them. And you can set up your account in literally minutes. Hardly takes any time. And then you don't have to pay a join-in fee or anything else like that. And I would remind you that the postage and packaging is up until midnight. It's not on every item you order or the amount that everything weighs. It's that £2.95. That's it. No matter if you buy one thing or 101 things. So make the most of it before midnight today. £8.95. Well done to one and to all. I think that is just stunning. Quite like it as a stacker ring, actually. Okay, I'm going to squeeze in before I want to own another treat for you, which link-wise is one of our most popular of late. This has got such a look. It looks like it's faceted, doesn't it, in essence? The amount of sparkle and glow and detail you get on this is incredible. Absolutely impeccable. Genuine rose gold, one of the biggest, boldest, strongest looks of this year, and continues to be so for 2017. You've got rose gold atop the sterling silver, and you can see this glorious design. Can you see the linkage on this? The linkage on it is it kind of domes out and bows back in, and then is flattened at either side, so you get that really glorious movement, that really beautiful look of all of the colour. It's just exceptional, isn't it? It really does just give you a stunning amount of detail and glow and integrity, actually. 15 left now. Okay, let's get that price in. Hardly any of these ones available. It should, did you just should me? Should be £12.95. Should we even be there? Good question. Probably not, because we've got 3 grams worth of precious metal and it's sterling silver over the, rose gold over the top. That is impeccable. £8.95 for you today. An incredible opportunity, a wonderful deal, a stunner of a treat, and a beautiful amount of that movement atop here as well. Do make the most of it whilst you have the opportunity, because it really isn't something we get to see often. Oh, okay, we're in single figures now on these ones, so make the most of it whilst you can. Once these have gone, they have gone. I know full well we have not yet reordered our rose gold collection at this point. I know that we're waiting for someone to get back off holiday or something like that, something ridiculous like that. But I know we haven't reordered our rose gold sterling silver collection as of yet. So do make sure you're making the most of these things whilst you can. It's £8.95. About to head out of the door on those ones. Well done to everyone. If you love your sterling silver and you love your gold, this right here, right now, is your one to own. Boy, is it a big one. Very high-end, quality, sterling silver with gold Stardust spaces. Now these are always so popular. Tell us why, Jem.
The quality of them is like nothing else. The Stardust coating, or it's not actually a coating, it's sort of etched into the rondelle. Do you know what I mean? It's not. Sorry, I'm examining it at the same time. Yeah. No, it's almost like an impression. So it gives you that really lovely twinkle that's not going to wear off or disappear.
Totally.
But if you look at it as well, it's all the way round. So it's not just on the facing point. So even if it's not in between gems and you can see the sides, it's the whole thing is got that Stardust sort of look.
Totally. And essentially what we've done with this is we've created our rondelle, we've got your diamond tip, and then we've kind of pummeled into it. And that does take time, work and effort, but it gives such a look, doesn't it?
It does. It's so twinkly. And it's nice, it doesn't add any, it's just your precious metal. It's not adding any gemstones or coatings or anything. So it's just what it is to its best, showing its best side then.
Yeah, definitely.
lovely.
And it is best side, isn't it? It is beauty and quality of those sides. And it does have that mammoth amount of kind of interest to it. Sparkle and twinkle is something not to be ignored, and it's something that customers want, really, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. And these have been the most popular things. For the last 5 years I've been here, they've always been popular. Everybody loves them. They sit in between gemstones, lovely. They're really high end. They really are gorgeous. Yeah. Really, really lovely. I was just threading these on so you can see them in between gems because I haven't got a piece finished. Would you like it?
Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah. Go on then. Let's have a nosy.
Because I haven't finished the piece I'm working on, so I thought if I just thread these on for you, you can see how they look nestled in between those spinel.
We have given this, oh stunning, we have given this collection to the wonderful Gem, and we gave her the spinel and we gave her these spaces. We're going to have a look at exactly what she created a little bit later on, but just look. I mean, what does a spacer do for you, for anyone who's not worked with it before?
Well, when they're that beautiful, they sort of are their own feature, but they also allow the gemstone to shine on its own. So they give you that little bit of separation or between each gem so that it can sort of be itself. So it's not distracted by its neighbour. It's like framing. It's like framing a picture. You know, it always looks better with a frame on. Definitely. So it does the same job.
It frames it, it highlights it, and it almost brings out the strength of each individual gem, actually, doesn't it?
It does. It does. That's exactly what it does. Linda Brunwell, she calls it punctuation marks. It punctuates your piece, so it can look lovely, but without those little elements that just lift the whole thing.
Definitely.
That's what they do.
We don't get to see them often.
No.
Which is a big shame. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a heads up. If you wanted these, I would encourage you to pick up the phone now, because we're about to get those graphics in. 0800 644 655, your graphics are in, press option 1, you'll get through to a real human person, no robots allowed. So do make sure that you're pressing number 1 to speak to someone to get through that line. And do not forget that we don't get to see these often, and they have sold out the previous 2 times they've been on air. So I do encourage you to get your hands on these whilst you can, because it's been April. Excuse me, that came from nowhere, since we last saw them. So because it's been such a long time, and it will take us the same amount of time essentially to get these back in, I would most certainly make the most of it whilst you can with your multi-purchases. And don't forget, you can absolutely and completely multi-purchase. Now please don't forget for me that these are a high-end item. You can see the quality of them, you can see the beauty of them. But don't forget, you've got genuine sterling silver here at the heart of every single one of these. And of late, we've seen big fluctuations in the price of silver. Thankfully, the silver price is down at the moment, so we're bulk buying silver at this moment in time. But when you've got that really glorious look and effect and detail of the silver at the heart of them, you're getting that shine through, which really strengthens the gold. And do not forget, gold is so difficult to get your hands on. It is an extremely high-priced item. Gold isn't something that we just find in the ground and whip it out and we're done and dusted, it goes to market. Gold goes through so many different elements. You have to, this is a very shortened version, but you have to get it out of the ground, you have to take the ore stock out of that, you then have to put it in one of those kind of grinding, crunching machines which will take out that ore and separate them off. And because it separates them off, you get those 2 individual elements. You then have to add in your water, you have to add in your acid, you have to then take the acid out. You have to filter it through your sand to get rid of all those individual elements and details. You have to extract the solvent that you originally added in from that first process to get that really pure look and detail. You have to put it in your centrifuge so that the elements are taken away from each other. So your centrifuge where it's sprinted around and the ore essentially goes to the outside. Then you have to add some more acid to it to give it a thickened look, and then you have to dry it up. I mean, it takes ages. It takes absolutely ages. Gold isn't just something you find in the ground, get out and then take it to market. All of those processes and more actually have to take place on every single element of gold before it gets out. That's why so many gold mines go bankrupt before they've even opened. So it's a very high cost item that we have, and you've got lashings of it. You've actually got more over the top of these. You've got more gold on the surface of these than you would if this was just a plain, flat, smooth rondelle. Because you've got all those lumps and bumps to make up for, haven't you? Which means more gold than if it was just one filament, one element over the top of it. This is a high-end collection that we have here for you, but still workable. You know, sometimes when you say like high-end and it means kind of fiddly, you know, high-end sometimes can be fiddly pieces because sometimes can be pieces that are really difficult to kind of work with. These, easy as you like. You can even see the size of the drill hole on these. Leather cord on that you could get easily. Oh, hello to Amanda. I'm not supposed to be buying anything this week, but oh my word. Have you had some gorgeous items on today? Got mine for. Thanks, JM. Oh, Amanda, you know what? Good on you. Because if you had have stuck to your guns and not bought these today, you might have had to have wait a few more months, mightn't you? Because we haven't seen these since April. Well done, Amanda. Next week you can take time off, can't you? Next week's the one we won't buy on. Treat yourself today though, hey, why not? This is a very exceptional collection of your gold-plated sterling silver spaces. Make the most of these just like Amanda has whilst you can. She got 4. How many are you going to get? At this price point, £9.95 for all of those glorious pieces of your spaces. Your names have gone off the screen. The vast majority of you multi-purchasing. I have got people buying 2s, 3s and 4s. £9.95 is astonishing. When you have that quality, when you have that amount of it and that impact of it, you've got something exceptionally special there. I mean, Jem, were you expecting that price?
No. No, because we don't need to come down on prices for these, do we?
You're right.
Because they always sell.
You're right.
We always struggle to get them back in for the demand. So, you know, we could actually put the price up, couldn't we?
Completely.
But that's not what we do. So.
No. Absolutely it's not. And we hardly ever get to see these. Now, if you did have these in your pieces, what kind of difference might that make? To say this was a design, so this was a bracelet. Yeah. If this was, you know, plated copper, what kind of price might that be in comparison to what we've got here?
Yeah, so I think easily you would double the price of a piece by adding in sort of silver, sterling silver.
Definitely.
So, you know, if the bracelet with copper might be maybe £20, with silver it's going to be more like £40, £50, isn't it?
Definitely.
So yeah.
Definitely and completely.
It adds more than its value to a piece.
Completely agree with you. And I would say you'd expect double the price, but actually, you know, if you were selling it on, but you haven't really got double the price of the spaces. That is the type of price I might expect for Jewellery Maker to do the silver version. Actually.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Not with the gold over the top, though. I would expect to pay more.
Yeah, you usually do. You usually do pay more for gold plating.
Yeah.
So... very good indeed.
It is a special deal. And these as well, very unisex actually, aren't they? What might you do for a gent's piece, for anyone who's looking to make for a gent?
Maybe on a snake chain, just as, you know, thread one onto a snake
Great
chain.
idea.
Or thread them onto just a plain normal chain. Leather cords, you can definitely put your leather cords through there.
Perfect.
Put them in macrame pieces. Pop them in your chainmail pieces. You know, they'd add a little, instead of adding a bead, add one of those and they'd look lovely.
They really would kind of set it off, wouldn't it? And I think with these, because you are more of a kind of gold girl, would you be wearing something like this? Would this be kind of an everyday piece, or would these be special savoury pieces?
That's a difficult. I think both. Both is the answer. Like with the Botswana agate that we had earlier.
Oh, good idea.
I would pop them in, and that would be like an everyday piece, those colours. But if I put them with the black spinel, that's definitely a nighttime sort of evening glamour piece, isn't it? With that, yeah, definitely with that.
What about if I paired something like this with it? What would this be?
That would be evening. That would be going out somewhere nice, or not necessarily evening, but you know, sort of business lunch even. Yeah. You know, if you want to borrow some money from the bank manager, you might distract him with your labradorite and you know, flashy jewellery.
Love that idea. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Distraction tactics.
I know, it does not surprise any of us, does it, with Jem? It doesn't. You have got this gorgeous, glorious, high-quality Labradorite coming up for you a little bit later on, 4:45 approximately. You can see the quality of it, and we have graded the quality of this as well. Not just your AA. Oh no, we've got a step above and beyond with this. So do make sure you're staying tuned for that. I mean, look at the quality of that Labrador essence. If you've not seen it before, it is totally an absolutely real deal. Get it whilst you have the opportunity. Final chance on these ones today. Nice work to you all. Okay, I'm going to hand these back over to you because I don't want you to not have anything to work with.
No, thank you very much.
Well done to every single one of you who got your hands on those spacers. They are great quality. Make the most of it whilst you can. Okie dokie, moving across now to another one of your clasps, correct? Now this is your two-tone clasp. I did a two-tone connector for you earlier on, so if you really wanted to finish off those look and that design of the two-tone connector and now you use the two-tone clasp, you absolutely can. And why not when you've got a beautiful design like this? It's almost titanium, isn't it? Oh, way up, I went to the Royal Shakespeare Company the other day. And oh, fantastic it was, really, really good. Went to watch, they do put on quite the show. I've never been to that theatre before in Stratford-upon-Avon. It's incredible. I've been to the Globe, but I've never been there. It's incredible. Anyway, it kind of reminds you of that, almost that Shakespearean design. I went to watch Cymbeline, and there's the huge kind of vine-like networks, isn't there? And well, there was at the stage show, and that's exactly what I've got here. These tendrils, these lianas that kind of grow up and highlight this loop. When you've got a nature theme like this, that must be really quite good for designs, wasn't it?
Well, it's like I was saying earlier, sometimes you get your clasp and your design sort of stems from that because the clasps are so lovely.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, a lot of us make floral pieces, don't we, or nature-inspired pieces. So it's quite, you know, if you've got that in your stash and you haven't got something in mind, you know you're going to make something eventually.
Completely.
That's going to sort of need that style of clasp.
Completely.
I love the two-tone. I think it's really great. It just makes it even more usable, doesn't it?
Completely agree with you. And actually what I like about this is, can you see how we've not kept the perfect circle actually internally? We've actually got the tendrils or the lianas going slightly around. So that's actually going to help to really knock that T-bar into place, because you've got that slightly different element. It's going to mean you need to add a little bit of a twist to it before you get that out. So a little bit of added security there. You've got that wonderful silver bar detail, and then you've got the gold element around it as well, in those wonderful flowers and in those glorious tendrils. Do you fancy treating yourself to it whilst you can? This is rolling down. You can see the price. Those arrows, that means we're dropping that price down. Get it whilst you can. £6.95 for you today on this one. A very special deal, an incredibly special treat. It is just £6.95. Treat yourself to this one whilst you can, because when you've got this detail, when you've got this you know, toggle, you really want to make sure that you're clasping the opportunity. At £6.95. Well done to one and all. A very special deal for you today. FJPK68. That's your code on this one. Make the most of it whilst you can, because otherwise you will have to pay that higher price point after 8 o'clock. So a really special deal. Well done. Going to a very different feel now, apparently. Whoa! Yeah, you couldn't get much more different, could you? From dainty and delicate to big and bold. These are wowzers pieces. It's incredible we're able to get pieces of genuine gemstone this huge, isn't it? I mean, obviously we've applied a coating, obviously. Mother Nature isn't really making colours like this unless you look at the likes of mermaids. This is an exceptional quartz strand, and what we have applied to the quartz is this coating, and it's a coating similar to the type that you might expect on maybe a Mystic Topaz. And when you have big, big, big pieces of your quartz like this, you get to see something special. You get to see the way in which Mother Nature creates her wonderful stalactites and stalagmites of your quartz. And you get that element and interest of the colour along it. This must be really interesting to work with something like this, isn't it, Jem?
Oh, yeah, they're lovely to work with because they, you know, they are very inspiring. You keep your designs sort of edgy and I can't explain what I mean. Sort of, you're not trying to be intricate and too neat. You know, you're going to keep them quite organic. And
yeah, freeform, organic.
Yeah. So to get in that style, so it's, you know, they're really lovely. It's like from going to doing your fine pencil drawing to suddenly being given a massive canvas and a big stick of charcoal. It's like that sort of experience.
Yeah.
And I think it does open up that creativity. You might be a bit nervous at first, but once you get going, you know, you'll just want to create lots and lots with them.
It's one of those that once you start with something like this that may feel a bit weird and a bit out of your comfort zone, it can actually unleash something within you, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're great. They're great with your textiles and things like that because they match in stature and, you know, and density. So they work great with textiles and felt and leathers and things like that. So heavy, hefty jewellery. Big chain. Great with the chain we had earlier as well.
Oh, those 2 spools of chain that we did as part of the kit. Very special deal we did on those ones. Yes, because you've got that weight in the look of the chain, but obviously it's not too heavy, which is kind of what you might want alongside this.
Yeah. It's perfect actually because they are quite weighty, those, aren't they?
Yeah.
So yeah.
You've got a mammoth amount of carat weight on this, and at £6.95, look at the amount you're getting. I mean, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13 I've got on this stand. 13 of them at £6.95. I mean, it's working out pennies realistically for each and every single one of these. Even though it's dramatic, even though it's dynamic, you're only going to need one, and it's really going to go a very, very, very long way indeed. Or of course go absolutely wild with these if you want to. I mean, stack them up, go for it, go crazy. Even if you just want to use these, you know, in the likes of your homeware, then you can. You know, I was saying before about the likes of ring pulls, or even on, you know, your key holders, things like that will be really elegant. Hillary's got a great suggestion. What about just one on a cord? Perfect idea. Almost like a pendulum look, you could do it actually, couldn't you? Or of course as a genuine, real deal gemstone. Sorry, my wonderful director Ben's literally just thrown something at me. Hi, Director Ben. Cooey. Right, you've just thrown this over to me. Come on, Ben. It seems you've given me this idea. What's your come on in. This is my director Ben. Hello, Director Ben.
Hi.
He's tech-opping today. Why have you thrown this at me, Ben?
He said cord, and that's the closest thing to cord.
That's the closest thing to cord.
That's a hand.
Okay, well, thank you for your input. I appreciate it greatly. Yes, one of these on here, or a piece of cord, would be a glorious looking idea. And please remember I had this on for you a little bit earlier on as part of Gemma's kit. That would actually go quite nicely, wouldn't it? And you've got a decent... Pardon?
It looks great.
What?
It looks great.
It looks great.
Really great.
Modest Ben, we call him. It does look great, but you would be able to do that actually because the drill hole on these really sizable. I don't know if you'll be able to see that. I'll move that space out of the way. But look, really sizable drill hole on these. So actually, yeah, you would be able to do something like that. Look how you can see into this gemstone there. Isn't that exciting? Well done, everyone. £6.95. Coming up for you now is your carved flower. Can't get my words out. Carved flower here in the smoky quartz. Now, I brought this to you not so long ago, and it was very popular indeed. It's huge. Can't even get it in my tweezers. This is a really, really, really mammoth carved flower that we have here, and it's in your smoky quartz. Now, this has got all of that lovely interest in its changing colours. What I really like about this is how it goes from kind of chocolate hues to almost amber hues. Do you know what I mean? As you're looking around this, as I move it, can you see how that depth and that tonality changes? It's really intriguing, isn't it? And I like that you get that more because you have the individual petals. As you can see actually on this recording, they're not just flat, they've got that movement to them. And that means that you have areas whereby light can travel through quicker than others. So if the light's travelling through this way, then of course that's going to take quite some time. Whereas if I go here, you'll be able to see if the light goes through it in this element, in this area here, where it's a little bit delved in. It's not going to have as far to travel. So because of that, it gives you this wonderful look of movement, where it goes from those almost hazelnut colours all the way through to the really deep, rich coffees and chocolate tones. So it gives interest. It gives kind of movement to these. And that means it's not just flat. Ain't nothing worse than just a flat, boring gemstone. Nobody wants that. We want interest, we want intrigue. That's why we buy the real deal. And you've most certainly got the real deal on this. It's a huge piece, 30 mil, which means you get even more of that light moving through it. If you want to treat yourself to it, you can do so now. Make the most of it. At a price point that should be £12.95. Good price, really good price. Not today though. £9.95 we've dropped this down for you. A very special deal, and there's so much that you could do with this because of that really large central focal area there. If I was just sort of lay this at the side for you, what about popping it even with something like your pearl? You know the half drill pearls that we've been bringing to you? Come back with the half drill pearls that we've got here for you. These are the Mystic Black ones. You know, you don't have to use it as a pair of earrings if you don't want to. Just popping one of those in there, it gives it a nice depth, doesn't it? Don't you think it gives it a lovely kind of intrigue? Just pop that down there. You've also got maybe some of the, I wonder if they'll fit in. Oh, hello. You could do maybe a few stackers of those, couldn't you? This is the one to own that I did for you earlier on. That looks quite nice in there, doesn't it? What are you thinking, Jem?
I'm thinking maybe a beady bead or sort of a layer wire work flower layered on top of that.
Oh, that's a really nice idea.
Imagine something like Claire McDonald's flowers or something on there. You know, I'm also thinking it's quite steampunky because you could make it more cog-like.
You're not wrong. I didn't think of that at all.
It's not a traditional rounded petal flower, is it? So it's an interesting shape. I really like that because it's unusual.
You could almost put your hands to your clock and things on this, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could, or pop some cogs in the middle, or sort of
work it with your bare copper, maybe like we've got in the kit.
Yes. Yeah, I would definitely put that with bare copper. It would look fantastic.
Love that idea. Well done, everyone. Final few of those ones available, and it is just £9.95. Don't worry, I've not stuck that spacer in there by accident. Okay, bringing to you the topaz now, and it's going to go great with that clasp I did for you earlier on. Do you remember the J-hook clasp that had those big pieces in? If you did miss out on them, your code was EIPK96, and we'll put it on your screen actually if we can find it. But this would go perfectly. Get ready for serious gloss. That is glossy, isn't it? Isn't that sheen just absolutely vitreous? I love that you have that much gloss and smoothness to these. It almost looks like magical raindrops, doesn't it? In particular when you have that much of the light that runs through these and is magnified. I mean, you can see it on my skin, can't you? Actually almost magnified, as it were, to give you that beautiful glow. Now, topaz is an interesting one. It's one of those gems that has loads of different stories and myths and legends and tales behind it. It's said its name comes from two different areas, apparently. People believe that it was first off from the word topazius, meaning to seek, but they also believe that it was mined on an island, actually, which was where we got this gemstone from, and they believe that it was named after that that small island, which is now called, is it St John's Island or something like that now? And because of that, you know, you do have these intrigues and these different stories about it being a gemstone that's said to illuminate, about it being a gemstone which, as it forms in the Earth's mantle, was very difficult to find way back when, because it actually forms in the mantle itself, you know, alongside the likes of your diamond, for example. It doesn't form quite as far down, but because of that, because of all these stories and tales, there's a lot of interest in this in the likes of your crystal healing, in the likes of your chakras. So if that is something you're interested in, do make the most of big bold pieces like this, because it has got a lot of legend and tale behind it, which I'm sure you can find out and kind of fall in love with yourself. Very captivating gemstone, said to be from the word to seek. If you seek yourself a very good deal, you have the opportunity with this strand.
You didn't get a noise then, did you?
It's because Ben's here, you see. Ben's in here today and he's the one who loves the sound box. I wonder if you're the most used sound boxer, actually, Ben. I bet you are. 100%. Yeah, he is. Yeah, I'll get you.
Probably me over everyone else.
You over everyone else, yeah. This is a very special deal for you today. I am going to roll this down. At £30, it's great. At £19.95, it's even better. Get your hands on it whilst you have the opportunity, okay? RU48, that's your code on this one today. Pick up the phone, treat yourself to it whilst you can, because it's so extremely glossy, and because you've got those big bold pieces as well, it gives even more of that light off, doesn't it? It really does kind of grab interest and detail. And I think if you want to place it maybe with even the likes of some chain, you know, such as this, then it really does give you that opportunity indeed. In particular, as this one's got really large loops on it, so you can really add that in. Just to let you know, this is coming up as a star buy a little bit later on for you. I think it was 5:30, wasn't it? I think so. So get your hands on it whilst you can at £19.95. Well done, everyone. Okay. Gonna bring to you really quickly a final one, possibly of the hour. This is something special. Think, I don't know. Think Celtic. Think brave. Think what? Tribal. Yeah, absolutely. Think historic. Think of the likes of, you know, Boadicea, and then take a look at this, because it says all of that and more to me. I love this. Absolutely real shell, which has been individually hand carved. Now this is not reconstituted. We haven't reconstituted this and then, you know, kind of popped it into a mould and then, you know, giving you this look. This is genuine shell, which has been individually hand carved. This is going to be a glorious idea, and don't worry, I will ask Jen what she wants to do with it. Well, let's give you all the chance to own it first off, shall we? Just before this break, your price point today is £9.95 for you to get your hands on this big, bold 50mm individual coin pendant. Gem, I need your inspiration. It's so individual, it's so unique. Oh my gosh, we're dropping the price. £6.95. Okay, well, now we definitely need your inspiration, because more and more people are going to get this now.
I'd put it as a belt centre. You
Like
know, I've got a belt that I bought about 10 years ago. It's got a big shell at the front that I wear a lot, and have it it's all beaded around.
Aww.
So you could, you know, make yourself something like that. It could be a great pendant. It's really lightweight, so you could put it with things like your coppers and your heavier metals.
With your kit, actually, your bare copper kit that's coming up for the masterclass in a minute.
Yeah, it'd be incredible, because you can cut your own shapes to sort of come around and sort of sit around the edge of that shell and sort of make it like a collar with that as a centre. That would be lovely.
I love that idea.
It's really beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be nice with your metals, even with your leathers, actually.
Yeah, definitely with leather. And again, because it's that sort of kind of thin sort of slice, it would sit nicely onto leather pieces or textile pieces. Again, would work really well.
Oh, I absolutely adore this. Make the most of that discount. It will not stick around for long. Who's up for inspiration? Because I've got ages and ages and ages and ages and ages of it, all coming up from a masterclass after this lovely break.
The colour of rose quartz ranges from a very tender pale pink to a delicate powder pink and can be transparent through to translucent. This gem has adorned ornaments and jewellery since ancient times. Known as the gemstone of true love, it's said that rose quartz allows you to get to know your true self and to love that true self in all its beauty.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. It's because sometimes you look at something and think you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it and you've just made it, you think that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, yeah, that looks really good, that looks quite professional, I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished. First of all, you think something so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for atmosphere, sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you, you get to see the same people on a regular basis and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we love seeing your jewellery creations, learning about your inspiration and reading your blogs. If you write your own craft or jewellery blog, then we'd love to hear from you. Simply tweet us at jewellery_maker UK with your blog link and we'll be in touch.
Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Welcome to you, Jewellery Maker. Wonderful to be with you on this glorious afternoon, and we're all ready for our masterclass. My name is Rebecca Redican, but you can call me Becky, and today leading our masterclass is the very talented Gemma Crow. Hey Gem.
Hello.
How are you, lovely lady?
Yeah, I'm good. Ready to go.
This is a big amount of bold autumnal luxury, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's perfect, isn't it, for the season coming up? That's perfect all the time for me, to be honest, but yeah, definitely screams autumnal luxury.
When you came in this morning, you swooned over this kit in particular. Tell us what it is for you that really just is perfect about this.
Copper I love. It is my favourite of the metals, I think. Bare copper and citrine. You know, I adore it. Pearls I adore. I love the fact that this copper is already fire polished. So you know, if you're not confident with a gas torch, or you don't want to have a go at those techniques just yet, you've got that there, ready to work with.
Now tell us why that is a good thing to look for. Because it's so intriguing to look at. It almost looks like a petrol slick almost, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And that's like the different temperatures within, you know, that the copper's been heated up to. It's sort of given it different colours. Now, if you don't want that, you can easily rub that back and get rid of it. Or you can drop it into something called a pickling.
Yes,
that will clean it, strip it all back, so you start from scratch again if you want.
Yeah, and you can buy a pickling, but you can make your own, can't you, as well, at home?
Yeah, you can.
So it's not high cost if you do want to strip it back.
No, it's not. Or you can polish it back, but I think it's nice, you know, to use that sort of fire polish look. And what I did with my pieces and with my copper sheet is I picked the best bits of colour, and I actually designed the pieces around the shapes that were in my copper sheet. So, you know, that worked for me in that way. So just another way of, you know, utilising what you've got.
Yeah, definitely. And when you've got this look and detail, it goes so well with almost a mixture between, sounds, this is a complete juxtaposition, but it almost looks a vintage and dystopian future at the same time, doesn't it? It kind of really covers the bases, doesn't it?
Yeah, sort of very, very steampunky. That sort of, you can, you know, definitely take it in that direction, and it works there, doesn't it? It looks like you could have dug it up as an artefact from, you know, years and millions of years, hundreds of years ago.
You're right.
Or make it really modern too.
And you get such an array of colours, pinks and blues and golds in there, really elegant. And works perfectly alongside the wire. Now, let me tell you about the sheet, sorry. The sheet is 6 inches still, isn't it? That we've got on these ones. And the thickness of the bare copper is 0.5. So real nice thickness to it, but there is bend to it. Sometimes ones I've had recently, you couldn't.
Yeah, no, it's this is a great one to start with, this one, the 0.6. It doesn't sound much difference, but it's very different to work with.
Does make a big difference.
Yeah, so this one's great. I've made a cuff with it. It's strong enough to do that with, strong enough to make your collars. It's just much easier to work with.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We've also got the wire in here. Now you've got a 1.5 and a 0.6. Now those aren't a pair I generally put together, but you can with bare, can't you?
Yeah, great combination of wires. Again, you've got that structural wire and the 1.5, but it's really soft to work with, so it's not like your plated wires that have got that hardness. It's really soft. And then the perfect one to work that with is a 0.6, because it's thick enough to be seen and go along with that chunky vibe that's going on in the kit, but also strong enough to hold the stronger wires.
Completely, yeah. So it works beautifully, and it is bare copper. So it is high cost medium that we've got here, because copper is expensive. When it's this thick, wow, you have got, you know, there's a lot of metal in there. There really, really is. And don't forget, things like when they ask you to maybe recycle the likes of mobile phones, one of the reasons will be so they can take the likes of your copper out to make money from it. It is a high cost item to work with. So great that we've got such a big weight of it in here, and there must be absolute oodles. I'm guessing, you know, there's got to be over 100 grams worth. 1.5. 136 grams in the 1.5 mil alone, I've just been told. So a huge amount of your copper, it really is exceptional. And then you put your 0.6. Then your threading pack in here. It's your elastic monofilament and your beading thread. I love how we've gone for that beading thread colour option. It works so well with that multi kind of colour, multi-interest that we've got heated on that metal. It works absolutely beautiful. It really, really does. And then I'm going to bring to you the gemstones themselves. Now, I wouldn't necessarily think, you know, your copper, your big copper sheet, your bare copper, and pearls, but it really does work, don't you think, Gemma Crow?
It does work. Sorry, Becky.
I was trying so hard to stay off you then.
I really, as I picked my water bottle up, it blew, it splashed me in the face. So, I'm not crying, it is little droplets of water.
Okay, fantastic.
Right.
Pearls and metal, copper, you wouldn't necessarily think them together.
Oh yeah, definitely. I love that combination. The thing that always puts me off working with bare copper and pearls is if I oxidise the copper, I can't oxidise pearls, so I can't put pearls in liver of sulphur. But with this already having that flame colour, I'm not going to liver of sulphur it as well. So it was great to work alongside it and know that I'm not going to want to adapt to that design.
Totally.
Yeah, so this is a great opportunity to use pearls with your bare copper then.
Perfect for that then. And I've also got the citrine. Now we saw the citrine in that clasp earlier on. I mean, the quality of this with that citrine would be perfect alongside, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because it is epic, epic quality. I mean, the strength of colour in that is not to be ignored. And yet still you've got all that clarity. Was yours similar in clarity?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's exceptional strand. The really deep oranges almost in some of them, and still have that clarity. It's wonderful.
Sometimes you get with a citrine more of your lemon hues. This is more caramel or even amber, isn't it?
Yeah, it is quite ambery, and it sort of reacts with the copper as well. If you put it on, once your copper's polished, they sort of shine against each other. It works with opals as well. It's the same sort of effect. The copper mirrors the citrine and vice versa. So it would work really nicely together anyway.
Just phenomenal look that you're getting with those ones, I have to say. Now this is a very special kit, and we are going to need all of these components to be able to make the piece, because the piece we've used is quite metal heavy actually, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very much so.
So even if you've maybe got some metal sheet at home and you're running a little bit low, to be able to create the design that we're going to make, you're going to need a lot of this metal, and we're making the glorious cuff, which, sorry, because Ben's going, this is the piece. No, next one. Third time's a charm. There it is. We're going to be learning how to make this piece, and it is very metal heavy. So do, even if you have got some metal at home, make sure you're making the most of it whilst you can. This is your price point that it should be. Now, should be on this is a little bit of a mute point, to be honest, because your RRP was going to be higher than that. Now your RRP on this is the price point that these should have been were we to sell them individually, but we take into account if any of it's been dropped in price point recently. We don't need to, we don't have to, but we have. Therefore, actually, at £36.20, you've already got a discount. That's already a price drop at just £37. Today at £24.95, that's beating even our own price drop. That is a very, very, very special opportunity to get your hands on something we hardly ever get to see, to be able to see that heated copper, to be able to see it alongside that wire. I mean, you know, when you've got the heated copper like this, let me show you it. This is coming up for you very soon indeed. Let me show you it with these pieces. I mean, how perfectly does that work with that copper, with the labradorite, because of the colouring on that copper. Look at the fire and the interest in that copper and how well it goes with that range of colour on the AA+ grade labradorite, which is coming up for you extremely soon indeed. It's going to come up at the end of this demonstration, so do make sure you're sticking around for that. A very, very, very good price, I think. Jem, what do you think of that price?
I think it's incredible price. Really hard to get consistent size, shapes, cuts of copper as well. So that helps, and you wouldn't get it already fire polished for you. So, you know, it is an incredible value. The pearls, possibly you'd pay that for somewhere else anyway, just on their own.
You're not wrong.
So
you're genuinely not.
It really is a great value bundle.
Astonishing, really, isn't it? Astonishing. I was in Stratford upon Avon the other day, and they have a beautiful jeweller's shop in there, and one pearl that was a natural white pearl, but just one that was set into a ring was 47.95, and it was, you know, it was definitely not any bigger than these ones, and actually, if I'm honest, was slightly blemished. It just goes to show what an incredible deal that is. It really does. £24.95. Let's grab my goodies over here, if I may, including my brew, which is in a brand new mug. Where'd you find this, Brother Pete?
I didn't actually make it.
You didn't actually make it?
No, I didn't. I just took the credit.
You took the credit for it. I see. That sounds about right. I am heading on over to lovely Jem now, who has been working up an absolute storm with this collection. You can see how much you've enjoyed working with this, actually, Jem.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I love it. It's definitely for me. Going the route with picking the bits of the copper that I wanted to work into a design.
Into your design, yeah.
Really changed how I worked as well, really, and it enabled me to be much more spontaneous and rather than thinking it through. Like, I very often will think a piece through or think about how much I can get from a kit. So the collection here isn't quite as big as my usual collections, but it was cut for quality, not for quantity.
Quantity, yeah,
so a lot like we do with our gemstones. That's what it was cut for. So, you know, the little bits of copper I had left, I'll make about 5 or 6 different pendants with little pieces. But these are the key pieces I got from my sheet.
They truly are key pieces. I mean, you can see some of these in your art galleries, can't you? But all wearable as well.
Yeah, really wearable. I'm really chuffed with the collar on the end. That it sits nice. It works really easily, and that's the bit that I cut. Knowing that can you see that beautiful pattern on the
it's stunning, isn't
fire
it?
polish there?
It's absolutely stunning. That mottle-like look and effect.
Yeah.
It just grabs you, doesn't it?
I wanted that. I wanted to echo that with my wire and my pearls, so I sort of carried that on a little bit, and it really was, you know, I felt very creative working with this kit.
Definitely.
I think it would definitely bring that out in you. This fire polish copper sheet would definitely bring that out.
We're going to get started on learning how to create this stunning bangle. Now, if someone's never ever worked with their metal sheet before, are they going to be able to get involved with this, or is this a bit more advanced?
No, it's not. I mean, you get used to cutting the copper, and at first you might, you might be a bit worried about it, but actually it's not much more difficult than cutting a really thick piece of card. Yeah. You do need shears or snips, though, as an essential.
Or a saw,
Or a saw, yeah. For these I've used all snips. All these designs have used snips. I haven't used a saw for any of them.
Okay, fab.
So I'm going to use shears to cut my copper. You also need a ruler, that's essential, and something to punch holes with. So a drill, a Dremel, or one of these little hole punches.
Which we should still have on our website if you want to go and have a look.
Oh, brilliant. And if you haven't got one of these hole punches, you can still make designs without punching holes in it. As long as you can cut it out, you can go from there. Yeah. Right, so all I've done here is I've marked out a pattern on my copper sheet. Now you can't see that at all, can you? So let me get my ruler. Oh no, I've lost something already.
What have you lost?
The ruler. Disappeared.
Is it this one?
Yes, that's the one. Where was it? Oh, there.
Just here.
Right, okay. So if I put my ruler there, it's very hard for you to see the lines I've already drawn on here. But across here I've got a 4.5 centimetre section, and it's broken down. So I've marked along the sides here. So that section there is going to be the cuff.
Okay.
And then there will be offcuts from that will make earrings. So there's my width, but I want to taper it. So I want the 4.5 centimetres in the centre, but I want it tapered down to 1.5 centimetres at the back of my wrist, so it's not too clumsy.
Okay, yeah.
So to do that, I've taken along the sides and I've marked 1.5 centimetres left 1.5 centimetres and then another 1.5 centimetres.
Okay.
Done that on both sides, and then find the middle of it's a 6-inch sheet, so 3 inches is halfway, so mark the halfway points here and here, and then connect the lines so they come like that. And when I cut it out, you'll see, and that gives you that perfect taper to the centre and right to the back of your wrist.
Perfect.
Sorry, you can't see the lines. Now I'm just going to cut it out. I'm going to cut into the sheet, so I'm going to come from the edge and I'm cutting to the point on my cuff here. So I'm going to just use my snips to cut along. Now it cuts really easily, and what I'm trying to avoid doing is cutting so that my snips actually cut right to the tip. I don't want to do that, because if I do that I get a little pucker, so I'm going to try and avoid doing that.
Ah, good tip.
When I get to, if we can look at the scissors from the profile here, the shears, you can see that there's the copper sheet is coming along here, and my shears have got this curve on them. Can you see that along there? I want to help my sheet to sort of come up along that curve, because the metal might hit this bolt here and stop, and then you can't get any further. But if you just tease the sheet down slightly like that, it runs along this section here, and that acts like a runner to keep your blade straight.
Great tip.
And the same at this side. So we're just going to tease or ease that copper up slightly so that it slides up the shears for us. So then we can run in nice and smoothly, keeping our blade straight. So it also helps keep our cut straight because it's sitting up against the edge of the shears.
It almost guides you, doesn't it?
Yeah. So
tram lines.
I'm just going to sort of make small bites down. You'll get used to it in the end, eventually, and you will sort of make long sweeping cuts, and it'll be a very quick process for you. So I'm just going in to do that. Get to the centre of that one, and then we'll do the same on the other side. So cut in from the edge. I usually do that, cut in from the edge and work towards the centre. It sort of makes it easier. You get less burrs, and it's much easier to. It's only 3 inches and your blade is almost that long, so you can almost go in with one cut. Okay. So that's going to make the rest of my pieces, and then I've got these sections here to cut out, and these are going to make my earrings. So if I just cut along the line I've made using that same technique as I said before.
Do not forget that if you have never worked with this before, it's really easy to get involved, get your hands on the kit, but also don't forget that you can text in any questions for Jem if you've never worked with this before. If you have worked with this before and you're troubleshooting it, 60777, so you text with the word JM Studio to give her a message, please. Do feel free, because she's with us, till 5 o'clock, but if you want to get them in these next few minutes, feel free to.
I'm here till 6, I think, aren't I?
Are you?
Yeah. Don't we do late show till 6, don't we?
Oh, yeah. Forgot.
Yeah.
Forgot. Yeah, I forgot. You're right.
You till 6.
You're not wrong. Yeah, of course I am. Yeah,
you know, I'm just going to be on my own.
I've been doing it for weeks as well, I just forgot. So do make the most of it.
Okay, so as a byproduct from cutting out my bangle here, I've got that lovely shape there. I've also got these two shapes, which become my earrings eventually. But I would cut the tips off, because they are very, very sharp and very pointy. So I just cut them off so that they're ready to file down to make them wearable and not dangerous. You don't want to be wearing daggers in your ears, really.
No.
Okay, so that's what you get from your offcuts. So if you plan right, you'll get offcuts that you can then use in other projects.
Perfect. We are getting extremely low on the kit. Very quickly, I'm popping up on your screen these spacers. You have got your silver-plated spacers here, really large drill hole on them, and you can see you're getting absolutely oodles and oodles and oodles of them. You have got a low stock opportunity on these ones. It's 380 in the tube, but I've not got a huge quantity of these. I've got just less than 50 of them available. If you want to make the most of them for your bead weaving, for your stretchy bracelets, even for working with your metal, then absolutely do feel free to, because you've got that different amount of colours and that different amount of looks and details in the actual copper itself. You can kind of make the most of these, you truly can. Get them whilst you have the opportunity. Your price point is rolling in for you today. Smash 13. If you want to get your hands on it, all you have to pay today, don't forget until 8 o'clock, which will go back up in price, it's just £8 £2.95. They're going to go really, 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 really far. Even if you just put these on a bit of elastic, which you've got in the kit, just loads of them together, you can have a really cool, funky, stretchy bracelet, which is going to be really nice to wear, and it's going to, well, it's not going to look £8.95, it's going to look much more expensive, I'm sure. Well done, everyone. Get it whilst you can. Final few of those. Back with you, Jem.
Okay, I've just, whilst you've been talking there, I've just cut a few holes in, and I'll show you how to do those and how to mark them out now. So we need to punch some holes in the copper so that we can add in our wire work and our gemstones. So what I've done is marked out along the side. I think I've probably used one less hole so than I did in my other one, but have a look at the photos or do it your way. All these need to do is attach your wire to your metal. Okay, so you can space them out however you like, add more in or less in, it's up to you, but just try and make them symmetrical. This piece has tried to be symmetrical. It's not always possible to get complete symmetry, but I have tried.
That's the nice thing, though, about homemade pieces of jewellery, because it is unique. It doesn't need to look machine-made, does it?
No, no. That's what I say anyway. Right, so then once you've marked them out, I usually use just a marker to pop my dots on. Then you can you take your punch and punch some holes in, and now the thickest gauge of wire you're going to go through there is the 6mm, but you want to go through at least 3 times sometimes the drill hole, the hole that you make. So long as your hole is big enough to take the wire through at least 3 times, then that's big enough. This hole I'm using here is plenty big enough. I think I've used a smaller one at home.
3.20 that you're using now.
And at home I think I used the 2mm.
2mm, yeah.
And you know, it's big enough to get all the wires through. So you just punch in through those holes. So all I'm doing, if you've not done this before and you're going to get one of these wonderful tools, which I would not be without, all you do is you slide your copper into the little slot that you have in the in the tool, and you've got this little tap here, so the copper's slid in there. You can line it up by eye with your little marker hole that you've made. Line it up, and then you turn this handle here and literally press it down. If I just hold it in place, it is really easy. It just pops through and screw it down. You don't have to go all the way, and then just screw it back up. The bigger the hole that you make, the sort of tougher it is to go through, because you've got to, pushing through a bigger surface area. But the smaller ones just pop through like they're cut-in paper. And you also get these lovely little dots to use. And you can either solder these on if you like soldering, or glue them on, or put them in your polymer clay or anything. So I'm just going to make this one more hole so we can get started with weaving, getting the wires in.
Okay, perfect.
And we'll just do one side. Because it's symmetrical, whatever I do on one side, you just do on the other side.
Okay, easy enough.
So we'll just do the one today. I'll show you how to get symmetry. That's the important bit.
The main bit.
Yeah. Okay, so far there's our cuff. I've also popped a bit of texture onto this before I've done anything else.
Oh yeah, you can feel that.
I've hammered it. I can show you that if you want to.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got a hammer and block. So I've got my steel block. I've got my sandbag here that just damps down a bit of the noise, and I've got some hammers. I've got this multi-pack of hammers, which is brilliant.
Which again, you should be able to find on our website right now.
I'm taking just the ball pine hammer, so I'm going to use the domed section of my hammer and just hammer down all the way over this piece. So I like doing the edges. One, it saves you a bit of time filing, and two, it gives you a nice sort of frilly edge. Really give it a good hammer to give you lovely texture. What I will say is, when you're hammering, can you see how I'm holding it? A lot of people try to hold it with their finger down. That really gives you a lot of stress in your arm.
Okay.
So always hold it like that. You're pretending that you're a ball, like a ball socket.
Okay.
So your hand is making the socket, and this should just be sort of loosely coming through. Okay. It'll take a lot of stress out of your muscles in your arms if you allow that.
That's a good tip.
And also, don't try and direct where, if you're going to texture the whole piece, you can have a little bit of direction. Obviously, if I texture in this section, want to leave this one, I'll just roughly texture this area. But if you're going to texture the whole piece, and say I want to texture along this edge, don't try and aim it, because one, you won't get enough pressure down because you'll be worried about where it's going to land.
Okay.
And two, it will look very contrived as.
No, I know what you mean.
You know?
It looks almost too organised.
So don't worry about missing. I think that's the point.
Yeah.
I'm making. Don't worry about missing. Just really
go for it.
Go for it. Yeah. Get some tension out. So once you've hammered the whole piece, then you take a file to it and file down the edges.
Now this is really important to do this, isn't it, to file it down?
It is really an important part, especially if you're going to wear your jewellery or even give it to somebody else to wear, whether that's a sale or a gift. If you've got any of these rough edges that hurt them, they're not going to wear it. And you know, that's the point, that somebody else enjoys your jewellery.
Definitely.
So make sure that all the edges at least are filed off. So I'll go across the back and just file it literally takes minutes to file off any edges. And then when you come to file the edge of your piece, although this particular design isn't necessarily going to be on your skin or touching your skin, it's still, you can still visible. So definitely any rough bits you need to take off. But if you are gonna file it to make it a finished piece, like we have in the earrings or the pendants or the collar, you'll need to take your file to it. So I do this. First I drag the file sort of, if this is here's the face like this. Imagine we want to put like a butter knife edge on it.
Okay, yeah.
So we're going to come up, sort of upwards or downwards if you're holding it like that, along. So you're taking sort of the corner off that way. Okay. Like that. You do the same on the other side. And you're going to try and do it all in one direction. So we're just bringing the fibres then of the metal upwards, towards the edge, like so. And then when you get to there, that's brought that feels quite rough now, where we've brought all the
it does actually
edges.
Feel the texture on it.
Yeah. So then we take the file and go across the edge like so, and you're going to try and do it all in one direction. Now, if you've got a nice bigger file, you can start with a bigger file, but a lot like filing your nails, if you go backwards and forwards, you'll find it very difficult to get a very smooth edge, but you go in one direction, you'll get a very smooth edge very quickly, and you can repeat that a few times. And then I always take a bit of wire wool and just rub over the edges like that, and it gives you a little bit of a shine on the edge too, which always makes it look more rounded and finished.
It gives a really nice professional finish as well. Speaking of professional finish, not a huge amount with everyone who has it in their baskets on that kit left, so I'm going to bring you a very professional finish with the likes of this clasp. Now, I brought to you a J-hook earlier, or I brought to you a strand earlier. I'm bringing to you your deal of your day a little bit later on. This is a great way to finish off these designs. If you love high quality, then boy, you've got it in clasp form here. This is your sterling silver box clasp, and it has that beautiful blue topaz within there. We're going to give you a special deal on it, so do make sure you're coming in and getting it whilst you can. Your box clasp is really... Oh, pencil, get out of the way, you. I like how you've got a Jewellery Maker one though, well done. Yeah. But I've got here your trio clasp. Now that means if you want to do, trio stranded pieces, then you absolutely can with this. I mean, 3 strands of pearls would be beautiful. What about that really long, lengthy, translucent sky blue opal strand I brought to you earlier on? If you got your hands on 2 or even 3 of those, because they were very long, probably need 2, you could do, 3 stranded, which would be absolutely elegant. This is a very high-end clasp, as you can see, to really add that extra luxury to your pieces. Get it whilst you can. At $14.95, that is a very good should-be deal, but we are going to drop it lower for you now. You ready? We're rolling it down. Should be £14.95, and it will be after 8 o'clock, so make the most of it whilst you absolutely can. £9.95. Final closing deal on that one. Get it whilst you can. Yes, it says 95 upon it. It says it on the back. You do have a lot of surface area there, so people are going to know you're working with the bestest quality. Make the most of it whilst you can at £9.95. So we're back with Jem. We found out how to get that real nice, smooth, professional finish. Where to next?
Okay, so now I'm going to add in some wire and some detail. So I've got the 1.5mm wire, and I've cut 2 lengths and they are much longer than we need because it gives us more opportunities. So let's measure this and say our cuff is 6 inches in length because it's the width, and these are 16 inches.
Okay.
And they're gonna do half of the cuff each. So to get symmetry, what I've done is when I do this bit is I keep them together and hold them together while I create the shape I need, and then when I take them apart, they're equal, you know, they're symmetrical.
I know what you mean, yeah, I get you.
So what I'm going to do is going to come the outline of the bangle, so I want to trace that shape there, which is quite an nice easy shape to trace. So using my flat nose pliers, I'm first going to sort of roughly find the middle of my wires and put in my first corner, because I know there's one corner at least I need. So I'm just going to hold it against the pliers and put in that little bend there.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try and make it quite a sharp bend if I can. That is going to form the first edge of my cuff, okay? So I need to bend that out slightly, and it's going to sit like that along the cuff side there.
Okay.
So then I do want a bit of a gap around because I don't want it to sit up flush, so I want to leave myself a bit of a sort of maybe a 2 mil gap all the way around the copper. So I'm going to put my pliers in now at that corner point there where I want the next angle to be, and then use my pliers to pull that up. Okay, so now I've got 2 that are exactly the same size. I'm just going to give them a bit of a pinch so that they all... No, I haven't got 2 that are the same size, something went wrong there. So I'm going to put them together anyway, and then adjust it so that I've got 2 the same.
Because it is quite forgiving, isn't it? Well, it's very forgiving actually, bare copper, isn't it?
It is, and if you are somebody that uses your gas torch, you know, if you do go wrong with copper wire and it seems, you can reverse it completely by heating it right up till it's glowing, quench it down again, and then it'll be dead soft again.
Perfect.
So yeah, easy to work with. So now I've got 2 the same. I'm not, just for the purpose of the demo, I'm not going to do the 2 wires at the same time because it is hard to hold on and show you what I'm doing.
Okay.
But at home, if you do the 2 wires at the same time, you're going to have that lovely symmetry that we're after.
Okay.
So all we're doing here is just shaping this so that it sits alongside your cuff and just sort of frames it almost. Okay. So now I'm going to make the section that comes back on itself and loops. So I'm going to use some bell making pliers. You can use round nose pliers if you want, and take this, roughly go to the point where you know you want your curve. I'm going to take that off there and use my pliers now to roll the shape back. So I'm using the biggest part of my bell making pliers, or you can use a pen, anything really to get you a bit of a curve going there. I roll that back on itself and do the same on the other side. So again, trying to, if you do in something symmetrical, try and do it immediately on the other side so that you've still got that sort of in your mind what you did. Okay, so there's my 2 curves there. That looks a little uneven, so roll it down until it looks about level. Okay. And then we're going to pop the pliers in again and bring that wire back up. So I'm going to hold on. I'm going to use a smaller mandrel this time just to bring the wire back up to here, and I'm going to just kink it up for now, like that. Okay, same on the other side. Hold it firmly, pull it, kink it up. So I've got this sort of shape here. That one's gone a bit wonky. Okay, so then that sits alongside our framework there. And if you can see, is that roughly sitting central? This one, you can see this one's a little short.
Yeah.
So I need to go in and adjust that at this stage so that it doesn't get too out of hand. So pop in your pliers again, open it back round, and just make some adjustments.
Okay.
So that it fits. So
just to make you aware, I've got loads and loads and loads and loads of this kit in basket, and we're just we really need to kind of get our head around what our quantity is on it. So if you do want it, we did a huge price drop. You saw it. You had the 1.5 bare wire, you had the 0.6 bare copper wire, you had the heat treated copper sheet, which was 6 by 6 inches. You had that gorgeous strand of white pearls and that wonderful, really, really strong intensity of citrine with your threading pack. I mean, all of that for £24.95 is an absolute bargain. So please do check out, because we just need to know ish how many we've got left, so that we can know whether or not to take it off the screen and whether or not to give everyone an opportunity on the repeat. So do to check those out if you would like them.
Okay, so there we go. There's that one in place there. So that's how you create this side. And then we're going to stitch this in. So I'm using the 0.6mm wire to stitch this into place, and I'll show you the sort of pattern I use for all the stitches. So cut off a length to work with. You do get a bit of waste with this, but you just put them to the side and use them in other projects, or make some little head pins with them. You can ball the end of this copper. Is it Sue Mason Burns did a demonstration?
Sue Mason Burns did a demonstration of this technique here, this one just here on this cuff, and it was on Thursday morning. So if you do want to look back on that, I treat you to go back on YouTube. It was myself and Sue Mason Burns, and she showed how to do this technique, didn't she?
Yeah, it was great. It's really good to do. I didn't want to bring all the equipment in today to do it, and obviously the thicker the wire, the hotter the flame needs to be. So you'll have to do a bit of experimenting. But for this 0.6 wire, if you just want to make some head pins, it's really quick and easy. Just literally in the flame, it's done. Yeah,
flash and it's done, and that's how you get that ball detail finish to the wire.
Okay, so what I'm doing now to attach the cuff to the wire is I've taken a length of the 0.6 wire and I've threaded it through one of the holes that I've punched, and I'm going to hold the frame next to it, the wire frame. And do you remember I said I want a little bit of separation between it? Well, if I wrap straight round, it would just pull it straight in next to the copper, and I don't want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in between, a bit like we're doing a figure of 8 weave. So it goes in between the sheet and the wire, and then around the wire once. So that's on that side, and then with the other wire, because we've got the wire going all the way through, so the other end of the wire you take up and round the wire the other way, round the frame wire the other way. So we've got that basic sort of figure of 8 sort of shape, and that just gives you that little bit of space you need to separate the copper wire there. So that's my first wrap into the copper, and I wrap around the copper wire once, always keeping it pinched nice and tight, then back through the hole. So eventually we'll have 3 wires going through the hole, back through the hole, up to the wire. Try not to let the wires inside that hole cross over, because it gets a bit messy then, so I want it to be quite neat. So I'm going to make sure that my wire is this side of that wrap, so I want it to come up through the hole that side. So sometimes you might need to just tweak it from the back and move it into position, then wrap it. So move it over at the back, pull it in. And this first one that you do is the hardest, obviously, because it's not held at all. And you come to do the other ones, they get easier and easier. So we just wrap around that side, and whatever you do with the one tail of wire, you do exactly the same with the other tail of wire. So this one now goes around the framework there, and then back down and through the hole, back up the other side, and around the wire just to finish. And that is what you do in each of the holes that you've created to attach the wire to it. So it attaches the wire and adds a bit of decoration. If you do it symmetrical, it'll all feed into the design. So we cut those tails off now. Cut the tails off, pinch all the ends in so that they're nice and neat. I'm not going to scratch. And you do that all the way around. So if you can imagine, I've done all of them.
Okay, yeah.
Then I'm going to add our pearls in, so that we know sort of the shape that we're working with. So I'm going to take our pearls, and I've threaded them onto a 0.6 length of wire. I've got 3 pearls there, and I've made a little jump ring to go in between. So
did you make that with the bare copper, did you?
I did, yeah. Made that around the mandrel, one of the mandrels of my bail makers, just made 4 of those, so I've got 2 for each section I put in.
Don't forget, if you do want to make your own of those, you can get your hands on the kit. If you want spaces, I brought these ones to you earlier on. They are the silver, sterling silver with the gold plated spacers. If you want to get your hands on them, still a few of those ones available.
Okay, so the 2 holes that I punched in the centre, so I've punched 2 sort of holes opposite each other. That's going to keep my pearls in place. So just thread those through. Got 2 sets of pearls ready. So that goes in there and in there. So the wire's gone through. Try and keep them nice and central. And then at the back, if you turn it over, if you take the wire back up through, so we've got 1 set of pearls threaded in, I'm going to take the wires across the back and back up through the hole, so they're crossing over at the back. That's going to keep the pearls nice and secure and also give us some tails to work and tie in our other pieces of wire as we go. Okay, so that's 1. So that's nice and secure there, they're firmly fixed. And then we do the other one too. Through the hole, up to the other side. Pull it nice and firmly. Okay, so they're ready there, we've got that centre piece. The ends of these wires here, I've balled the end so that you've got that feature. Let me bring this over.
Okay.
So these ends have been balled with the flame, and then I've pushed them down like so once I've got the design in place. And sort of what happens is you make these shapes because they all become quite different. So you make shapes and then you sort of put them in different ways, and you know, because obviously you can change them around quite a bit into different formats, and they'll sort of nestle in against each other, however dictated by the next shape you put in. So let's make something that's going to frame the pearls there now. So we're going to take another piece of wire and make a frame section that sits then on top of the pearls there. So again, it's make 2 so that they're symmetrical, and then let them sit either side of the pearls.
Okay.
So I'm going to cut 2 pieces of wire, and don't worry about the length, just cut 2 the same, because we can always trim the ends off after. So it's always best to cut a bit more than you need and then trim off the excess.
You do get plenty of it in the kit.
Oh, you do, yeah. So again, I'm going to work with one side, but you would try and work with 2 together so that you get the symmetry you're looking for. I'm going to start in the middle, because we're actually looking for symmetry in both directions in this piece.
Okay.
Because we're looking for symmetry that side and that side, but we're also looking for symmetry this side and this side. So you've got double the whammy of symmetry there. So there's one shape there that I've put in, and I could leave it like that, or I could add in some more. So let's add in another sort of loop. And where possible, it's great to use your hands and things like that to make these shapes, but if you use tools, you're more likely to get the symmetry you're looking for. So I'm just creating some scrolls here. Excuse me, I got my very dry throat today. Keep getting scratchy. So that's nice. That's going to sit in there nicely and frame those pearls. So I'm going to work with that. And I can see where the overlaps would be. So if I pop that in there, I can see whether these touch here. So that's what I'm going to bind together.
Okay.
So if I take that wire that's coming up through the middle of the pearls, and I can use that to then stitch the 2 wires together. So it's coming round there, and round there. Just hold that in place for just a minute. And another stitch. Make sure you stitch the same place, because you do sometimes it looks, you know, the pattern is a bit like a Celtic pattern, you know, you can't see where the beginning and the end was, so you have to sometimes really examine it for a while before you realise where you are in your design. So wrap that a few times. And you can build this up. I mean, I think I put another piece in after because I wasn't quite happy that the pearls were framed as I wanted them to. So I popped another piece in as well to sit top and bottom. But let's just say we're happy with where that is for now. So then these end pieces, you use your flame to ball the ends so that you get a nice finish. If you can't do that, you don't feel confident to do that just yet, you can just pop a little spiral on the end, or even glue on a little, what do you call them? The little spacer beads you just did. Glue on one of those even to sort of finish that end so that it's not scratchy. Okay, so now these bits here, we're going to sort of scroll in so that they're not, you know, you don't want them protruding like that up your arm. So we're going to maybe cross these over. So whatever you do one side, do on the other side.
Okay.
Going to pull those round, and then these maybe pop in so that they come in towards the centre. So we're going to pull it around. So also, as we're doing this, we're interlocking the wires too. So they're actually now becoming locked together.
Yeah, it's tying it in more, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gives more strength.
That's it. And so this end then will roll up. So I'm going to pop like a slight spiral on it. And if the other one was in, those would be interlocking together now.
Okay. Yeah, I see.
Can you see how that would work?
Yeah.
So we'll just spiral that one to there. And the same, make sure you do exactly the same immediately on the other side, otherwise you'll forget what you just did. So go and do this one. Spiral it in. Just keep repositioning. And like I said, if it does go all wrong, you know, it's organic. So it doesn't matter too much, just really go for it. If it goes really wrong, really go for it and just do any old shape and it will eventually work out.
It will work.
Okay, so then these bits here, again, you're going to just roll them so that they're in a position where you feel that it looks nice. So it is a lot easier to do this bit when both sides are in, because you know, that symmetry helps. Surprising, something looks maybe a bit, maybe not complete, it doesn't look quite right when it's not fully in position, but then as soon as you mirror it, it looks amazing because because it's suddenly put together.
I know what you mean.
Where did I go here? See, this is what I'm saying.
So you forget it.
It is like
so you've done that bit when you see that loopy bit there, don't you?
And around this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then kink up.
I'm going to kink it upwards. So you can see how those simple shapes that I made, actually when you put them together, start becoming
really intricate.
Quite intricate. And then of course if you ball up all the ends, they become even, you get all that other detail as well. So you can pop that in, you can pop another layer on there if you want to. But that's really how you just keep building that piece until you find, a design that you really like the look of, that you're really happy with. Just pull those in as well. And you will never ever get two the same, which is part of the beauty and charm of handmade jewellery, isn't it? You never have two the same. So there we go. That's how you do it.
Incredible. Thank you so much for showing us that stunning piece. It's so mystical and magical.
Yeah, you can't see where it begins and ends, can you?
No.
And it looks like it's sort of grown, and that is actually true. It does grow.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
From idea to actual make. Gem, I absolutely, completely adore it. Thank you so much for showing us that. It's incredible, isn't it? I've got that star by now that we were discussing earlier. We'll go exceptionally with this. Great to tie it in together right here, right now, star by. Okay, let's get our hands on this doll by now, shall we? This is something very special, brand spanking new. I need to make you aware I only have 50 of these ones available, and they are going to go exceptionally well with the kit that we've just seen Gemma work with. I mean, how incredible were all those colours, all of that movement, all of that shape, and boy, oh boy, have we got serious quality for you right here. Let me show you this, get ready to own it. This isn't just A grade. This isn't even AA grade. This is AA+. Labradorite. And it is completely impeccable. I need to make you aware, I did say 50, I've actually got 51. Jem, tell me what you like about this, because my battery's gone.
It's stunning. It's stunning. It's got all that those same qualities of that as the rondelles I had in my first kit. It is that quality, that sort of breathtaking, amazing example of labradorite that you really hope to find.
Yeah.
Rarely do, but you hope to.
Yeah.
And for me, I was just looking to see if I had that strand, so I would literally just restrand the rondelles, pop one of those as a centerpiece, or maybe 2, 3, and that would be...
Sorry! Sorry, we were trying to be really casual then, my mic died, but I had to change my battery back.
And I'd lost my battery.
And he's lost his battery, so he couldn't hear anything. Sorry about that, do apologise. Sorry, Jem.
Yeah, I forgot where I was now.
It's just astonishing, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's exceptional. Exceptional.
Stardust rondelles with this.
You wouldn't need anything. You wouldn't need anything else. You don't really need anything else at all with them. But
you're right.
The rondelles would look amazing.
And the grading is very, very, very important, surely. Now, do not forget that a grading of a gemstone isn't just something that we kind of marry up. It's not just something that we create. It's something that takes more time, more effort, more money to be able to do. We have to pay certain fees, etc. on it. We have to have more kind of work done to it in essence of the paperwork and things that go alongside this when we collect it. Now, this has been given a AA+ grade, and you might need to know what that means, because it's not something that just makes us seem nice or something that, you know, seems exceptional. To be a AA grade, you need to be able to see at least 3 primary colours. If you're getting an A grade, you only have to see 2 primary colours. Two prime colours, should I say? You need to be able to see at least 3 in a double grade, and you most certainly have. I can see plenty of blues, plenty of greens, and plenty of golds on these strands. I just so have the added bonus in some of the gemstones to actually be able to see purples and pinks in real life. Because that's not throughout every single one, it's not been given the triple A grade, but it's definitely present in some of these. What you're also looking for is a lack of dead spots. Now, with a double A, you are allowed around about a 20% of dead spaces, if as it were, dead air, as it were. Areas where in the gemstone it just looks a bit boring, it just looks a bit faded, it just looks a bit black. Because you hardly get 20% on this, you've got, well, I'm finding it hard actually to find any of those dead spots in great abundance, but because it's got much less than that, that's one of the main reasons it's been given the AA+, because it's not about 20% dead space on this. The amount of colour that illuminates this goes on and on and on. Now, this is serious quality, and you can see that I've now, oh my goodness, so good quality. I've now got less than 50 available. Your price point is coming up on your screen. Brand new AA+ graded quality. How many strands of this quality do you own? I mean, I don't own any. I've got an A, but I do not have a AA+ at all. That is exceptional quality. Do you remember when we used to give you quality like this, and we used to be around the sort of 30, 40, 50 pounds? This is an exceptional deal. It truly is. And yet, I'm dropping it down for you. Why? Because it's brand new, because it's a premier price point. Can't guarantee this again, but I can guarantee it for you right here, right now. £14.95. It's a premier price point. Can't guarantee that we're going to stick at that deal. I do greatly apologise. I'm not just showing you one side, I'm going to show you both, so you can really make the most of this, so you can really make a decision on just how epic a quality this is. £14.95, Jem. What's going through your head?
I was not expecting that. Not at all. I definitely was thinking £29.95 and above. That's incredible. You're right, I've never seen any strands as good as that, consistently as good as that.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I'm lucky enough to have a lovely quad A tanzanite, and it's stunning. But those will go alongside that, not a problem. You know, they're equal in their quality and and beauty. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely and completely. When you have a graded gemstone, it's a sign of integrity, it's a sign of quality, it's a sign that you're working with the absolute best, and a lot of you want to be able to do that. Do you feel free to get your authenticity on this? I will tell you that your authenticity will say AA+ grade. Boy, by the way, half my stock has gone. Boy, is that going to really show it off. I mean, just imagine with that quality, maybe just something very simple like one on this chain, and you're going to be able to prove that you've got the quality there, not only of the chain because it says sterling silver, but also of that labradorite and with that AA+ grading. Now this chain that I'm showing you here is sterling silver, and it will be coming up for you in my next and final hour of my show with my team and the wonderful Gemma Crow. It's just astonishing quality, it truly is. Well done to everyone, hardly any of those left. In the final hour, more surprises, more treats, more deals. See you then.
Introducing Let's Make Jewellery from the team at Jewellery Maker. Packed full of ideas, projects and competition, Let's Make Jewellery magazine is perfect for both beginners and experienced jewellery makers. Pre-order your copy online today at JewelleryMaker.com or by phone. Just call our call centre to place your order. Let's Make Jewellery from the team at Jewellery Maker.
There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and Freesat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Peridot is a member of the olivine family. This spring green gemstone is also the birthstone for August. It's a really interesting gemstone in the fact that when the light rays are split between this gemstone, you can see the resulting effect by eye. You often see doubling of back facets within this gemstone due to the high birefringence. One identifying feature of this gemstone is it often contains chromite inclusions. These chromite inclusions interfere with the structure of the gemstone and create wonderful lily pad inclusions within the stone itself.
Get creative with Mark Smith with his Craft Fair DVD. Mark guides you through 6 sections of fascinating techniques that sell the best on his very own successful craft fairs. He concludes this DVD by sharing his own tips and hints that make his own stalls very popular. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
I like working with Kumihimo because it's a very mobile craft. I can take it with me to various different places and work on it on the go. It's got endless patterns that you can create with lots of varied materials which Jewellery Maker sell in abundance. So things like our satin cords and waxed cords, but we can use ribbons and wire as well. And I like the product because that it's sort of something that all ages can do. So from the very young, my children enjoy making Kumihimo braids, right through to people who might have some sorts of dexterity problems because it's very easy, there's nothing heavy to move, and you get into a real zone of sort of peaceful tranquility while doing it, and it just takes you to another place and you just get lost in the moment of making Kumihimo.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, But being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker. Morganite was first discovered in California in the early 20th century. News spread quickly and it became of special interest to George Frederick Kunz, a well-known and respected gemologist and gem collector from New York. In 1911, Kunz later discovered the gem in Madagascar and suggested naming this pink variety of beryl Morganite. Along with emerald and aquamarine, Morganite is now one of the most popular gemstones from the color beryl family.
This is a very special, high quality, elegant deal of the day. We have an okay amount, but we don't have that many left because it was so popular this morning. Imagine ultimate quality, the graphics are in. Swiss blue topaz, only 71 left. Such good quality. Such great quality. Absolute abundance of not only idyllic hue, idyllic tonality, but also idyllic saturation. This is by no mean weak. This is by no mean diluted. This is by no mean insipid. This is strong, this is intense, and this knows exactly where it's going. This is going into some high-end designs. This is going into some very, very sought-after pieces. And this is going into those gifts, to those pieces for true, true loved ones. When you have something with this much integrity, and it has it, doesn't it? It has that integrity. You know, alongside the 4 C's, which I have to say every single one is present within here, to be able to bring you that and that look and that interest and that detail. Wow, you have impact, and you have impact in abundance. It's not only got the clarity that we would hope for, but not always get, sadly, in your topaz. It's got that colour, that idyllic colour. When you're dealing with a Swiss blue topaz, you are generally dealing, when the clarity is there, with one of the highest RIs and brilliance levels of any other topaz. So it's giving you more of that light interaction, more of that light interest than, say, the likes of the white variety or the likes of your London blue variety. And because of that, you get this multi-interest look. You get that glow, you get that hit of light, which doesn't just kind of sing on the surface, it glows and emits from the center, which means that when you're working with this, you get that duality of the light on the internal luster and the external luster side by side. And because you have all of that, it not only illuminates and brightens, but it actually signifies and gives more of the interest to the idyllic hue of this. If this hue wasn't absolutely idyllic, we would not be able to name this your Swiss blue variety. If the tonality of this was 10% either way, it would be referred to as a different name entirely, but it's not. It's idyllic. It's what you want to look for. It's exactly where it should be. So when you have quality like that, rested upon quality with the clarity, you've got a massive amount of carat weight on this. I mean, 35 carats worth. That's a big amount for such a high-end strand as this. But also you have that with the integrity of the workmanship and the actual cut cut of every single one of these. I mean, this is not boring facet work. This is not a beginner's guide to faceting, is it? This is intense. You can see that you've got those different shapes that intermittently alternate that light. And because you have all of that different interest, because of the cut you've got on these, which is kind of a bit of a hybrid actually, you get a real interest where it gives you different pings from different angles. Because of all of those things, because we've ticked off every single box in our very basic 4 C's, you would expect an extreme price point on this. With that cut, with that clarity, with that colour, with that carat weight, you would expect big, big, big prices. It is under £100 for you today though, at just £87.95. This is a gift. This is one of those gifts you give to your loved ones. This is one of those gifts for a very, very, very special birthday or a very special anniversary. This is the gift that will keep on giving, because this won't go out of style, this won't go out of fashion. When you have quality like this and all 4 of those boxes ticked off on the list, you know you're dealing with something incredible, and this most certainly is it. Hi, I'm Becky. It's my absolute pleasure today to be joined by the wonderful Jem. Jem, I want to know what you think about this, please.
I think it's just absolutely beautiful. There's no other colour like it, is there? No. It's alive almost. So vivid. It's just and sparkly. It looks like it belongs centre stage in a jewellery shop window, doesn't it? It's really, really exceptional.
Stunning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Get your hands on it whilst you have the opportunity. This is just £87.95. Well done to every single one of you. A great deal there. Make the most of it whilst you can, because not a huge amount of those ones left. Okay. Go great with that AA plus Labrador, actually. Okay, next up, everyone. Well done, everyone who got that. Our autumnal luxury continues with our bare copper wire. We've had that beautiful heated copper for you, and now I'm going to bring you something very autumnal, edging on to the icy winter. I love this strand. It's been ages since I've seen it. How beautiful is that? I absolutely love this strand. The last time, apart from the previous one, I did this for you a couple of days ago, but apart from the previous time, the only time I'd seen this strand was we worked out around about a year and 9 months ago, because we were in the old studio. It was such an individual and standout strand. You remember that type of thing, don't you? You remember something really as quirky and as unusual and as different as this. And boy, is it quirky and different. I adore it. What we've done with this, essentially, which is a really unusual way around to do this, is we've got our round of quartz, we've applied a frosting to the entire area, and then what we've done is we've etched away, we've faceted away, we've taken away that inner band, that waistband, if you will, around the centre. So that will have already been frosted, and we will have taken that off. So you get this beautiful kind of intrigue of the frosted nature, but you also get those facets, which is wonderful because it takes on colour still. So if the frosting was just there by itself, it ain't going to be doing much. But because you've got that element of the quality look, you've still got that colour that is able to band through. This is that exceptional translucent opal that I did for you a little bit earlier on. But you know, it's going to go with these different looks and these different colours. Even if you pair it with something so quirky, like maybe the likes of your Labradorite, I mean, you're going to be able to see the beauty of that colour and sheen that shines through. It's magical, isn't it? Don't you think? How individual. Not every strand would do this. Not every strand would kind of play with the colour as much as this one is. But it just goes to show you how individual and unique this is. This should be £9.95. That I've just heard is a wonderful deal. We're clearing this out. This is going. It's ready. You ready? Wait for it. It's here. It's just £6.95. Now is your opportunity. You need to come in and get your hands on this whilst you have the opportunity, because we do not get strands like this very often at all. We truly, truly don't. When you have this much intrigue, this much interest, it gives you this beautiful kind of detail that grabs you in, it draws you in, but it kind of keeps you there, it captivates you, it keeps you interested. You don't want everything, kind of every single strand to be completely the same. When you have that movement movement around this, you have that detail and interest around this, it really does give you such a beautiful array of light that not only glows within the centre but also adds that facet. And when you have that sparkle, when you have that detail, it really is important that you make the most of every single individual strand. We don't get pieces like this often at all, so make sure you make the most of it whilst you can at £6.95. I mean, Jem, what would you be doing with something like this to really show that detail off?
I think macrame with wire, because then you would see all the way around it. You'd see
Love that idea.
that bit of clarity in the centre, and then the frosted round it. You want to see all of it, don't you?
Definitely.
So I wouldn't try not to hide any of it away, or maybe in earrings where they can dangle freely. They would look lovely.
Yeah.
I think they look great with that Botswana that we had this morning.
Oh, you're not
Still
wrong. We had the
that.
Botswana agate on before. Yeah, gorgeous idea.
Still adoring that strand from this morning. But again, it will take on anything, won't it? And for Christmas, and the spacer beads, have we still got some of those left?
Oh, I think we do.
I mean, imagine that for your Christmas piece.
That would be amazing in between. Really show it off as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would help. It would show the gem, but it would also give that little bit of flash of evening sparkle or glamour in there, and warmth as well, because it's a cool white, isn't it? So it will warm it up.
Yeah, really warm it up. These are at the bottom of your screen if you want to get your hands on them. They're just £6. No, they're not. That's a lie. They're £9.95. Of course they are. The sterling silver. Sorry, sterling silver with that gold over the top. And this is £6.95 on this strand for you. Lots of you multi-purchasing, and those are your 8mm rounds. So a lovely look and detail. Okay. I've got a very special gift now, and we were talking about birthdays in the break, weren't we, Gemma?
Yeah, we were.
I've got something. Where has it gone? Tell me again. There it is. Sorry, it's in the way. I've got something here which I think is a perfect birthday gift, because it is exceptionally high-end pair of earrings, and it's sterling silver with gold and emerald. Now, this is a very, very, very special opportunity. I think these are impeccable.
Oh, wow, they are.
Aren't they stunning?
Yeah, and there's something, I've seen that in different colours, something about that design really suits green, and I think it's sort of that Fabergé sort of feel to it.
You're not wrong at all.
And Russia always makes me think of green and gold, and that really works, doesn't it?
It just works, doesn't it? Now, when you have the likes of, birthday gifts, when you give a birthday gift, depending on the person will depend on maybe what you get and maybe the amount you're prepared to spend, won't it?
Yeah.
When you look at something like this, where does this sit on the level? Who is this for? Is this for your random next door neighbour who walks your dog that once and brings your post round every other Tuesday?
Oh, no, this is mother-in-law level.
Yeah, yeah. It really is, isn't it?
You need to impress sort of level, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's sort of at the price point that you could probably, spend on your tip to your postman at Christmas.
Yeah,
that,
completely.
It's less than the tip, I should imagine, that you leave for your postie or your window cleaner or whoever.
Completely. But the perceived value of this doesn't say that, because it is sterling silver, and then it does have that gold over the top. And don't forget, we were talking about the gold making process with the, taking out of the mine, the all stock, taking it through to the crusher, adding your water, adding your acid, filtering it through all these sand filters, getting your solvent extracted, taking that acid out that you first had, adding more water to rehydrate again, adding the likes of your thickener and your centrifuge and your drying process, and it's a lot of work that goes into getting gold, and I think that's something we forget, in particular when we do prices like the one you're going to see on your screen. £14. Excuse me. Are you absolutely and completely for serious? Okay, I would just like to say that if management are currently watching, this is not me, this is my producer Danny doing this price point because it's ridiculous. We've gone under £10. £8.95 for I loved your face then, Gem. You literally just did. It was almost like one of those old G.I. Joes. Because your face just stayed the same and your eyes just went either side. That is a price that shocked you.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, with, you know, especially with emerald in there. You know, it's incredible, isn't it? And I'm thinking,
yeah.
I thought, well, for my tenner tip that I would possibly give, you know, to the postman or whatever, or the hairdresser or whatever, at Christmas time, that would include a box.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Get the box as well, and the
You're
wrapping,
completely
or the
right.
wrapping paper for that £10. That's incredible, isn't it?
It's absolutely astonishing, isn't it? It really, 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 really is. And speaking of birthdays, we do want to say happy birthday, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Who are we saying happy birthday to, Jem?
To Kiana.
Oh, I
She's
love
just
Kiana.
She's such a puppet. She's 8 today.
Oh.
And she should be having a lovely day. She had a bit of a party yesterday, but I promised I'd say happy birthday. So happy birthday, Kiana. I hope you're having a lovely day.
And Kiana actually has been a guest designer, technically, on the show, hasn't she?
Yes, she has.
Remind us what she made for us.
She made a beautiful sort of green, all different greens and black agate necklace.
I remember.
With twisted wire. It was beautiful.
Yeah, I remember.
She's really talented.
So, guest designer, technically. Kiara, happy birthday to you, lovely. 8 years old.
Yeah.
Did she eat too many sweets at the party?
No, I think she was already full, but I think it was the second party of the day, so she was already full by the time she got there.
Pretty good. Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, bless you. Happy birthday. Well done, everyone who's getting their hands on this. From one gift to an absolute other. And I know this is a bit quirky, and some of you may love this idea, I think. What about just 2 or 3 of the Sleeping Beauty variety of turquoise from this?
Yeah. Especially if you picked out those greener tones.
The greener ones, exactly what I was thinking. Exactly what I was thinking. Sleeping Beauty turquoise, of course, is a turquoise that essentially comes from one mining region within the USA. And what you get with this mining region is a simplicity of matrix and therefore a strength, I would say, of hue and cleanness, let's say. This most certainly ticks a lot of those boxes. Some of them has much more of a matrix than we would be used to seeing actually in Sleeping Beauty, which means it might be slightly more diverse from the actual Sleeping Beauties that you have in your collection. Now, you do still have that beautiful boldness of, wow, I can't believe this isn't irradiated. Are you serious? I've possibly seen that twice off the top of my head, a Sleeping Beauty turquoise that hasn't been irradiated or heated. That's incredible. And that will be one of the I can't get over that. Normally, you would have to have that treatment applied to this to give you that impact, I would say, that this is giving you. The fact that Mother Nature has got this naturally for us is something really, really, really to make the most of. It's an incredible opportunity to get your hands on this. It really is. I can't believe we're doing a price drop as well. Okay. It's from one shock to another shock on this one today. It's been one of those days. We were saying in the break, it's been flown by today, shocked at some of the prices, some of the deals, and this is absolutely one of them that's going to shock you. When you're speaking of Sleeping Beauty turquoise, you're up here in quality. We're dropping it down, and I don't mean one level. £44.95. That isn't just a tenner off, and I mean a tenner back in my pocket. I know where I'd prefer it. That's a great idea. But £25 I've just taken off this. Jem, what do you think?
Sorry, I missed it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
One of those
£25 off.
Yeah, that's incredible. Again, I don't know how we do it.
How
do we do that?
It's astonishing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is, and you wouldn't even get it for the price before the price drop anywhere else like that. You know, it's such an expensive gemstone.
It really is.
It's a specialist gemstone, isn't it? It's really very, very popular.
It's a true connoisseur gemstone, isn't it?
Yeah.
This isn't one for kind of your everyday. I wouldn't be able to walk into a high street store often and say, turquoise would be great, but I want your natural Sleeping Beauty turquoise. I can't think of a location that I can think that I could even do that and say I'm only prepared to part with, $44.95 max.
No, you wouldn't. No, that's just not realistic.
Doesn't
at
compute,
all, is it?
Doesn't compute.
No.
3 opportunities left. Got to leave that one with you because there's more on the phone. Okay, where did you say? Sorry, Poppet. Yep. I haven't seen a collection like this in absolutely ages. Oh, I love these. Do you remember when we used to do these quite often?
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
It's been yonks. I bet I can't remember how to open it. Bet your bottom dollar. Oh, way up. They're always so... Now, I have got for you here a really glorious... Let me show you them as it is, and then I'll get these tweezers because I think I remember a technique. I do. This is your collection of gemstones. I've got 12 of them. These have been extremely popular in the past. I haven't seen these in well over a year. That gorgeous collection of your beautiful rounds. Now, what we have here is a box. Oh, I cannot open that. Impossible. I have got a box here for you with individual boxes of your gemstones in there. And you can see you're getting a massive array of your gems in here. Now, they are a collaborated collection, so you can, if you have the right findings for these, you can actually place these into maybe your set pieces. But you completely and absolutely don't have to. This just as a talking point, maybe to have on the likes of your store would be beautiful. This for your commission pieces would be great as well. Or even if you wanted to put these into the likes of, let me think, your handmade pieces. You know, you can easily make these into a ring with a bit of prong setting, or if you wanted to even do some wire work with these, you could. These with the likes of your metal, clay, I mean, exceptional. Let me take a look at what gems I've got in here. Let me just talk this to myself. Sorry, get it out your way. I've got in here your black spinel, your citrine, I have got an aquamarine, I've got a garnet, I've got a amethyst, and I've got a white topaz in here. So you have got, now I wish I could get this out of the box, I simply can't, it's I'm finding it tricky, but you have got, this is our kind of top grade quality, and we don't have any of these left because this is actually from our previous company, through our previous organisation, this is. So we don't, once these have gone, they've essentially gone. At just £29.95, it is an astonishing opportunity, it really is. I just wish I could open it. Ben, do you want to have a go at opening it? You have a go at opening it. It's because I don't want to wreck my nails, to be honest.
Is it a studio sample?
We've taken it down in price for you at £19.95 for you today. What an opportunity that is. I need to make you aware, final 30. Less than 30 available for you. Once they've gone, did you hear that? Have you just smashed that box, Ben? No. No? Suspicious. It's just £19.95 for us. We're getting low in our stock on this right here, right now.
It genuinely wasn't me trying. It was me trying to open it.
You trying to open it?
Yeah,
it's.
I got a clip and the clip popped back in.
Okay, a good story, but it's not working, is it? That's all right. You get the idea. Get these home, and you. Although I do love watching you try to do this. It's quite satisfying. It's tricky though, isn't it? It's tricky. I have got them tweezers, yeah. £19.95 is your price point on those ones today. I'm telling you, I've tried that technique. It's not working.
No, I've got an idea.
All right.
These ones.
How many of those have we got left, producer Danny? Only 12 left. I nailed it! Fire on that! Gosh, you're good. You deserve a pay rise. These are astonishing. Do you know what? I'm just going to show you one of them just to show you how stunning this collection is. It is a beautiful, beautiful array. And it's Ben, are you alright? He's dropping the lid now, okay. Now you have broken it, brilliant. So that's one less of these we have then. £19. And look at the quality of the glow on these, and these are in individual boxes as well, so it's going to get even better. These ones are much easier to open. Let me show you. I mean, these ones, this is so simple to open. Get your tweezers in, twist. Look how easy that is. Those ones are beautiful. Look at the quality. That is astonishing, isn't it? That is engagement ring quality, I think. Citrine, stunning, isn't it? Absolutely exceptional, and like I say, they do come in these little boxes which you can reuse. Well done, absolutely everyone. Okay, sterling silver chain, anybody? How's about it? Right here, right now, your treat. Start by. When we talk about sterling silver, we're talking about something special, aren't we? We're talking about something individual, something unique, something that can stand the test of time. And when we're seeing it in a link and a design and a loopage like this, we're talking about it in terms of, well, I suppose in terms of everyday wearability for good. You'll see what I mean when I see the linkage. It's not fussy, it's not ostentatious, it's not over the top. It's just everyday wearability, and in a massive way, because it's 2 grams worth of sterling silver in one chain. Now this is a big look and design. Let me show you the links that we have in this, if I may. I'll just hold that out for you so you can see it. So you've got a really large oval link, which is actually more rectangular if you look at it. Really large oval link, and then if I spin it around again, you'll see they're connected with a small link. So larger link into a smaller link. Now it's almost like a slightly more simplistic Figaro actually, isn't it, that we've got here. And I like that look and detail for a number of reasons. Number one, it means that you get a really nice elongated look which plays with that light beautifully. Secondarily, I love about it that actually if you did want to do a design where maybe you did, you know, every 4th link or whatever would be a design feature, then it's going to be really easy to find on here because not every single link is the same, and therefore you spend all your time counting along. It means that you're going to really easily be able to pick out that design and that look and exactly how you're then going to put your idea into fruition with something like this. Another thing I adore about that too is because you've got the smaller links and the larger links, you can have an absolute whale of a time adding your gemstones onto this, adding more chain onto this, adding your head pins with your gemstones from this, doing your bubble chain design from this, adding your drops to this. I mean, imagine, sorry, I'll just move that. Imagine, because of the size of this, because of the detail of this, something like just one of these stunning AA+ grade labradorites, hung from there. I mean, that is going to be exceptional, isn't it? That has got such a look and detail, don't you think? Hello to you if you've just tuned in. My name's Becky. I hope you've had a great day at work, and I hope you haven't worked too hard, I'll be honest. But do, just to let you know, I have done this labradorite already for you. So do feel free to call the call centre and ask about the AA+ grade labradorite if you wish, because the price was absolutely impeccable, I have to say. But just one of those from these, because of those large links, because of that large detail, it doesn't kind of get overpowered actually by the labradorite, whereas if you had a really dainty design, then it might do that. Wow, you, Ben, are having an absolute nightmare of it today, aren't you?
I didn't know that was going to happen.
No, I know. Thank you for that, Ben. I greatly appreciate it. I really do. And that looks beautiful. You have got a look at a detail of this here which doesn't overpower it, it doesn't kind of obstruct the actual movement. Well done if you've got that labradorite. Sterling silver, what does it mean to you, please, Gem?
It means quality, it means giftable, it says commission. You know, very rarely do I get a commission that I don't use sterling silver in.
And do you get asked for sterling silver in the commission quite a bit?
Yeah, pretty much. I think when people are commissioning a piece, especially if they're commissioning a gift for somebody else, then they commission it as sterling silver. Yeah. So it's definitely something that I need examples of, I need, you know, to be using. But it's, I mean, it's a lovely chain that I like. You know, I think the tendency would be to perhaps put charms into the larger link, but I actually think they work really well in the smaller link. Because then they'll sort of disappear and you won't really see where they've attached. The bigger links will be the focal.
I love that idea, and actually the bigger links will kind of space them out a bit better.
Yeah, and I think that I would work it that way round, even though the temptation is to use the larger of the links.
And that's why Gemma Crow's mind is so filled with inspiration all the time. Now, this is genuine sterling silver. You've got a massive 2 grams worth of it. Very intriguing design at $6.95. What a deal this is for you. Do your research on chains. Do your own research. Sterling silver, 2 gram worth chain. Do your research, and never, ever, ever please forget for me that when you're buying sterling silver, you can get different qualities, and one of the quality aspects to look for is the weight. Our weight, when I've done my research, is way, way, way more intense and more structural and higher in its weight than a lot of pieces that we have seen. $6.95 gotta be our lowest price precious metal chain. You know, we're not allowed to go below that price point on deals like this. We're not allowed to go below $6.95 on deals like this. So make the most of it whilst you can. Lowest price chain that we're going to be able to bring to you. For the foreseeable, so do treat yourself to it whilst you can, because we haven't got any other sterling silver chains that are coming in below this price point. So absolutely and completely do make the most of it whilst you can. We don't want to miss out on deals like this, do we, Jem?
No, because you'll always need them. You'll always find a use. We're always making pendants, aren't we? Or, you know, charm necklaces or charm bracelets. So you're always going to need them. They're like a staple for.
Definitely.
Jewelry, aren't they?
And I know this is a necklace piece, but we can do more with it, can't we, Jen?
Oh yeah, you can. I mean, you can chop it up and make it into a bracelet or an anklet, or you can use it in its sections to make some of the designs we did today in the first kit, because you know it is chain in its own right, isn't it?
Definitely.
And you don't need to waste the silver. You can always weigh it in and get. You know, if you cut your links, you will lose. If you cut a link, you'll lose 1 link, But
if you did it to a really tiny one, it wouldn't be a massive issue, would it?
No, that's right, it wouldn't be. And they'd still be okay to use in things like earrings, and you can get away with using ones that have been cut here and there. Yeah. So, but you can always weigh it in. You never waste silver, really.
No, you don't. You really don't. How great it goes with that deal of the day. It really, really does. Now, there's loads of you with it in your baskets again. Taking your time to check out. Do make sure you check it out whilst you can. We don't charge you extra for the postage and packaging every time you check out, so make the most of it. £6.95. I think that is just phenomenal. I really, really, truly, truly do. A great deal. What did you say, Danny? I did hear you. I thought that's what you said. I just wanted to double check. These pearls that Ben so beautifully brought over to me earlier on. Now, this is like a pearl kiss. You'll see what I mean. Isn't it? It is, isn't it? It's like a pearl kiss that we've got here for you. And you can absolutely use it like that in your designs, because if you look at how the actual drill hole sits on this, it doesn't go through the arms, if you will. It does go through the centre. So it does have that really beautiful kiss detail effect because of the way that the drill hole is through this. Now, what you have with something like this is a huge amount of opportunity to really get a lot of texture in these designs. They are quirky little things, aren't they, Jem?
Yeah, I love anything like that. You knew I would love those.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Because it's got such a uniqueness, such a quirkiness, such individuality.
Yeah, it's just on all that texture. It's just gorgeous. It's like pearls have been amplified because you've got more surface area, more sort of little crevices for all that nacre to be, and all the pearlescence to come from. They're just absolutely lovely.
It is exceptional, isn't it? For the amount of nacre you've got over the surface of these, because bear in mind this is more nacre than you're going to get in the likes of a round, isn't it? Because you've got all of those different directions to this. That is incredible. However, we're going to roll this down like a Swiss roll on a picnic on top of a hill. £11.95 for you today on this one, and that's, you're in here, you're rubbing off on Director Wes. £11.95 for you today. That is a very special one, a very special treat and a deal. At £20, good price. At £11.95, exceptional deal, no Jam?
It is exceptional, and you know, where can you get that sort of unique look you know, at that price. Usually when you're looking for something that unique, you're really looking high end, aren't you? You're looking designer. So you're going to get that look at that price. You know, it's incredible.
With the likes of one of the best qualities, really translucent, you have to get this home to appreciate it, opals we've ever seen either side. I mean, it's simplistic, it's detailed. Something like that on a wish bracelet might be quite nice, actually, because when you look, there are some cutesy little ones, aren't there?
Yeah, there are some little ones on there.
Like that one there.
They would go on a wish bracelet just fine. You know, weren't on its own, and you could put hugs either side, because a round is a hug, isn't it?
Oh,
so
XOXO,
You put little hugs either side, and it could be a hugs and kisses bracelet.
Oh my goodness, we're onto a business here, I think, Jem. That's a great idea. £11.95. Surely you'd make your money back on one piece quite easily if you were to do that design, even for the entire strand. Load of texture, your load of interest. Actually, might this go quite nicely? I'm just thinking with like to your shibori. Now, I know that sounds peculiar, but because of the movement and fluidity of a shibori ribbon, and because of the way the colours kind of melt to each other, and because it can almost be quite structural as well as fluid, I quite like the idea of these together, you know.
Yeah, I mean, and that's it. That's how creativity works, isn't it? You've found something similar in that, so you can put that together, and that's, you know, we'll all have a different view, and that's, you know, that's what is so nice about having really unique things like this.
Definitely.
Because it does, like the copper sheet earlier, it's that directs you and takes you somewhere else. So I always recommend getting unusual shapes and things like that. You never know where it's going to take you.
You don't. It adds to creativity. So if you need a bit of a creative boost, you've got those. Well done. Okay, I heard sapphire. Another one of these. Another one of your clad rings. Now, I brought you an opal version of this earlier on. Don't know if we've got any left, but very popular it was indeed. I'm now bringing it to you with a sapphire. Now, please, wow, that's intense. Please do forgive me, I've not properly set this in, as you can see. So it may well fall out. That is really, really deep tonality indeed, isn't it? That is a serious tonality that we have with this. But if you see, it's very, very, very similar to the design that we had in that opal earlier. We may well have sold out of this one. But what you have, obviously, with the opal, you've got the en cabochon shape. With this one, you have got the facet work there. So it gives more of that interest and that detail. Now, what you have here is your 925 sterling silver ring. I think when you have this ring and it's meant to talk about, you know, your love, your relationship, depending on which way you wear it, meaning different things, that with that sapphire and the history and story and tale of sapphire, and about how sapphire is a gemstone of love and eternity, and, you know, all of those kind of things that tie in together, I think this is a story gift. I think this is one of those gifts that actually what you could do is you could give it to someone in a nice box, maybe write a little sentiment to go with it, or a little bit of an outline of the story of the ring and the sapphire that go hand in hand. I think that is a really lovely idea for a gift. And because it's sapphire as well, make sure that you're printing off or you're getting your hands on the authenticity to prove the quality of this. I think this is a very, very special design, and if you want to get it, today could be your day, because I'm amazed we're going under £25. In fact, we're going under £15. I don't know how we've done it, I really don't. It's for the final few. You have got your blue sapphire that is faceted in this sterling silver ring design. Oh my goodness, we've managed to do it again at £8.95. That and the opal ring that we did for you earlier on, under £20. That is an exceptional opportunity. It really, truly is. And don't forget, if you're looking at this and really, 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 really want to own it, and you're going, I'm not a size 5, or you don't know the size of the person that you're buying for, it's better to buy it smaller rather than larger. It will cost you less money in general to have it the size taken up, because essentially pretty much all they have to do is heat it and stretch it over a mandrel, as opposed to getting metal to you know, cut out of this or whatever. So it is generally, in resizing terms, cheaper to get it resized from small to larger. So if you do want this, or you don't know what size someone is, I would always suggest getting a slightly smaller size, just to be on the safe side if you're not 100% sure, because it can cost a lot to have it sized the other way round. Well done everyone, £8.95, lowest ever price point on that one for you today. Get it whilst you have the opportunity to do so. A really great deal for you there. Okay, oh, this is a good one. Opal, and it's in a really quirky shape, and I really want to ask Jem about this one, if I may. I'll show it to you first. Different shapes add to inspiration, and we've definitely got autumnal tones running through this, with brightness of glow, because this is genuine opal. What a peculiar shape we've got here, but boy does it work. You can see those points at the corners which really give you glow and truly show off that pin fire. Jem, I'd love to know how you would say, for anyone who's never worked with maybe a shape like this, what you would do with it and why.
Well, if you just wanted to use it as spacers in between other gems, then it's great, because it's got that angular finish, so you can get something a little bit more edgy or modern there.
Yeah.
So great just as it is, and the easiest possible way to use it. Or you can pop them on head pins, so that your head pin's at the bottom, and then just kink the head pin up, and it just, you know, bend it up, and so you've got the whole face of the gemstone then with a little head pin through the centre. Great for earrings.
So you get more of a face to it, kind of, in that direction.
Yeah, and you can thread them like buttons, so you can weave in and out so that they sit sort of alongside one another, and then you'll be surprised how long that strand actually is.
You're about, actually.
Or to make the most of the texture, you can go with a crochet. So crochet on monofilament or something like that. You get just little floating squares everywhere.
Oh, I love that idea. And there's loads of pin fire in this too, so with monofilament, that's going to aid it.
Yeah, wouldn't that look lovely?
Oh, I love that idea. I haven't crocheted in ages. I need to sort that out maybe with this strand. In particular, as it's this price. Or is it? I'm actually going to roll this down for you, which I think is exceptional because of the shape of these and where the points are, how much of that glow you get and much of that fire. Opal under £10 doesn't happen often when you've got pin fire, and trust me, this one does, and actually you can see it in certain areas. 30-day money back guarantee if you don't absolutely and completely fall in love with it. I mean, I'm sure that you will, but do try and get your hands on it whilst you have the opportunity. It is exceptional, it has got brightness, it has got interest. And at £9.95, it is a bargainacious price, which can be used in so many different pieces. For ladies, for gents, whether you're 7, 17, 70 or 77, you know, there's so much you could do with this, there really is. At £9.95, it's give it a go price point, and make the most of that postage and packaging, just £2.95 for you, don't forget. A really wonderful deal for you today. Get it whilst you can. Well done. Really quickly, I'm going to allow me, if you may, to recap the sky blue opal. Now, I'm going to, so a deal of the day, and I'm going to just recap this quickly and show you some of these pieces of jewellery that we had made alongside it. If you've just tuned in, this was our deal of the day a little bit earlier. Now, we are extremely low in stock, and that's why we're quickly recapping so at what point, was it when I said deal of the day you thought, hey up? Ignore me, we're not recapping that. We are recapping this opal. I fell in love with this opal. This has to be one of the most translucent opals we've got. By the way, if you do want the deal of the day, we still have a few available, but hardly any. It's like less than 60 or something now. This had one of the biggest amounts of true translucency I've ever had the pleasure of seeing. Truly, it's hard for you to see it here, but we were both blown away by it, weren't we, Jan?
Yeah, absolutely. It's that glow. It's like a light on inside, isn't it?
Yeah. Genuinely, the way that Mother Nature has stacked these up is so stunning, so integral, so perfectly, ideally stacked that you got an incredible amount of translucency. Now, I'm aware it's hard for you to see that translucency. I'm absolutely and completely aware of that. But trust me on this. Get it home, treat yourself to it, because this is not your usual everyday sky blue opal. This isn't the opal that has an opaque detail to it. This isn't the blue opal that has been filled to give it this look. This is Mother Nature giving us absolutely impeccable quality. It's like the translucency of a jelly opal you might get, for example, from the Wello region in Ethiopia, but actually it is a natural blue variety. That is not to be sniffed at. That is not to be ignored. In particular, when we took the price to something which is not what we would normally imagine at all. The only reason we managed to get this price is because when we went to this location, to this region, we got a really big order, and not just of this, but of other treats as well. It is a very special deal for you, so do make the most of it whilst you can. As I say, tricky for you to see the translucency because of the lights in here, but also because of the hue of this. It is a tricky one, but just trust me on it. You know, do make the most of that money back guarantee. There's no questions, no quibbles, no questionnaires, no dot to dots, no nothing. So do make the most of it whilst you can, because I've not seen a quality like this that I can think of in a natural blue colouring before. So do make the absolute most of it. I'm really quickly going to recap the gold spacer beads, because we actually talked about these and we're going to look at what Gemma's done with these in a moment in her challenge. Now, what we've got here is your sterling silver spacer beads, and we have a lot of them in this collection. Look at the quality of these, 15 of them, and take a look at how sensational they sparkle. They sparkle and glimmer and glow unlike many that we would normally expect to see. And they do it in a big way, because you've got that sterling silver at the absolute heart of these, and then you've got that glorious amount of gold over the top. It has got an incredible look and detail, and that is because of the texture we've applied to these essentially. Now, what we've done is we've got your diamond tip head, we've got your plain sterling silver with gold rondelle, and then we've essentially mottled it. We've added this texture, we've added this almost like you get on a steel drum kind of texturing to it, and that means a few things. It means more sparkle because you've got all those pips and falls, but it also means we need to put more gold on this. If this was just plain and flat, then of course you've just got a layer of your gold. When it's got the pops, when it's got all the little kind of elements you have to undulate in and out of, it means more gold. And because this isn't a, gold flash, it is genuine gold plate, you're getting even more within there. So a very special opportunity. With that, still, we're able to put it at under £10 for you, which I think for the amount of gold you've got in there, it really is an exceptional deal. It worked out, about 66p per one. I mean, the look and the kind of glamour and the integrity that this is going to give your pieces isn't going to look 66p's worth, and you will know that when we go over in a few moments to have a little look at what Gemma's created using these. There's more of you back in for these ones, which is lovely to see. Hello, welcome to every single one. Now, there's lots of you who multi-purchased on this initially, and more of you are coming through to multi-purchase on these now. This is perfect for your autumnal looks. I don't know if you've noticed this, but it has been a trend in the trade over the last few years. Generally speaking, when you're getting the silvers, because it's a bit fresher, you'll see a lot more silver jewellery coming into the market around the spring, summertime. When it gets to autumn, when it gets to winter, when we're looking for that warmer feel, more of that depth, more of that kind of hug of metal, if you will, we tend to see more sales go up in gold. And so you're getting your hands on this in perfect timing, I would say. And it really has got such a glorious kind of enveloped to look about it. And at £9.95 you can really make the most, because don't forget, you know, we are talking about mixed metals. I have been doing your two-tone connectors and clasps earlier on. There is absolutely nothing you need to be afraid of adding something like this onto on this chain. And I am going to bring you this sterling silver chain now, if I may, really quickly, before we go and have a look at Gemma's challenge, which she has done absolutely loads with. But, you know, just one or two of these, even just one just hanging from here would be wonderful. Or I'm wondering if you could actually, in areas, put this. Now, this is just by eye, but I actually think you could pop this over the link. Now, over half of my stock has gone on this chain, and it was your sterling silver and oval link that I did for you earlier on. There was a big amount of metal in this, and there was 2 grams worth. People who were purchasing this buying 2s, 3s and 4s, and yes, it does come with the clasp attached. Please remember for me, you're about to see this price point. I am not going to be able to be bringing you sterling silver chains below this price point anymore, and that is for very good reason. £6.95. What a sensational deal. Truly the most affordable sterling silver necklace you're going to see for the foreseeable. This is a very special deal. This is a very special treat and price. Make the most out of it when you have the opportunity, and loads of you already have. Again, people buying 2s, 3s, 4s of this, not wanting to miss out on this treat, not wanting to miss out on this deal. And I have to say again, I showed you it with the Labradorite a moment or 4 ago. You know, it's gonna go exceptionally well, isn't it, with that? If you did with these larger loops, that glorious Labradorite, because it was your AA+ grade actually, that's gonna get a really special look. Now, I do need to make you aware, Labradorite extremely low in stock. 4, 5 left. We can't be totally sure. It's either 4 or 5, because we have had multi-purchase on this, and that confuses the system sometimes. So it's 4 or 5 of this Labradorite we had left over for you. It's on your screen now if you want to take full advantage. I mean, just one of those, even the smallest one. Well, no, I do. Pair of earrings, charm on a bracelet, and then I get that really purple one that I showed you earlier on, but the really purpley one hanging from this. That's what I personally would do. Get your hands on the final 4 or 5 of these ones whilst you can, because it is, well, you can see the quality. It has to be one of the top grades we brought you, and sorry, that is your price. Shouldn't have been, obviously, but we took it down to that for you today. So if you love the captivation of a high quality Labradorite, then make the most of it whilst you can. Well done everyone who got the chain. Well done everyone who got the spaces. Well done everyone on the Labradorite, on the deal of the day, on the pearls, on that opal, on all of the things I've had for you. I'm heading on over. Why am I taking this? I don't need this now. I'm heading on over, force of habit. I'm heading on over now, if I may, to my glorious guest designer, who has been Gemma Crow today, who has been whipping up an absolute storm, not only with her masterclass makes, but also with her first kit, which involved loads of beautiful, interesting movement of Labradorite and chain, but also with this, you've made loads, Gem.
Yeah, it was a nice and easy to put together. That spinel was beautiful, and those spacer beads, spacer beads, just allow you to make very, very simple things that look, you know, like the necklace on the end with the 4, 5 spinel and just the spacer beads in between. Looks really expensive.
Really does, doesn't it?
You know, that's all it is. Very
Please
simple.
remember, we gave Gemma this spinel at, it was just before 2. Well, actually, we gave it to you just before the break, so it's sort of 1 minute to 2. And look at how much you've been able to create.
I really had to string it out as well, because the designs were so simple. So, you know, I've had to sort of really take my time.
Yeah, I think, though, it goes to show the quality of the gemstones. Yeah. You've got an entire strand of really elegantly robust black spinel in faceted rounds at £9.95. Tell us when you're on next, Gem.
Thursday morning.
Ah, okay,
yeah,
wonderful. Back bright and early on Thursday.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for today, Gem. Don't forget, we're going to take pictures of every single one of Gemma's glorious pieces, and we'll put them up on our Facebook page for you. So do make sure that you go and head over and have a nosy at them. Thank you so much for joining me today. I've had a whale of a time with you, as always. I'm going to see you in the morning. Stay tuned for the late show. Have a good one.
Introducing Let's Make Jewellery from the team at Jewellery Maker.